This is Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network.
I've heard people comment, it's just...
It's time for traffic and weather on the...
Coming up on 2 minutes until airtime. Mark, 2 minutes until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Your next time cue will be with 1 minute until airtime. This is Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Coming up on 1 minute until airtime. Mark, network stations, we are 1 minute until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Studios, please start your archive recording. Stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. Mark, 30 seconds until airtime. Once again, stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds until airtime.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
245 days ago, Michigan's brilliant 2022 season ended in a gut punch. The Wolverines' only loss of the year was their second straight defeat in the college football playoff semifinals, and this one felt much different than the first. Michigan was favored and still lost to TCU. In the days that followed, many Wolverines, who almost certainly would have been prepping for their NFL debuts next weekend, had they wanted to make that decision, instead announced their returns. Some of those guys, and others on the team, have shared that the last 8 months felt like a continuation of last season, one that's journey was as remarkably successful as its ending was brutally abrupt. Others have been ready, willing, and able to claim emphatically that this season's mission is to win everything, including the program's first national championship since 1997. It'll be an odd start to the season with head coach Jim Harbaugh suspended for the first 3 games. 4 different men will step in and lead Michigan during that stretch. But there is a familiarity to this moment that just 2 years ago felt so far away. Michigan is ready to open a season with all of college football's biggest prizes, not just sought after, but expected. Finally, the wait is over. Michigan football is back. Today, Jesse Minter steps in as the head coach as the Wolverines welcome East Carolina to the Big House. And we're getting you ready for the game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from northeast, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the player, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, fortunately, Jack, there is no Michigan method in the booth. The gang's back for 2023. How you feeling? How excited are you for this year?
I'm fired up. It's like Christmas Day. The sun is shining. Football is upon us. The scoreboards are a little bigger, but the team in the booth is the same. And so, you were talking earlier about a continuation of 2022. That's what it feels like being back up here.
Yeah, no doubt. And the story around Michigan football as of late has been Jim Harbaugh's status. Harbaugh will miss the first 3 games of the season due to suspension, and one that Michigan imposed itself due to NCAA recruiting violations during the pandemic. The NCAA has commented on it. Harbaugh has said this week, when asked about it, he was, quote, completely muzzled, end quote, when it comes to discussing the case itself, but he could talk about the ramifications of it.
I've heard people comment it's a slap on the wrist. It's more like a baseball bat to the kneecaps or to the shoulder. That's what I equate everything to football. I've never missed 3 games, unless it was for a broken arm or a dislocated shoulder.
We will get into the coaching staff shuffling coming up in our next segment. But from Jim Harbaugh's standpoint, he said he wouldn't know what today would feel like until today, but it's going to have to be really weird for him.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be really strange. I'm sure he'll be watching like a fan from the television set and trying to, probably guess a little bit of what the coaches are telling the guys out there, what the game plan is, the plays they're calling and all that. And, yeah, I mean, a guy like Coach Harbaugh, who is as intense as he is and kind of has that presence over everything that is Michigan football, to be sidelined, literally to be out of the stadium, I'm sure it will be weird. But he's got some great young coaches, some bright minds that have done wonders for the program as assistants, and they're going to have an opportunity to lead the charge these first 3 games. Harbaugh
was allowed to be around and comment and talk to his players and coaches up until midnight, and for this 24 hours he can have no contact. He'll be back at it Sunday, probably at 12:01, right? He'll get right back into it. But if there is any team that's equipped to handle something like this, kind of has to be this group. No, I mean, so much was made about the players that returned who would have been drafted had they gone out. You got the rock-solid guards in Trevor Keegan and Zach Zinter. I mean, Blake Corum was a Heisman finalist had he finished last season. He would have been in New York. He comes back. Those 3 are the offensive captains. Defensively, Chris Jenkins feels like he has breakout superstar-like potential. Mikey Sainristil still enters his second season as a defensive back. The old-timer, 6th-year senior Mike Barrett. Those are the 3 defensive captains, but there are other leaders. We'll talk to Cornelius Johnson later on here in our pregame coverage. The leadership is very strong, and just the experience. I mean, a lot of these guys went through the COVID year. They went through the bad times. I think they're equipped for something like this.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a mature group of guys, a lot of experience, a lot of leadership, and to your point, they've seen ups and downs, right? They were around in the COVID year when things really weren't going all that well for Michigan. They've seen success, beating Ohio State twice, 2 Big Ten championships, getting the college football playoff the last 2 years. So they've ridden the wave, right? And this is just another example of, it's part of it, right? There's good times, there's bad times, there's obstacles you got to overcome. This is a group that's done that, and I really do like the poise and maturity that they seem to be handling all this with. I would agree wholeheartedly. It's a group that probably will embrace some of this controversy. I think that's when Coach Harbaugh and his teams historically have been at their best, is when they're fighting against something like it seems they are right now. I think that'll motivate these guys, bring them together, and play well.
Yeah, and there's no denying that with this suspension, the schedule that Michigan starts with helps. We talked about it last year with the ability to kind of have an NFL preseason-esque quarterback battle in the first 3 games. I mean, next season, Michigan's second scheduled game is Texas. This year, ECU today, UNLV, and Bowling Green, they've all had their moments as programs. But with the way Michigan is right now, they are today and will be the next couple of weeks heavy favorites until Harbaugh returns, which I think makes this a little bit more of a realistic thing to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like preseason NFL football, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it. We got a Michigan team here that is as good as anybody in the country, and the first 3 opponents, they're better than, right? I mean, it's fair to say that. So it does lend itself, just like last year, to sort a few things out early in the season. I think last year in 2022, the team really benefited from some of those early games that they were able to get a feel for what was going to happen, right? The JJ thing took shape. Some guys that, are they going to be players this year? Are they going to stand out? Kind of, made their presence felt. And so they knew going into Big Ten play what the team was going to look like, how it was working well together, and what was working well. And so you got the same opportunity this year. And now with Coach Harbaugh's suspension, now you're talking about not only the players figuring themselves out and getting better, now you get an opportunity for some of these assistant coaches who are going to lead the charge, and really some up-and-comers who are going to have great coaching careers. They got a chance to shine too now.
Kickoff is 2 hours and 59 minutes away, not counting or anything. But 12:06 the kick coming up here at the Big House, and we've got so much to do as we lead you up to that. We'll tell you about the Pirates coming into town in 25 minutes. One of the Wolverines' incoming transfers, edge rusher Josiah Stewart, will stop by at 9:50. John Jansen, he's here already, but he will be on air at 10 o'clock. We will discuss the revenue-sharing push that head coach Jim Harbaugh made in his press conference at 10:20. And we mentioned in that final hour of pregame, you'll hear my conversation with wide receiver Cornelius Johnson and Doug's conversation with acting head coach Jesse Minter. All of that to come, but as we do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, every 10 minutes on the 8s, we check traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and ECU coming up a little bit after noon here at the Big House. We will try to put together the coaching puzzle that the Wolverines have constructed for the next few weeks as we continue next here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's okay to be stressed, but it's also okay to realize that sometimes what you think is just stress might be something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you whenever you're ready. With access to support for physical and mental health, wherever and whenever you need it, even from the privacy of your own home. We're here for it all, and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at BuddiesPizza.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
It's an unfortunate situation, obviously, but, we got to, and the biggest thing we've been saying in our room is, we got to represent and, show the world this is the team he made, and this is the type of leadership he allowed and the culture he allowed to be born in this locker room. So we just want to take every opportunity on Saturday to just, make that come to life and then show that, all across the world.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That was Chris Jenkins discussing the team's approach to these first 3 games. And, Jack, when I think back to the evolution of this program in that offseason between 2020 and 2021, following the 2-4 season, the way this program has evolved in delegation, in belief, in collaboration within the staff, within the program. Jim Harbaugh revamped things. He brought in the right type of players. I mean, it is oversimplification, right? You got to have the guys to go out there and compete. But when you put them in the right situations, special things can happen. And to me, the way that the staff has come together in these 2 years has helped those players go from, hey, pre-2-4, right? They were winning 8, 9, 10 games. That's taken to that next level.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you said delegate. I think Coach Harbaugh, coming out of that COVID year, recognized that he had to turn over some power and some influence to some of these assistants, brought in some young, smart football minds that got involved with recruiting, that then had a bigger presence on the scheme and what was going to happen. Certainly, it has his identity, what he wants the team to look like. That's never in question. But he was able to bring in the right guys to help coach, to help lead from a schematic standpoint, from a recruiting standpoint, from just a camaraderie within the position groups, offense, defense, special teams, that really allowed that to flourish. And to your point, then, the recruiting piece that goes into it, you develop these guys over time, and now they're in a position, ranked 2 in the country, 2 Big Ten titles. I mean, it takes time to develop a program. It took some time for Coach Harbaugh to get his footing, for the staff too, but they certainly have.
And I'll tell you, it's not always completely linear and uphill, right?
No.
It was a solid start, some ebbs and flows, a very clear valley, and now the program is the best it's been in a long time. So head coaching-wise, today it's Jesse Minter leading the way. UNLV, it'll be split. First half will be Jay Harbaugh, second half Mike Hart. And then for Bowling Green in the non-conference finale, Sharon Moore. Just your thoughts on how this was devised. Quite an opportunity for those 4 guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's making the best situation possible that you can out of this thing. And it feels like it's something Coach Harbaugh would do. This is something kind of unique. You don't see a lot of. It's very unorthodox. But it makes sense, and he's trying to build and foster a program here for players to get to the NFL and for coaches to come here and kind of earn their way into bigger and better jobs. It's a selfless thing that I think he's doing here by allowing those guys to go in, and have their opportunity to really lead the charge. It's great experience for them, and I think the players will respect that too, right? When you see some of these coaches in a different light and the pressure and all the things that go into being a head coach, and these guys will get to experience that the first 3 games. I think that you talk about bonding. You talk about bringing people together, the chemistry, the camaraderie that comes from something like this. I think it's a really cool idea. It'll be fun to watch.
Well, Jim Harbaugh said this offseason he thinks there could be as many as 4 future head coaches for 2024 on this 2023 staff. Maybe it's these 4. Who knows? And if that happens, that means that really good things happen for the Wolverines this season. As for today's head coach, Jesse Minter, here he is on the responsibility.
He empowers our coaches, and I think we're set up to handle this well because of his ability to empower us as assistant coaches, whether it be our position or our side of the ball. Gives us times to speak in front of the team at different times. So I think there's a level of respect that all the players have for everybody on the staff. And I think it's all of us just trying to carry our weight and make sure we do our job come Saturday.
Now, Minter will have many jobs in this one. He will still call the defense, according to Harbaugh earlier this week. Did a heck of a job in his first year taking over for Mike McDonald. I do think he has the right temperament, approach, philosophy to get through this.
He's a rising star. He's a guy who's going to be, coaching at a high level for a long, long time. It runs in his family, and you can just tell there was no drop-off last year. Remember, at this point last season starting off, there was some question marks on the defense. What are they going to look like?
Sure.
Missing Hutch and Ross and some of those guys that had left and really built that program around them. What was the defense going to do? There was no drop-off. And you could see not only schematically how talented Jesse Minter is, but the development of players, guys that were unknown, unproven. What are they going to do? How are they going to impact the defense and this team last year? And there was no drop-off. I mean, it only got better and better. That's a credit to him, and it's a good opportunity for him to, be the head coach today and get some of that experience, because I have a feeling he'll be in that position down the line pretty soon.
Also today, no Sharon Moore, 1-game suspension, part of the same NCAA issues. So it'll be Kirk Campbell, the quarterback's coach, calling plays. And if you're looking long-term at this, we always talk about reloading for programs that want to stay in the top 5, top 10. You have to do that assistant coach-wise as well. Kirk Campbell seems to be beloved around here, a lot of hype around what he can do. and this might be an audition for him to be a future OC play caller type at this program or elsewhere.
Yeah, another bright young coach with a lot of potential, goes from quality control to quarterback coach, and now has the opportunity to call the offense. That's a pretty quick climb. I think that speaks volumes to the trust that they must have and what he's able to do, not only with the players, but schematically, his ability to go in and put together a good game plan. Great opportunity for another bright young coach.
And quite a week for him. He and his wife Lauren welcomed in their second child Sunday.
He's got a lot going
baby girl, Kinsley. Whew, that's quite the battle, quite the responsibility, but very exciting for him. Lastly, we saw Ben Herbert get the associate head coach title. Jack Harbaugh, they reiterated he's the assistant head coach, but, Ben Herbert, he is beloved in this program.
No doubt about it. Ben Herbert deserves a ton of praise and accolades for what he's done. This program is big, fast, strong. They love working out. They love being around him. They love competing. That culture is fostered in the weight room. He deserves a ton of credit for that. Happy to see his promotion to that. And then, Jack Harbaugh has always been around. From the day Jim Harbaugh showed up on campus, Jack Harbaugh has been a part of this organization, part of the team, and has been around. So that's just reiterating his presence in 2023.
Last year, Harbaugh said he wanted to nominate Ben Herbert for the Broyles Award. Yeah. I think this now makes Herbert eligible. So, spoiler alert, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Herbert is up for that. Which, boy, he'd be a heck of a guy to have at the ceremony.
That'd be cool to watch. Absolutely.
Awesome. All right, that's how Michigan will line things up coaching-wise. We'll talk about the players on the field with our self-scout here in a bit. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
So much talent on this roster, so many unique position battles in camp. We'll attempt to recap it all with our self-scout next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions in Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Wolverine Nation doesn't back down from a challenge. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material at a college football game. This season, they've issued us a challenge, and we've accepted. On September 23rd, during home games at the Big House and Neyland Stadium, we'll see who can recycle the most and set a new world record. During our game against Rutgers, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycling bins. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, we help the planet win.
It's a Michigan game day.
I want to be 50-50. I really do. Like a good fastball and a good curve. If it could come down to that, then, and we've had that in, years past, then that would be perfect. But it's always gonna hedge to whichever's better, even though the two complement each other. There's going to be one or the other that you hang your hat on. That could be the passing game.
Jim Harbaugh has all of the metaphors. Love that. But, Jack, the question will be, as we get into our self-scout, can Michigan realistically get to 50-50? Because last year they were 61% run, and that's fifth highest from a run rate among Power 5 programs, just outside the top 10 of everybody in FBS. But you do that, and then you return Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. So how can they get to 50-50? Maybe just in the bigger games, Big Ten games.
I think they can. I mean, if you remember last year, the passing attack didn't really get going until the Ohio State game. Now, it didn't need to because they were running the ball so effectively that it really didn't matter. But in my mind, the ability to unleash that air attack that everybody was waiting for all year last year, and it finally happened against Ohio State, that's the key to living up to the expectations this year. If J.J. McCarthy and these receivers are clicking and firing in all cylinders, and we can open up the field with this running game, I mean, there's no reason that this offense shouldn't be as good as maybe ever in Michigan's history, right? I mean, I don't think that's overstating it. The ability for J.J. and these receivers to spread the field and to complement the running game that we know, all things considered, should be really, really successful again. That's how they reach the level they want this year. That's how they meet these expectations. I think that's the key to this season for Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, the potential for J.J. McCarthy, that potential ascension, could be what turns the tide. He's been solidified as the starter since, probably this play early on last week in Week 2, which is our throwback call of the game, brought to you by the Pretzel Bell.
McCarthy back to pass, and he's got Roman Wilson wide open deep, and he's got it inside the 5. Touchdown, Michigan. Roman Wilson, a lightning bolt from J.J. McCarthy, and Michigan leads it 6-0, 42 yards on the touchdown.
That throwback call brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. It's interesting. McCarthy has better Heisman odds according to the odds makers than Blake Corum. And now that's position-based. Again, Corum was going to go to New York had he finished last season, but that's just part of it, is the quarterback aspect. The other thing is that at the upper bound of what J.J. McCarthy can do, it's Heisman Trophy level.
It is. And I think he has an opportunity this year. Coach Harbaugh has been singing his praises all offseason. I mean, compared him to some great talent in the NFL. He's got an opportunity this year to be one of the best quarterbacks, I think, in Michigan history. He has the skill set to do it. He's got the offensive line to protect him. He's got the running backs to run the ball and complement his ability to throw. And, we keep hearing about these young wide receivers. I mean, that's kind of the scuttlebutt around the stadium right now, is these young freshman wide receivers, how talented they are. JJ's got an opportunity before him that rarely comes around, which is you can lead your team to a three-peat for a Big Ten title and get yourself to New York for a Heisman opportunity to get back to the college football playoff. He has the skill set and the tools, and I think the pieces around him to be an elite player with a legend here at Michigan that we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Michigan doesn't have the proven production receiver-wise, but you figure with the Roman Wilson-Cornelius Johnson duo, with experience, with upside, the freshman receivers you talk about, Carmelo English, Samaj Morgan, Frederick Moore, we'll see how involved they are this week. Very interesting from that standpoint. Now, remember last year McCarthy beat out Cade McNamara, who's going to make his Iowa debut at the same time as this game kicks off against Utah State. Jim Harbaugh called it the Michigan method, right? Cade started week 1, JJ started week 2. JJ seized the opportunity and took it from there, and obviously Cade was injured shortly thereafter, and that was the end of his Michigan career. Leading up to this one, talking about the Michigan method as a potential option on the offensive line, Carson Barnhart and Ladarius Henderson at the left tackle spot. Trente Jones, Miles Hinton battling it out at the right tackle spot. Even center, Greg Crippen, the player who's been with Michigan his career. Drake Nugent, like Hinton, a Stanford transfer. Talked about that potential at edge, the second cornerback spot. There are a lot of options there, and I think it's easy when we're sitting here in July and August to say, you got to solidify everything because you want to know your starters. Then you get into the season, you realize how much depth you need, and Michigan has it at a lot of those spots.
Well, and you take advantage of the opportunities you have. You have some lesser opponents the first few weeks. That allows you to figure some things out, right? And I think any good defense would tell you that they want to have guys they can rotate in all the time. So I would expect to see a lot of guys in the secondary the first few weeks. I would expect on the defensive line to see the same thing. We might see that the entire season. It'll be interesting when John gets on air with us, his take on this. With the offensive line, there is something to be said about having 5 guys kind of doing it together and the chemistry that comes with that. Sometimes, rotating offensive line is not something that everyone loves to do, but certainly a good problem to have when you have the depth and guys pushing one another competitively to get to that level to try to start. So you have the advantage the first couple weeks here of sorting some things out, figuring some things out. If these games get out of hand a little bit like we hope they do, then you have even more of that opportunity, and you can get a lot of guys reps. That paid off as the year went on last year. Hopefully they can do the same in 2023.
So coming in, what are your biggest, not concern to seem strong, but biggest questions about this team as you get ready to watch them play a real game for the first time?
Well, I think special teams is the first thing that comes to mind, right? Robinson and Moody last year, solid guys, didn't make mistakes. I mean, Jake Moody was as good as anybody has ever been here, right? And so what's going to happen in special teams? That was something we could rely on last year when we had to. Some new faces there. We'll see how that plays out. Wide receiver depth and the stardom of those guys. Who is going to take that next step? Is it Cornelius Johnson or Roman Wilson? Is it one of the young freshmen that comes out of nowhere and is JJ's guy? You got to establish that, have those wide receivers step up and make plays for the offense. So we'll see what happens there. And then something that I think was overlooked a lot the last 2 years was how good the tight ends were at blocking. You lose Schoonmaker this year. Obviously, Eric All didn't play last year, but you lose those guys. You got a really good star in Colson Loveland. Barner is back up. He'll get a lot of time. A lot of that running game was predicated upon those tight ends being really, really good at blocking. I think that's something that was really overlooked last year. You got some new faces, some younger guys. Can they be as good as those tight ends have been in the past at blocking and let that running game continue to flourish?
Going to be fun to watch. Going to be a fascinating run, and it starts here today at 12:06 against East Carolina. We'll tell you about the Pirates as we continue. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is a beautiful day in Ann Arbor. Fans will start to file in soon. We'll talk about the Pirates from East Carolina University when we come back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
Miller Lite is tried and true and bleeds blue just like Ann Arbor crowds on football Saturdays. When you're in the mood for a light beer, you don't want a beer that's light on taste, right? So crack open that Miller Lite on game day, and with just 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12-ounce serving, Miller Lite has more of the flavor you want and less of the stuff you don't. Light beer with the flavor you love tastes like Miller time, the perfect pairing for that game day spread. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Olga's Kitchen is kicking off college football and National Euro Day after the game with buy one, get one free original Olga's through September 7th. Yep, we're talking free original Olga's. Seasoned beef and lamb wrapped in the best bread on the planet. Then topped with vine-ripened tomato, sweet onion, and their signature Olga sauce. Football season is starting right with free original Olga's at Olga's Kitchen. Head on into any Olga's after the game or order online at olgas.com using code BOGOORIGINAL for a limited time. Buy one, get one free original Olga's all week long at Olga's Kitchen.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
We talk about our season goals, and one of them is just to win the next game, and that will keep us on track for what we want to do. But, you know, we got a ton of respect for East Carolina. First and foremost, they've been a giant killer over the years. When you look at their history, fortunately for me, like, this is a team, as my dad was the head coach at Cincinnati. As I was growing up, they were a Conference USA team. I've seen this team for a long time and sort of just what they're capable of doing, the type of athletes that they're going to bring up here.
Yeah, Rick Minter, Jesse's dad, head coach at Cincinnati from 1994 to 2003. Had a pretty good run. They won the Conference USA Championship in 2002, but Rick Minter was a head coach against ECU 8 separate times. ECU went 5-3 against the Minter-led Bearcats, but I think it does help in that a little bit to know, hey, yeah, this, you know, I remember this team from back in the day, and this is a proud program.
Yeah, no, and it's timely too, you know, with Jesse Minter getting the head coach nod today, that he did see this team, you know, as a kid, watching his dad compete against them, and I do think there's value in that, right? You get a sense for a program, who they are, the types of things that they like to do, and in a game like this, right, like they have nothing to lose, right? So some of the trickery, some things that they're going to probably try to pull off here, hopefully, you know, Coach Minter's thinking about those things like he was when he was a kid watching them.
You're going to see some Pirates fans here making the trip up, and I think it is in a lot of ways similar to the opener last year with Colorado State. A lot of history, tradition, a very strong fan base, but in terms of where Colorado State was as a program, kind of in a tough spot with a new head coach and a very successful one in Jay Norvell coming in, they were kind of starting from square one. ECU is starting from square one because they had a lot of success last year. Best season in about a decade. They won their first bowl game since 2013, 8-5 overall, went 500 in the American. And their losses last year, 21-20 to NC State. They lost in overtime to Navy. They lost at Tulane, who won the AAC last year, 24-9. They lost at Cincinnati by just 2. The only game that really sticks out last year negatively, they were blown out against Houston, 42-3. Then blasted Coastal Carolina, 53-29 in the Birmingham Bowl. So they had some success last year. What'll be interesting is how they handle the quarterback spot. 4-year starter Holton Ahlers, 50 starts in his career, 7th all-time in total yards in FBS history. He is gone after throwing 28 touchdowns to just 5 interceptions last year, almost 4,000 yards, 67% completion. They have not announced a starting quarterback. Sophomore Mason Garcia has been the favorite for the role, 6'5", 250.
It's a big boy.
That's a big boy.
That's bigger than me, a former offensive lineman.
and a 4-star recruit.
Yeah.
This is his 4th season. He waited it out. 5th-year junior Alex Flynn has kept it close, but I think the prevailing theory is that it will be Mason Garcia. Their head coach, Mike Houston, 5th year at the helm, he was asked about it at his Tuesday press conference.
We're going to have 70 guys get on that plane Friday and head to Ann Arbor. And when we take the field on offense, there'll be 11 out there. You know, we know who's going to take the first snap, and everybody else will find out at 12:00, whatever the kickoff time is on Saturday.
I love the 12:00 whatever. By the way, that answer was originally about 50 seconds. We trimmed it because he basically said, we're not going to tell you for 50 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But
we got the point after a few.
Yeah. some convenient editing. We're here to save time for you. But 6'5", 250, yeah. I mean, that's an interesting piece. And from all accounts, he hasn't had a lot of playing time with Ahlers having such a great career, but he can throw a little bit.
Well, ECU's a proud program, had a good year last year. I think there's only 3 teams this year, though, that return less production than East Carolina does. So they got a lot to figure out. They got to figure out what this year is going to look like for them. And, you know, in this world of NIL and transfer portal and everything else, each team does feel a little different every year. We're lucky here at Michigan that Coach Harbaugh's got a good program kind of firing on all cylinders, so guys are staying. Good players are coming to us, right? It seems to just be, a continuation going year to year right now. A lot of other programs aren't that way. Guys coming in and out. The team feels different every year. So it'd be interesting to see in these first, in the first half or whatever, who the guys are for East Carolina, what they're going to try to do, because they're going to have to reinvent themselves from last year with a bunch of new players.
Defensively, they returned 6 starters. They lose a lot in the secondary, but that was where they struggled the most. 292 pass yards a game allowed. That was 130th nationally. So, a potential opportunity if Michigan wanted to see what they could do through the air. Certainly on paper, not knowing this ECU team because they got a lot new coming back, seems to be available to them.
It does, and it'll be interesting to see, with Jesse Minter at the helm, right, how aggressive does he want to get, right? What are they going to try to do? Is this one of those games that let's run the ball, let's stay conservative, let's not show our hand? Is this an opportunity to really get the pass game going and figure out who those wide receivers are going to be for JJ as the year goes on? Be really interested to see in the first half what the approach is from Coach Minter, from this offense, what they want to do and what they're going to try to get in sync first.
And also, one returner they do have, Rajay Harris, is back. He was the number 2 back to their starter last year at tailback, Keaton Mitchell. He was tremendous last year, Mitchell was. Undrafted free agent who made Baltimore's 53-man roster. And we all saw what the Ravens have done over the years. Of course, Josh Ross made the team last year as a UDFA from Michigan to Baltimore. But Mitchell gone. Harris will be important to pick up that load and probably will be the primary running back. So that's the look at the ECU Pirates. Plenty more to do on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We'll talk about already a pretty interesting weekend of college football with much more to come this weekend when we return. But first, a check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan football brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Great to have Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan back as our tailgate show presenting sponsor. We'll talk about what's to come here in college football this weekend and recapped a couple of Big Ten games already that have taken place. As we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
You already know Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan gives you access to the largest network of top doctors and hospitals. What you may not know is that with our 24-hour nurse line, online visits, whole health support, urgent care, and more, you can access the care you need whenever and wherever you need it, giving you the confidence in knowing that you're covered anytime, anywhere. We're here for it all, and always will be. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
It's everything you need on your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan. AbsoPure.com/go blue or call 800-4-AbsoPure to learn more.
As the leaves change color and the air turns crisp, it's time to get your set of wheels ready for the autumn adventures ahead. Stop in today to your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts store for all your vehicle's fall essentials. New wiper blades, motor oil, fuses, air filters, and more. Or you can find whatever you need online at myautovaluestore.com. We do offer same-day in-store pickup or convenient ship-to-home service. Now that's Auto Value, where service is the difference. We've got you covered.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And one of the best parts about week one of college football is that we normally have a few appetizers.
Yeah.
And, well, the more things change, the more things stay the same. Nebraska on Thursday night. The first game of the Matt Rule era, up 10-3. Looked like they were going to get the job done, and they lose, give up a touchdown, then game-winning 47-yard field goal as time expired. I know, we'll talk about it with John later. I'm sure he doesn't feel bad. I almost a little bit kind of slightly feel bad.
For Nebraska? No, not really. But, give credit to the Golden Gophers. That touchdown they had, that was one heck of a catch.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
it was a SportsCenter top 10 for sure. Not a lot of offense. A lot of defense out there Thursday night, but I think that's to be expected for a couple mediocre Big Ten teams early in the year, and you saw that a little bit last night, too, with Michigan State.
Yeah, 10-7 at halftime, then MSU pulled away from the Chippewas, 31-7, the final score. To me, we're going to learn a lot about Michigan State week 3 when Washington comes to town. Remember that, in the turnaround for Michigan football, to me, one of the key points was knocking off Washington week 2, Mays out. It was an incredible atmosphere, and they're going to have a similar opportunity here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where things kind of went south for them last year, was early in the year, not being able to get that win and being disappointed. They, Michigan State's trying to figure out what they're doing, right? I mean, they had, their quarterback and star receiver leave. Some new faces there. I think that's kind of Mel Tucker's MO, is he's going to try to recruit and just build a team year by year instead of, what Michigan's approach has been, which is trying to build a program that just kind of is magnetic for people to want to be a part of. So, it's kind of luck of the draw, right? You don't really know what you're going to get. Wasn't a great showing, particularly early from Michigan State. But, again, it's a long season. They got time to figure some stuff out. They got some good players over there.
Yeah, no doubt. Noon, it'll be Iowa and Utah State, 11 a.m. at Kinnick Stadium. The Hawkeye debuts for both Cade McNamara and Eric All. Curious what you expect from Iowa and from those two former Wolverines, who, again, have such a huge aspect to this Michigan revival. They obviously weren't able to do a whole lot last year, but they very much had a piece in it.
Yeah.
They're going to try to do the same at Iowa.
Yeah, exactly. And they deserve a ton of respect and admiration for that. Definitely rooting for Cade and Eric All out at Iowa. We'll see. Obviously, it was, I think, a historically bad offense last year. Hopefully, Cade can give them a spark and be able to do some things. They always can run the ball effectively, but they couldn't put it in the air last year at all. And so definitely rooting for Cade out in Iowa City, him and Eric. And, again, like you said, it's a chance. That's when Cade performed well here, was when people didn't have a lot of faith in him and a lot of faith in what they could do. Maybe he can bring that same type of demeanor to Iowa and get them back on track.
Also, Purdue and Fresno State kicking off at noon. 3:30, Ohio State opens with a Big Ten game in Bloomington against Indiana. Ryan Day announced this week that Kyle McCord will start at quarterback, but Devin Brown will play some. How that will go, what it'll look like, certainly going to be fascinating to watch. But, I mean, listen, to do that, you open in a Big Ten situation. I know it's Indiana. Yeah. IU, I think, is probably the favorite to be the last-place team in the East. But it'll be interesting how that plays out, because to me, that's the biggest storyline on their side of things.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State's got to figure out what's going to happen at quarterback. Now, if history tends to repeat itself, they're pretty good at reloading, right? I mean, it looks like there's a little bit of, you don't want to say controversy, but uncertainty about who that guy is going to be. But, never count them out, right? I'm sure both are great players, and they're just trying to figure out who gives them a better shot to win. I think Wisconsin is going to be really interesting to watch this year, right? Luke Fickell, great coach. I think the style that he's going to bring to Wisconsin is different than what they've had before. And so how does that marriage go will be really interesting to see, particularly when the West, as we all know, has not been that good, and that's kind of always up for grabs. Wisconsin be very interested to watch. And then, Penn State tonight, right? Penn State, a lot of love in the preseason. rightfully so.
What are your thoughts about that? Because, I mean, listen, they had a really, really strong season. That's the type of season that 20 years ago I think would be remembered for a long time. But in the playoff era, Penn State's been close a few times. They lost their 2 biggest games, right? Like, the Rose
they were
Bowl,
close with Ohio State.
Totally.
They were close,
Yeah.
and then they kept it close with us in the first half, and then we ran away, although that was kind of a fluke, right, that pick six or whatever. Michigan felt like they should have been up more at that point. But, look, James Franklin recruits well. He's got a good program there. He's got a lot of buy-in from those players in that community. They're always dangerous, and, we have to go there this year, which is always a very tough place to play. So, you can never sleep on any opponent, but it'll be really, really interesting to see how that shakes out. The Wisconsin, Ohio State, Penn State dynamic and what those teams are going to look like at the end of November will be really, really fun to watch throughout the season.
And we'll talk about this with John in a little bit, but if you've been locked in on the podcast In the Trenches, John has picked Illinois to win the Big Ten
He's
West.
an Illinois fan. His wife went there, right?
True.
I mean, that's
I understand. No, I know, but I do think he could say they'd finish second or third and go a little bit higher than expectation. He's going all the way, and you talk about the West, right? Who knows? When it was 16 for the Big Ten next year, they were saying no divisions. I assume that'll still be the case with 18, but who knows? There's a lot to work out between now and next year when Washington and Oregon join the fold, along with USC and UCLA. Yep. But for some of those programs in the West, right, Purdue took advantage of it last year.
Right.
But realistically, some of these teams in the West, this might be their last true chance to play in the Big Ten championship game, which is a big deal for some of those. It was a big deal for Purdue last year. Illinois opens night game at home against the reigning MAC champs, Toledo.
That's right.
They got
the
a
Rockets.
lot coming back. I'm fascinated by that game.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, let's not forget Illinois almost knocked us off last year, right? That is a good team. Brett Bielema is a good coach. He's got an identity to his program. Those guys play tough, play hard, and the West is wide open. I mean, I remember sitting here every pregame show last year. We were, it was a coin flip. Who's going to win the West, right? It seemed like every week something happened that was shifting the dynamic of who was going to be on top. Purdue takes advantage of it last year. We'll see what will happen this year because if they keep the conferences that way and just add the West Coast teams into the West, to your point, it might be some of these programs' last chance to get to the Big Ten title.
I will miss the West Division conversations after this year. It'll be best for the Big Ten or the Big 18, but I do think I'll miss those. That's a look at the rest of the Big Ten. When we come back, we'll have a great conversation with a young man who will make his Michigan debut after a couple of tremendous seasons at Coastal Carolina, Josiah Stewart. First, our every 10-minute check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and ECU coming up, the season opener. Wolverines with 3 non-conference games where they will not have head coach Jim Harbaugh on the sideline due to the Michigan self-imposed suspension. So it'll be Jesse Minter leading the charge, and one of the new puzzle pieces he gets to utilize on that defensive side is Josiah Stewart. We'll catch up with him when we come back on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
This season, we are introducing Sharifa Halal Beef Franks to Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. Sharifa Halal Beef Franks will be available as a concession option at the Big House kicking off this season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Michigan football fans have been waiting for this day since the first day of 2023. It's the season opener for the Wolverines at the Big House. I can't wait to kick it off. And I know Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan feels the same way. He'll join us every weekend on the Tailgate Show starting today. Welcome back, Andy.
Hi, Brian. Thank you. And what a great day to kick off our season. And this season should be and will be a huge season for our Wolverines.
Love the optimism, Andy. And speaking of huge, that word definitely describes the role Blue Cross plays for its 5.2 million members when it comes to quality, affordable health insurance coverage. But another key component is the role Blue Cross plays in partnership with hospitals and physicians.
That's right. It's one that we take great pride in. Blue Cross working hands-on with doctors and hospitals to make it easier to provide the high-quality care that you just mentioned. Through the deep relationships we've built over the past quarter century and even before that, we are delivering solutions now that bring better care for seniors and chronically ill members, and we're helping providers spend more time with their patients and become more successful in delivering value-based care.
And Andy, is it true that Blue Cross has its own clinical team of doctors who are out there listening to and gathering input from physicians?
That is true, and it's all about making improvements, navigating challenges, and getting to a future where healthcare works better for everybody. As we pursue that outcome, we're growing our clinical team and broadening perspectives around eliminating health disparities, increasing quality and affordability, and improving the patient experience.
As you were telling me, Andy, those Blue Cross clinical leaders have been or continue to be practicing physicians. They bring experience from working in hospital ERs, operating rooms, and clinics.
They do, and that's very important perspective to have. These doctors know what it's like to deliver patient care. They also know what practitioners are dealing with and what works for them because they live it themselves. Their insights help bring Blue Cross and providers closer together to create the best clinical decisions.
Andy, that collaboration has led to programs like Blue Cross Personalized Medicine, which helps physicians tailor their patients' medication regimen around their specific needs. Michigan fans can find out more by going to valuepartnerships.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with one of the many new Wolverines, transfer Josiah Stewart from the Michigan defense. First off, tell fans the process of coming to Michigan. How did some of the early conversations go, and why ultimately did you choose the Wolverines?
I mean, it's great here. You know, just the environment, you know, we have here, the camaraderie with the team. They're welcoming. You know, they were helping me from day one, you know, on where to go, on where to be, and, you know, how to elevate my game, even from day one. But the choice of coming here was obviously, you know, the depth at edge. You know, they lost a couple guys, and I felt like, you know, I could come in and make an impact. And just the way that they developed those edge rushers, you know, I could feel like I could elevate my game here to a whole nother level, and just playing at this high level. And if I can exceed, then, you know, the sky's the limit for me.
Yeah. How did the recruiting process, maybe your priorities, what was most important to you, change in your recruiting process out of high school versus this process coming to Michigan?
My recruiting out of high school is kind of weird and hectic, kind of all over the place. But, you know, just coming out of high school, you know, a low recruited guy, I'm just trying to go somewhere where I can play, you know, long term. But now it was more of where can I develop and, you know, get to the NFL, you know, with proper development, proper coaching, and having fun while doing it, which is most important. I see Michigan has a lot of fun when they play football, so that's what I was big into.
a lot of times when someone doesn't have the prototypical size for a position, people ask, well, how does that deter you or make things difficult? For you, how does your size maybe make things easier for you or more dynamic or more unique? How do you take advantage of the size that you do have?
Well, for instance, obviously there's not a lot of 6'1" edge rushers out there. So when a tackle comes on to play Michigan on week 7, it's a different ball game. It's different speed. It's different pad level that they have to play with and to adjust to. They have to get lower. They have to be quicker on their feet. They have to move their feet. But just playing with that natural leverage, is really helpful. I don't have to get as low as some other guys. I'm already naturally low, so when I get even lower, it's even harder to block me. So just using every single advantage I have, which is my speed, my length, and my size.
Who else has stood out to you in that edge rushing group? Who have you maybe leaned into or grown the most with since you've arrived in Ann Arbor?
All of them really. We all get together real close. But Jalen is a guy that I look up to. Definitely, he does everything right. He knows how to cover. He knows how to pass rush. He can play the run real well. So he's definitely a guy that I idolize in that room, trying to be, get that trust to be able to do everything on the field.
A storyline among the fan base during fall camp and leading up to the season was all that talent on the offensive line. So many returning players, some guys who have transferred in who had great careers. How have you experienced that offensive line? Just how good is that group?
They're great. It's hard going up against them every day, but they get us so much better. At first week of camp, I would say defense was probably whooping them a little bit, but over the course, they were adjusting, and that what makes them such a good O-line is that they can adjust, their game and their techniques, to certain rushes or certain run schemes. But the way they adjust, it what makes them so great in their depth. They have Miles and LD, different types of tackles, and then you have Carson and Trente, and it's like different sets they give you for certain rushes, so you can really, dissect your pass rush on a whole different level, going against those Joe Moores.
You'll go through the Lloyd Carr Tunnel. You will walk in and see 110,000 people. Have you allowed your mind to think about what that might be, and what will it mean to you to get a chance to do that?
Not yet. I'm not trying to overthink it. I'm not trying to be overwhelmed by it. Obviously never played in an environment like that, but I'm really excited. I can't wait till that first third down and the crowd's going crazy. But I try not to overthink it right now, because if I do, my mind's going to start racing. I might get too nervous, so I just got to go out there and play my game.
Well said. Josiah, appreciate it. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Going to be interesting to monitor what Josiah Stewart can do for the Wolverines defense this season. Potential dynamic addition. Time for the tailgate tip, brought to you by Meijer. Smart tailgating is all about the prep work. Do as much as you can in advance, like shaping burger patties and preparing toppings. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. We'll have John Jansen join the broadcast here momentarily. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
John Jansen's chomping at the bit. He did his tunnel run. He's ready to roll. We'll talk to him next as the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show continues after this. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at BuddiesPizza.com.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available throughout Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
Just excited to see what they're able to do now in front of 100,000 people.
Well, Coach, we're excited to see what you do in front of 100,000 people. Not to put any pressure on you.
I like that. I like that.
Best of luck out there.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
The confidence-boosting John Jansen joins us.
A lot of pressure. Got to see what the first experience, the Jesse Minter, Kurt Campbell experience is going to be. That'll be today, and I can't wait to see this team take the field.
I think he's excited, Jack.
Fired up.
I know.
Let's roll.
I'm sure everyone listening is very shocked and surprised at the excitement of opening day. Happy New Year to everyone.
Hey, you got the Maze Out memo. Tony Butler got the Maze Out memo.
Yeah.
I got the Maze Out memo.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, what are you wearing, bud?
I fell a little short. Well, the truth is that the maize polo I wanted to wear is a little snug this season, so we went with the white instead.
Yeah, we had ourselves a good time this offseason, did we? Off-season training program. You did not get a chance to see Ben
Came into camp a little heavy.
Coach wanted him to get the weight up a little bit.
Thought he was going to get the call. Hey, we need you.
So he decided to try to hide it with a white polo.
Right, yeah.
All right, this is fun. Can I get off here?
It's vertical stripes that make you look slender, not the horizontal ones.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Good to be back. Excited for the season.
No, for sure. Yeah. Well, hey, after a year.
NIL from Michelin. Coming next.
Sponsored by Pizza Hut.
Yeah. Welcome in.
We're back.
Boy, how the heck do I transition from that? So, sports, John. The approach, the mood around the building. You've been there since last December the 31st. It did feel like a different offseason in the fact that guys didn't really leave. They were all around, and we've heard it. We talked about it off the top. It felt like a continuation of last year.
Well, and it's kind of hard. There's so many different layers to this team and to this offseason, and you think about all the guys that decided to come back, and we heard the message. It was unfinished business. It's winning Big Ten championships. That's great. It's beating Ohio State. That's part of the deal now. But it's getting to the college football playoffs, winning a game, winning a national championship. And this team is as talented from top to bottom as we've probably had in a couple of decades. And it's experienced. But here's I think really the difference maker for this team. When you're at practice and you see them play, there are times where when coach says, hey, we're going to go, we're full go. These guys are all in. Yeah. And if it's thud, they understand the tempo of practice. And, hey, we want to make sure that we stay off the quarterback. Jalen Harrell, Derek Moore, they've got a free run at the quarterback. They're not even tapping them. They understand, and we've heard it from Jesse Minter. We've heard it from Jim Harbaugh. They're all feel the same way. They're guardians of victory, and it's how they practice and the experience that they have, understanding they can get a lot of work done but not have to, risk injury. So I think it's really going to be interesting how this these first 3 games go, I believe it's going to be treated like preseason games.
Yeah.
We're going to see some guys. We're not going to see some guys. But they're going to make sure come Rutgers in the Big Ten season, everybody's ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's great culture, and we talked about this a little earlier, Brian. I mean, I think it's a mature group, right? You get that sense, and John, you're talking about the way they practice. When it's go time, they're ready to go. They're fired up about that. That points to, fostering a culture and a camaraderie around a team that guys, they want to be here. They like football. They're in it together trying to win this thing. And, if there's a silver lining to a disappointing TCU loss last year, it's that unfinished business mindset. You got all these guys back, and they have something to prove that they felt they should have been better, should have accomplished more last year. You got another year of offseason training under your belt. You bring in some really talented recruits to supplement what you have from a starting perspective. And all signs point to what could be a really, really special year.
A new element this season is the Big Ten mandating availability reports to come out no later than 2 hours before kickoff. Michigan's is out, and the players ruled out: Amorion Walker, Tavi Dunlop, Jimmy Rolder, German Green, Logan Forbes, and Peyton O'Leary. The interesting thing here, guys, is some of the questionables. Darius Clemens, Will Johnson, Cornelius Johnson, Makari Page, Tyler Morris, Rod Moore, Cole Cabana, Danny Hughes, and Matt Hibner. Now, I don't know how much this really helps us, right, to know that they're questionable, but it is something to note for some names that, they're going to be leaned on for a lot this season for Michigan.
Yeah, and again, I just mentioned it. It's the preseason, right? And yes, all 3 of these games matter. And for Michigan, they obviously would matter much more if they did not come out with a victory. So they're going to come out, they're focused. I just talked about the experience that this team has, the professionalism that they approach practice with today or with this year. They're also going to do that in the games, no matter who is out there. And we've said this. I know, Jack, that you live this. Brian, you've heard me say it a number of times. The expectation is for the position.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter who steps in. You've got to play the same way as that guy did before you, whether it was, hey, he's just out for today, or it was the guy that played that position last year, 10 years ago, 2 decades ago. The expectation is for that position.
And the momentum that they have going right now after 2 really successful seasons, good recruiting classes, like the opportunity for some of these guys to come in and prove themselves, that's what you want to have. And this is a preseason type feel the first couple weeks here. So some of those guys that are questionable starters that you're going to get a lot out of as the season goes on, what an opportunity for some young guys competing for time to go out there, show their worth. It just, you get the sense that there's so much inertia and good stuff going on right now. I think we're going to see a few names by the time these first 3 weeks are done that we aren't anticipating right now that they're going to be real players as the season goes on. We get into November.
Only pregame show that you're going to hear big words like inertia. I mean, we are digging deep. I guarantee you, across America today, there is not going to be another football pregame show with the vocabulary that we have here.
You just said brig.
I said what?
You said, instead of big, you said brig. I don't think you should be bragging about your vocabulary. Inertia has 7 letters. Let's make fun of Jack.
Segment one together. We're already picking on each other.
Michelin, man. Let's go.
We need to get traffic and weather. Please, traffic and weather now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will go in the trenches when we come back. Michigan and ECU less than 2 hours away. You're locked to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, and this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Dude, it's in the name. Wag and wash. Bro, I get it. We start with the wash, and then we wag. Dude, you can't start with the wash. All those sweet toys are gonna go outside and get dirty. You wag first with the food and treats, then you wash.
Who are you, the wag and wash police? Dogs get dirty more than once, you know? You just come back. Full service grooming, walk-in self-wash, bingo bango, we wash and wag. Whatever order you do it, come down to the new Ann Arbor Wag and Wash during grand opening weekend starting September 1st and enter to win 4 tickets to see Michigan take on Purdue November 4th.
Greg Harden was at the University of Michigan for 32 years, where he changed lives and built champions. That's why 7-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady, Heisman Trophy winner Desmond Howard, and 23-time Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps have come to him for advice and direction. Greg's new book, Stay Sane in an Insane World, How to Control the Controllables and Thrive, will train and teach you the same lessons he taught them. Stay Sane in an Insane World is on sale now wherever books are sold. Go Blue!
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
And indeed, In the Trenches, presented by Meyer. It is one of the many podcast offerings we have on MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. Every Tuesday, Defend the Block, all things Michigan basketball. Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, In the Trenches. And then Thursdays, the return of Conquering Heroes. Had a great conversation with John and Greg Harden on this week's episode. Several times this offseason, Jim Harbaugh has mentioned his desire to operate a 50-50 run-pass offense. And this week on the Wednesday edition of In the Trenches presented by Meyer, he discussed that a little bit with guard Trevor Keegan, starting off with a fun, for instance, question on that episode.
You line up at the 20-yard line. It's 80 yards to Cornelius, or it's 80 yards for Blake Corum out of the backfield. Which one is your choice?
80 yards Blake Corum, without a doubt.
Either one, as long as there's no yellow flags, right?
if it's a one and done, I'm totally okay with it.
But do you feel like that potential this year for the pass game as well as the run game is almost equal, that it's there, whereas in years before it's kind of been like, hey, we're running the ball, waiting for the pass game. Is this a year where you could this offense can hit the ground running in the pass game?
Yeah, I truly believe so, and I feel like that was a huge, point of emphasis this offseason is, we got to get our passing game going. Like, if we were to be able to do the run and pass, I mean, there's not going to be 8 people in the box like there were last year. I mean, they're going to have to respect the pass, respect the run, and when that happens, I mean, it's going to be really dangerous. So that's definitely a main point that we've hit on this offseason, and it's definitely coming to fruition.
So that's a question, John. 50-50. It was 61% run last year. That's going to be a significant change. Maybe throw out the full season, but against Big Ten opponents in the big matchups, can and will they, in your mind, get to around 50-50?
I do, and I think it's even if there's a shift to 55-45, like
sure.
That's going to be a huge shift for this offense and for these play callers and for this team. And when you think about what Trevor Keegan said there, it's, hey, we want to try and keep 8 out of the box. If offensive lineman, Jack, we agree. Like, we would love to run the ball.
Yeah.
Like, and there's risk involved when you're in pass protection, especially for offensive linemen. But when you're running the ball, you feel like you just have more control. What is awesome is being able to have those one and dones, like Keegan mentioned. The fact that I don't care how we get 50 yards. I don't care how we get 60, 70 yards. But those big chunk plays are great. And and this is where this offensive line, has gotten to in terms of their concepts and the way they understand the game. If we can be effective in the pass game, it's going to make what we do on the ground that much easier and that much more effective.
Yeah, I mean, we know running the ball, how established that is with that offensive line, with Donovan Edwards and Blake Corum. If I said this earlier, to me, opening up the passing game and being prolific with that this season, if we can do that, make the running game even better, and people have to fear J.J. getting the ball down the field, and then, like we talked about, John, what he can do with his feet as well, how dynamic this offense can be. I don't know how you stop them. If they can open up that passing game, it's going to complement the run, and it's going to create those big chunk explosive plays. That's what ends up winning games in college football.
It was a perfect first week for John with the podcast and the radio show. He got to talk to an offensive lineman and a captain, which those are the top two. It's kind of 1A, 1B. And the captain that John spoke with was from the defensive front in Chris Jenkins, whom dozens have raved about all offseason. Got Jim Harbaugh's Enthusiasm Unknown to Mankind award and helmet sticker there. Here's Jenkins on the opportunity and the next steps, as he told you on Monday's radio show.
What was it like when Coach came in and announced to the team that he went through the list of captains and you're one of them?
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. I'm not gonna lie. I got my name called up first, so that was the last thing I was expecting. I was kind of wide-eyed getting up there, but it's such an honor to, especially with the type of culture we have here, and to be recognized, by your peers, with such a high honor. It was. I just felt nothing but amazing. And
does that change anything, how you prepare, how you approach practice, how you approach your teammates?
It really just makes me want to take that next step, just making every day count and taking advantage of every single day. Especially that my teammates have given me this honor. There's definitely no way I could slip up now. So I got to make sure, every single day I just come in with the same energy and the same juice. So, we're all flowing.
Chris is a guy that has redefined himself as a leader on this team. Obviously, the team recognizes that, and they've made him a captain. He's also redefined himself, what he's done with his body, adding muscle, and just leaning things up. I'm really excited about what we're going to see from Chris this year, and the fact that he recognizes a lot of those things, and he recognizes, if you get a chance to listen to that interview, you really should, because he recognizes so many different things. And people ask all the time, well, why is JJ not a captain? He's the quarterback of the team. Well, he's not a junior yet. He's not in that.
He's not a
fourth,
senior yet.
Right? Yeah, he's not that fourth or fifth year guy, and it takes some time to get to where these guys are. There's lessons learned along the way, and when you hear Chris Jenkins talk now versus what you heard 2 years ago, it's a vast difference. Yeah. And I think that's a great example of why it needs to be fourth and fifth year guys.
It's a great point, John. I mean, to watch Chris Jenkins, he's one of those guys who I think just when you look at it from a small perspective, it seems like every game, every practice, he kept getting better and better, right? And then on a macro scale, the off seasons, the seasons as a whole, what he's done mentally and physically to be the player that he is now, it's been impressive to watch. Certainly deserving of a captain spot. And look, JJ is the de facto leader of this team. He's a quarterback. Sure. He's the star player, right? So you like the fact that you got a rough and tumble D tackle who's going to lead the defense, right? Some of these guys that have the experience and have earned that right to say that they're a captain, they got a lot of great leaders on this team.
So subscribe to In the Trenches, Go Blue podcast with John Jansen, rate, review, and we'll have a post-game edition up about 3 hours after the end of this one today, which kicks off at 12:06, Michigan and East Carolina. We'll talk about some storylines that Jim Harbaugh made from a revenue-sharing standpoint with the NCAA and some of these new big TV deals, or in today's case, streaming deals. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll talk about that Jim Harbaugh suggestion, and it was pretty firm from Monday's press conference, and also all the changes in college football, including a new one that was voted on and accepted yesterday with the ACC. Michigan, ECU coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course, or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
This is Michigan football.
We have to try to make it work. We have to try to make it better. And right now, the current status quo is unacceptable and won't survive. In my opinion, when we capitalize on the talent, we should pay the talent for their contributions to the bottom line.
That was Jim Harbaugh Monday at his media availability leading up to this one, talking about the NCAA model, the TV deals, and he was, I mean, he spent more than 10 minutes. His opening intro comments went about 6, and then he was asked several questions about it. John, Jack, I'll open it up to you guys. Just kind of thoughts on Coach Harbaugh bringing it up at this point, and kind of some of the thoughts, ideas, and potential next steps for what, I mean, we always knew this was going to be a conversation point, and Jim Harbaugh wants to expedite it a little bit.
Well, he did it back in 2020 with his open letter. It's not something that he's shied away from, is taking that conversation public. It's not something that can happen behind closed doors, because if it does, you know, and people ask Jim Harbaugh the question like, okay, well, what's the answer? Well, he didn't really have a lot of those. Right. But that's why we open it up for discussion, because Jack may have an answer, Brian, you may have a suggestion, and all of a sudden you start putting these suggestions together and you find a working system. And, you know, how long that takes, I don't know. I think we're eventually heading towards that. It's probably not going to happen until, you know, this new TV contract is up, which is another 10 years. But at least between now, if nothing else, it gives us some time to get it done.
Coach Harbaugh is unapologetically himself, right? And when he feels a certain way on an issue, he voices it. And I don't think timing of what else is going on, around him influences that much. So the debate could be made, is this the time to bring it up with everything going on as the season's going to get underway? You can debate that. But I do think Coach Harbaugh, and from the looks of it, this team are inspired by kind of playing against something, right? Having someone against them or something to kind of battle against versus just an opponent. I think they're going to bond over that. I think there'll be some chemistry and camaraderie that you'll see as a result of that. These players want to support Coach Harbaugh and the coaching staff, and so hopefully that brings them all together.
And if you're going to ruffle some feathers, when is there an actual good time to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, there's really not. And right now, at the start of the college football season, all eyes on college football, all discussion on college football, now's the time to do it. And, hey, if he's going to ruffle some feathers, quite honestly, they're ruffled already, so who cares?
Do it now.
So, I mean, you talk about all this conference movement, the big TV deals. Is this good for college football? Is this good for college athletics?
That's a hard one to answer because I think
how much time do we have?
If you ask Jack that question, you might get a different answer than you would get me. I mean, Doug Karsh, obviously from an older generation as well. If you ask him, he's going to give you a different answer than I'm going to get because of how we were raised. We talk about New Year's Day bowl games. Like, that discussion in of itself is a generational topic because the experience I had of January 1 means different than it does to those kids that are growing up now. So I think we're eventually getting to a point where we are going to have a revenue share for the talent, as Jim Harbaugh states it. But I don't know. I just don't know when that's going to be.
Can I just say also, Doug literally just walked in.
And I caught a stray.
Don't worry.
It wasn't a stray. It was directly at you.
There was no stray about that.
That's all right.
What did I do?
I've been getting beat up all morning.
You should have heard what he did to Jack in the first segment. Oh,
I didn't do it. He chose his own clothes. He chose his own clothes.
Okay, fair enough.
Nobody's
safe.
No, literally not.
It's game day. Let's go.
I will say the first age joke not being Tony Butler, that's an upset here. Hopefully it's the only one here today. So with all the movement, right, Washington and Oregon coming to the Big Ten along with USC and UCLA, Colorado flipping to the Big 12, started the process of the Pac-12 going away to now the Pac-2. And yesterday, ACC adding Stanford, Cal, and SMU. Personally, I love looking at the Atlantic Ocean from Berkeley. I'm sure it's wonderful. I mean,
it's so weird.
Yeah.
And that's really all you can say right now with USC, UCLA. Even though it's been a year that we've known that better than a year that we've known this is going to happen, it still seems weird that they're going to be a part of the Big Ten. That is the Big Ten footprint. Heck, I'm still trying to get used to Rutgers and Maryland.
Yeah.
And when I was watching college football growing up, again, this is why it's a generational thing. The Big Ten did actually used to have 10 teams in it. And now, we're going to 18, and it seems so weird and so foreign. But in another 10 years, is it just going to be the norm? And for those players that are then a part of the revenue share, it's just going to be a part of the norm. It's going to seem weird.
Yeah, I think weird is the right way to describe it. Even sad a little bit. I mean, I think part of what makes college football so special is the tradition, the pageantry of it, right? All the rivalries and the things that you come to know, as a kid watching it, John, you and I playing in it, and beyond as a fan, right? Those are the things that make college football so special. So you worry a little bit, is it going to lose that? Hopefully it doesn't, because if it does, then we're in for a whole new world here, which I think we are anyway. So it's a reality, right?
Well,
I mean, it's weird, it's sad, but it's the new norm.
But again, it's lost its charm somewhat for me because the Rose Bowl's not what it used to be. January 1st, not what it used to be. Now we have, the 4-game redshirt rule. We've got the NIL. We've got the transfer portal. We've got the immediate eligibility.
Yep.
Like it really is just going to be like you said, the new norm. But I don't know what the new norm in 5 years is going to be.
Well, all you can hope for is that Michigan continues to do what they've done to this point, which is staying ahead of it, being a benefactor of these changes and where this is all going.
It's just a shame, if the Big Ten ACC Challenge was still going, we would have had the classic USC-SMU matchup. That's really a shame. But we'll have to move on. And we will move on here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Jack Miller will rejoin us in pregame. John and I talk about what we've seen and what's to come in college football. But first, let's give you that traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and the Pirates of East Carolina coming up. Hey, the Recycle Bowl takes place September 23rd for Michigan's matchup against Rutgers. We're calling all Michigan fans to be sure to recycle your plastic, paper, and aluminum products while attending the game at the Big House. We hope to set a new world record on September 23rd. For more information, visit mgoblue.com/recyclebowl. We'll talk about the rest of college football when we return here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No.
First base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Champions Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student-athletes. Champions Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student-athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student-athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting blitzed. Down he goes.
The speed.
40, there he goes. Down the sideline.
Western College football.
Toward the end zone. Got it for 6 points.
You can unhitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the barn. Back in the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network. Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Significant that we have two guys that we feel confident playing in a game. This is something that's a little uncharted territory for me, but you just go on what you see every day in practice. And I think that Kyle's consistency the last couple of weeks has allowed him to be the starter. He deserves that. But I also think Devin deserves to play in the game as well. So how much, all that's still to be determined, but we've at least come up with that conclusion here.
That was Ryan Day this week talking about his quarterback decision, or really lack thereof, firmly, right, John? It's curious that Kyle McCord and Devin Brown will both play today. McCord will start. Just your thoughts on that. And hey, it is a Big Ten game. I know it's at Indiana. It's low on the pecking order in terms of difficulty. But still, it is a Big Ten game on the road, and it'll be fascinating to watch how they handle everything.
It will be, and obviously when you live in a glass house, who are we to throw stones when you have a quarterback start game one and you have another one start game two, and then you're going to decide, like, okay, I'm just glad that he's using the Michigan method to figure out who is going to be the starting quarterback at the trademark Ohio State.
Important. Thank you for not getting us
I just don't want us to get in trouble. Anyway, but when you think about, we haven't even heard from James Franklin. We know that Drew Allar is going to be their starting quarterback, but he hasn't announced it. So it's one of those things where, when you don't have a returning starting quarterback, you lose one who's the second pick in the draft, and you're not willing to name one or anoint one as the starter, everybody's going to think, oh, well, they're taking a step back. No, Kyle McCord was a 4-star kid. We wanted him here. He chose Ohio State. And now it's our job to go out there and find a way to beat him. And it's the same thing at Penn State. It's going to be the same thing across college football. These teams are going to have very good players to step in there. Ryan Day, we could say whatever, and people can throw shots, whoever they want, about them as a head coach. But as a quarterback guru, as a guy that can develop quarterbacks, I don't think that you can include Ryan Day or take any shots at him in regards to that.
Totally. 2 games already involving Big Ten teams. Thursday night, Nebraska. They were up 10-3 in the fourth quarter, end up losing at the buzzer on a 47-yard field goal, 13-10 at Minnesota. Then last night, Michigan State kind of slogged through the first half, ended up cruising past Central Michigan 31-7 with a strong second half. Takeaways from those 2 games.
Well, in Nebraska, Minnesota, you try and learn something about these teams, and there's what you could say was, well, maybe it wasn't a great offensive, performance. Maybe it was a really good defensive performance. Sure. And so we just don't really know until now. We know what we saw in that game. What happens in week 2, week 3? Because we obviously have to play both of those teams. And then in regards to Michigan State, they were a team where we didn't know who their starting quarterback was going to be until they took the field, basically. And then Noah Kim is named the starter. And it took him a little time to find a rhythm. In the second half, I think you saw the rhythm that Mel Tucker was hoping to have earlier in the game. You also saw receivers actually catch the ball. And, he could have had a much better first half if, there weren't some drops or some penalties. And they made some they did some bonehead Michigan State things. So it's just teams being who they are. And now you're going to see, okay, how do they improve in terms of discipline? How do they improve in terms of execution from week 1 to week 2?
At noon, alongside our game, it'll be the Hawkeyes' debut for Cade McNamara and Eric All, Iowa hosting Utah State. Your expectations for what Iowa can become with a Cade McNamara, who in a story this week by Fox Sports said that he was as happy and as kind of relieved as he's been as a college player.
Well, extremely happy for Cade McNamara. Great kid.
Yep, totally.
Eric All, same thing for him. So we wish them the best of luck, and hopefully we get a chance to meet each other in Indianapolis. I think this offense for Iowa, it's going to be much more efficient and effective than it was in the past couple of years because Cade is a good decision maker. We talked about it a number of times while he was here. There's nobody better at making decisions against the blitz. There's nobody better at identifying and not being surprised on the field. I think the only time in that 2021 season that he was surprised was an actual blitz by Iowa in the Big Ten championship game. And so you're looking at it going, I think Iowa takes a step forward offensively. Defensively, they lost some key components.
Sure.
Obviously, Jack Campbell is now starting or going to be starting for the Detroit Lions. So what are they going to be? Is this going to be a case of, hey, offense takes a major step forward, defense takes a step back? It'll be interesting to see.
Otherwise, of interest, Penn State, West Virginia at 7:30. Illinois against the reigning MAC champs Toledo. John, we were talking about earlier, that's your pick in the West. And nationally, the two games that you've circled, alongside our game at noon, Colorado at TCU. Then Sunday night, it is in Orlando, 5th-ranked LSU and number 8 Florida State, which, to me, Georgia's the team to knock off, obviously. And then Tier 2 of national contenders, Michigan is obviously, I think, leading that. You've got Bama, Ohio State, and I think the winner of that game will join that second tier.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting day. You mentioned a team that there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on Colorado.
Yeah.
They're playing TCU. Obviously, those in Ann Arbor are looking at TCU because that's who we lost to. It was our only loss last year. And then, the Dion experience. What is it going to be with 9 returning players, scholarship players from last year's team? 50 of the players have been added since spring ball ended. And so, we just have no idea.
He ain't hard to find.
He is not hard to find. And a former teammate of mine, I've got a ton of respect for him as a player and now as a coach. He was a student of the game. I think he'll eventually get it turned around. I don't even know what that looks like this year in turnaround for a team that was 1-11. Is that 3 wins? Is it 4 wins? That could be the big turnaround. And then next year maybe they take that step to 7 or 8. Who knows?
Well, we got Doug Karsh. He'll hop on here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show in a moment. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is time to visit this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. Of course, Michigan hasn't played many games on September the 2nd. The start of the schedule over Labor Day weekend, fairly recent evolution, but Michigan did kick off an 11-0 start to that 2006 season on this day 17 years ago. Here at the Big House, they took care of Vanderbilt 27-7, and current Wolverine assistant Mike Hart rumbled for 146 yards on the ground. Chad Henne, a couple of touchdown passes as Michigan started an 11-game win streak. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's has been an award-winning Michigan tradition since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to experience the original Detroit-style pizza. Doug and John preview the matchup next. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Miller Lite is tried and true and bleeds blue just like Ann Arbor crowds on football Saturdays. When you're in the mood for a light beer, you don't want to beer that's light on taste, right? So crack open that Miller Lite on game day, and with just 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12-ounce serving, Miller Lite has more of the flavor you want and less of the stuff you don't. Light beer with the flavor you love tastes like Miller time, the perfect pairing for that game day spread. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Friday, October 27th, TVs and Practical Jokers are up to their usual tricks.
If you're not here, you are missing out.
It's the Tenderloins at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Sal, James, and Brian for 2 shows and twice the laughs. 7 and 10 p.m. Tickets start at $59. On sale now at the box office and etix.com. Don't miss the Drive Tour with the Tenderloins, October 27th. Party hard, laugh louder. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Michigan fans, tailgate without the hassle this season through Revel XP's full-service tailgating packages. Let us go to work so you can go blue. Turnkey package options for all group sizes are now available. Reserve your premium space for home and away games by visiting RevelXP.com or call us at 734-680-5170. Go blue.
Wolverine Nation doesn't back down from a challenge. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material at a college football game. This season, they've issued us a challenge, and we've accepted. On September 23rd, during home games at the Big House and Neyland Stadium, we'll see who can recycle the most and set a new world record. During our game against Rutgers, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycling bins. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, we help the planet win.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch.
Michigan and ECU coming up here at the Big House. Kickoff at 12:06 as the Wolverines look to get off to a 1-0 start. It'll be Jesse Minter to kick things off as the acting head coach for the Wolverines here in this one. Well, we welcome in the voice of Michigan football. How was the offseason, Doug Karsch?
It was great. It was great. Basking in the glow of back-to-back Big Ten championships.
Sure.
Yeah.
Win over Columbus. We want to revisit that. We could talk about that.
Sure.
Win over Columbus. It
Yeah.
kind of felt like a win over the whole city.
I mean,
It felt like a win over the whole state.
Donovan
We
ran
do own that
around
state.
Columbus.
Donovan did. There's a great. Actually, my son was on the field, and Donovan ran right past him. He happened to have his phone rolling, and he turned around to the stands. And immediately people started heading for the exits. It was it was like watching ants colonize or something. Like they were.
No hand gestures?
They were all on their way. I'm not going to go into any of that. I'll just say that
Not from your son, obviously.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
it was
come
a
on.
With a different finger.
Yeah.
But there was,
Yes.
they were all making their way to the exits, the tunnels, after the second Donovan Edwards touchdown run. But you know what? My favorite part of today, the last time we were here, Blake Corum left the field on crutches, and we thought that was it. We thought, good chance he's going to the league. We knew the injury wasn't a minor one, but Blake Corum went through rehab, made a decision, and decided to come back. And he came back for a reason, and we get to watch him again, and we get to call the action again. And he will always be one of my all-time favorites. I've told the story a bunch, but I'll tell it again real quick. My sister was battling cancer. Blake, I was in the locker room after a game. He recorded an inspirational message for her, and she loved it. She got her Corum jersey. She got her Corum bobblehead and helped out with his NIL income and got her stuff. But Blake, 2 weeks later, I'm walking through the locker room. He says, "Hey, Doug, how's your sister doing?" And I'm like, wow, okay, thank you. That's pretty genuine that, A, you remember that. And then he said, tell her I was praying for her in chapel. And I'm like, wow. So he'll always be one of my favorites. You know who else did it, though? Was Cade McNamara, who will always be one of my favorites. So, but Blake being back here today, not only that, he's a great football player.
Yeah. Well, Blake made that decision. Zach, Trevor Keegan, there's a list of guys, 6 or 7 guys that made that decision, and it was, their mantra is that unfinished business.
Yep.
And that march to the unfinished business starts today, and it's exciting. Well, and you're looking at ECU, and everybody thinks, oh, you should just roll through this. And I love the new availability report, because we don't have to sit here with binoculars trying to figure out if guys are, dressed in.
That was a big part of the pregame routine.
It was.
Yeah.
And when I got that, I totally had forgotten. And I'm like, well, I don't have to sit here and look through binoculars trying to figure out who's up or not. But we're going to get a chance to see not only some of the guys that will be the fresh faces this year and impact players, but we'll probably get a chance to see some impact players in the coming years as well.
So along those lines then, and Doug, I'll start with you. Michigan comes in about a 5-touchdown favorite in this one. John talks about all the time, you can't get an A in a game like this when you're facing a team that you are expected to beat that handily. But what are the things, the potential players, storylines, things that can carry over from this game and really the first 3 non-conference that can be tangible impacts come Big Ten play?
I got to develop a second corner, whoever that might be. There's probably some depth questions. There's a couple positions on defense like safety that need to get addressed. Offensively, it's probably finding a third wide receiver, right? We know that Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson are back and both have big play capabilities. And you look for them. Do you remember Marquise Walker's senior year? Mm-hmm. He took that huge jump where he went from being the guy next to the guy to suddenly being unstoppable. And so you kind of watch Roman Wilson and Cornelius Johnson matriculate through the program, and now they're seniors. And can one of them or both of them make that huge jump forward? But finding that third receiver is a big part of it. And then, it's getting guys opportunities, getting depth guys opportunities. And, today we all, many of us lived through the Appalachian State thing. So you never forget. You never, ever forget. But on games like today, you hope that you can open up a big lead and get some guys in the game. But you've got to take care of business. I think today is the first sign of whether or not this team understands the assignment.
And John, we could talk till the cows come home about how deep this roster is, but the last time we were here, it was a walk-on and Isaiah Gash saving the game with a catch on 4th down. So stuff can happen. What are you going to keep your eye on?
Well, and not only that, but it was a guy that had dropped one just moments before. Yep. And so it's those moments that you're looking for. And I think, Doug mentioned that third wide receiver. There's a trio of freshmen that are going to get a lot of run this year, and they're going to get some big opportunities. So I'm going to look to see, is it one, is it two, is it all 3 of those guys that can step up and be an effective part of this offense? We talk about opening up. We know what Cornelius Johnson can do. We know what Roman Wilson can do. And, heck, we know what Donovan can do coming out of the backfield in the pass game. But how do you diversify that group on the outside in regards to who's your over-the-middle threat? Who's the guy that when you got to have that 50-50 ball that you just know you're going to, that can go up and get it? That's kind of what we're looking for starting today.
It'll be fun to watch. Doug, looking forward to the call. We'll talk to you at the top of the hour. And you also got the assignment with the Maze. Well done.
I did, yes. It's kind of an old one, but gets the job done.
Yeah, oldie but goodie. Yeah,
all good. I was giving John a moment to not make an old joke. Congratulations, John. Well done. Well done.
I know.
What self-discipline he showed.
There was the set, and John did not spike it. We're moving on, folks. We're rolling. There's Doug Karsch. John will get his keys to the game as we talk about what the Wolverines need to do to take care of business when we come back. First, though, our final check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and ECU coming up. Kickoff at 12:06 from the Big House. We'll get John's keys to the game for offense, defense, and special teams. When we come back, this is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as you're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to a seasoned workforce of manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexities and compress timing, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
There is more sports action on campus this weekend in Ann Arbor as Michigan women's soccer hosts Cincinnati on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Plus, it's Barbie Day, so be sure to wear pink. Tickets are available for as low as $6, so head to mgoblue.com/tickets now to get yours. Michigan women's soccer welcoming in Cincinnati on Sunday afternoon at 1 at the Michigan Soccer Stadium. Secure your tickets at mgoblue.com/tickets.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Let's get to the John Jansen keys to the game, and I got to tell you, I love that your keys to the game are written down on the back of a paper plate. And I think from here on out, we will have a sponsorship opportunity with the John Jansen back of a paper plate keys to the game. And let's start with the Michigan offense.
I hate doing dishes, so paper plates are big in my house.
I don't see the plate, John. Have you lost that much weight?
No, the plate was used for a lot of bacon this morning. This is actually a true story. I had written down my keys on the back of a paper plate, and then I inadvertently used that paper plate for a bagel, cream cheese, sausage, and a boatload of bacon, and it seeped through.
But that would insinuate that there were leftovers on the plate, which is not how it works.
No,
it would still be clean if you. Like, what are we doing?
But I don't use, like, people will take the bacon and put it on paper towel so it just kind of soaks up the grease. I use that. It's just for me.
I mean,
so
game-used memorabilia is a big thing, John. Like
I know. Well, I could sign. You know what? I could find it. I'm sure.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
No.
Anyway, yes, I would like to think that this is maybe progress, that I have gone past using a paper plate, or no.
No
progress.
No, actually, I'm disappointed. Yeah, it's a shame. But we have to get your keys anyways as we find out how the Wolverines will take care of business today, brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. John, let's start with the Michigan offense.
So for offense, I want Kurt Campbell to go out there as the offensive coordinator today and be himself. He doesn't have to be Jim Harbaugh. He doesn't have to try and think, what would Jim do here? What would Jerome Moore do here? I want Kirk to go out there and be himself. I've got a lot of faith in him from what he has learned over his career as a play caller at ODU. Very effective in terms of how he put together his game plan. So I'm excited to see, and I just want him to be himself. Number two, I want JJ to find that game rhythm, and it's communication with the offensive line. It's communication with his wide receivers, identifying defenses and coverages, and ultimately making good decisions. When you could do it at a practice, that's obviously the first step. We saw him do it a little bit last year, but there's so much room for improvement that I just want to see, hey, that read option. When do I hand it off? When do I keep it? And, the decisions of when to go down, when to try and extend the play, when to throw it deep, when to hit the guy over there, and when to throw it away. Like, all of those things I want to see from JJ today. And then number three, take advantage of field position. There's going to be opportunities, and it may be very limited because this is a team that doesn't turn the ball over much, and that's ECU. take advantage of those sudden change opportunities. And by that I mean, hey, if you get the ball on the 50-yard line because of a nice punt return or a turnover, take that shot deep. Take advantage of that momentum of the moment and see what you can make of it.
How about defensively for a Michigan team that, man, there's a lot of really good players back?
Well, we talked to Jesse Minter earlier in the week, and he said one of their pillars is that they need to force more turnovers, especially in the fumble category. They need to pry the ball out more. Well, this is a team last year that only had 7 turnovers. Now, there's personnel that's different, but this coaching staff, they preach a disciplined football team and disciplined game. So create some turnovers. Jesse Minter also talked about creating pressure with less. If you're able to create pressure with 4 rushers, even 3 at times, can you imagine the difficulty with the talent that's in the back end of trying to find somebody open with 7 or 8 guys in coverage? Like, that would be impossible. But you can only do that if you could still put pressure on with only 3 or 4. So I want to see them do that today and then dominate on first down. I probably should have said this first. If they're good on first down, it leads to being able to put pressure on with 3 or 4. It's going to lead to creating turnovers. So be really good on first down. Create those second and long opportunities for your defense.
Michigan special teams, such an asset last year. A lot to return with the specialist, or a lot to replace with the specialists. What do you see as a key for Michigan special teams?
I want to get back to basics and take some baby steps before we grow. And you're going to see a lot of young players. And you mentioned it, no Jake Moody, no Brad Robbins, big shoes to fill. Those guys, again, it's just like Jesse Minter. You don't have to be those guys. Be yourself. Go out there and just be confident what you can do. You're going to see a lot of young guys get exposed to their first time on the field in the big house. Just be disciplined. Punt return, I would love to see them gain a first down on punt return, just to have something for everybody to look at and say, well, this is something we can quantify. Get a first down every single time that there's a punt return, and then it's operation. All right, it's on the punt, snap, kick, good blocking. On the field goals and extra points, snap, hold, kick. Just a good operation is what we need to have.
Those are John's keys to the game. Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. Understand each client is unique and every situation is different. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. A little bit more than an hour away from Michigan and East Carolina to begin the season. Coming up on the pregame show, you'll hear from Cornelius Johnson and Jesse Minter. We'll have analysis from John Jansen, Jack Miller, Jason Avant back for another season on the Michigan sidelines. And we'll have kickoff at 12:06. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's okay to be stressed, but it's also okay to realize that sometimes what you think is just stress might be something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you whenever you're ready. With access to support for physical and mental health wherever and whenever you need it, even from the privacy of your own home. We're here for it all and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Right now, you can reduce your carbon footprint and join My Green Power at no additional cost to your monthly bill. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions and Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, We'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir! They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Max Duggan will take a snap and take a knee, and this one will end in a wild affair at the Fiesta Bowl. TCU beats Michigan 51-45.
That was probably one of the toughest moments in our career in our Michigan. Like, that was tough.
You just sit there and you just can't even think. You just sit there and watch and just think, all the things you should have done better. And it kills you inside.
I don't want to feel that again. That rage, that fire that I felt at that moment.
The only way to get that out of my head is like putting in the work in, to get back to that moment and capitalize and move forward from it. There's something that we did that didn't allow us to be able to win that game and get to the national championship. So now it's how do we come together as a team and be better?
I think that we're on the right path. We're on the right road to be able to accomplish that. When you have a bunch of dudes or, want the same common goal, everything's going to come together pretty well.
I think we got some real special brewing for this team.
All the work we put in this offseason, it's ready to pay off.
You stick with the process and you trust the process, you will be a champion.
It's now or never, and I think everybody knows that.
We can't just keep saying, this our year, this our year. This really got to be our year.
Those that stay will be champions, and we're going to prove that this year.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and chat with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan athletics. Now let's go live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
The long off season is over today here in Ann Arbor. The two-time defending Big Ten champion Michigan Wolverines break the seal on another season of college football as the quest for number 3 starts today. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh here at the Big House alongside the two-time captain, national champion, and 10-year pro, John Jansen. John, Michigan football's back.
It's a great day knowing that, hey, today is the first opportunity for us to see what this iteration of Michigan football is going to be. Team 144. We've got new captains. We've got a quarterback that is going to be back for his second year, and we should see some growth in this offense. Defensively, I'm really excited about what this team can be, and there's a chance, Doug, that this could be a real special year.
Strange backdrop to this game. The Wolverines without their leader, Jim Harbaugh, game 1 of a 3-game self-imposed suspension. Offensive coordinator Sharon Moore out for 1 game as well. Defensive coordinator Jesse Minter, head coach for a day, and the quarterback coach Kirk Campbell will serve as offensive coordinator. How does that impact today's game?
Well, I think we're going to look in, and we'll get a chance to see Kirk Campbell, who was the quarterback coach. He was an analyst last year. He's been in this system now going on 2 years. He's very familiar with this group of offensive players. Jesse Minter, I think he's looked at Kirk and said, hey, you handle the offense. I'm going to trust you. And when you start talking about head coaches, and he's going to be filling that role, and that's Jesse Minter, you've got to be able to trust those around you. It's the first chance for him to say, hey, Steve Klinkscale, I need you to step up. Mike Elston, all of the different coaches on defense as well as offense. Hey, if there's a decision that has to be made, let's talk about it. Let's come up with the best one, and it's time to delegate for him.
Typically with a new season comes new players or schemes, but this year, this Michigan team, it's a lot of the same as last year. There are a few new names to get used to, some new starters out of the portal. We expect to see those 3 freshman wide receivers today. John, what are you most looking forward to seeing for the first time?
I want to see Josiah Stewart take the field. Everybody's been talking about his size. I've seen him at practice. He's a guy that's effective. I want to see how effective he can be in a step up of competition that he had from last year. Josh Wallace, 5-year starter at UMass. Nobody in college football has played more snaps, has much experience. He's a guy that's come in as a captain. And when you think about whether it's Jack Tuttle, A.J. Barner, Josh Wallace that I just mentioned, other guys that were in a transfer, when you can get the guys that were captains at other programs to come in and infuse that leadership to what's already here, more is always a good thing.
So happy to see Blake Corum, number 2, back. Last time we saw him here at the Big House, he was leaving on crutches. That Illinois game, we thought perhaps the career in the winged helmet was over, but he went through rehab, made the decision to come back. Now, East Carolina coming off back-to-back bowl appearances, but they lost a lot of talent.
They lost a lot of experience, and I think I'm going to be really interested. Their quarterback, they're comparing him in terms of body size, in terms of skill set, to Josh Allen, and that's a Mason Garcia. I'm really excited to see him take the field. It's a revamped offensive line, but the one thing that for a Mike Houston coach team, they're going to be disciplined, and that's pre-snap penalties, it's turnovers. That's going to be a challenge for Michigan to see, can they pry the ball out at some point today?
It's a glorious noon start today. 71 degrees, the sun is out, the clouds will roll in, but it's on its way up to 84. Coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines, Jack Miller in number 8, Jason Avant, and later, acting head coach Jesse Minter. It's number 2, Michigan and East Carolina coming up this afternoon right here from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's gonna go all the way.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain, and at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES, all in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at LexusofAnnArbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
Football is back in Ann Arbor. Welcome to our coverage of Michigan and East Carolina. Today's broadcast is presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever? Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Last season, some Wolverines admitted the loss to Georgia in the 2021 semifinals was eye-opening. It prompted a different approach to several things, including the handling of a CFP opportunity. They wouldn't be happy just to be there on that stage, and that was the case both before and unfortunately for Michigan after. Michigan could not rally past TCU in the 2022 semis, and the Wolverines found themselves in the same spot, watching a team celebrate, clinching a berth in the national championship game. As a result, several would-be pros decided to come back, including this man, Blake Corum.
It sticks with you, and it's like it haunts you. You know, you can't sleep at night, and so it's definitely upsetting. But you can, if you look through, the hurt and the anger and whatever you may be going through, you can see like the bright light, like something's going to come. You know what I'm saying? And if you can look through all the bad, the good is, a lot of our guys are back this year, and we have one more chance to do it.
And as we welcome John Jansen back in, John, why can this team be the team to do it for the first time since your 97 group?
Well, they've got more experience, more depth of experience in regards to the different positions. Really, everywhere you look, there are some guys that know nothing other than beating Ohio State, winning Big Ten championships, and going to the college football playoffs. If you're only in your third year, that's all you know. And for the guys that are in their fourth or fifth year, they remember that 2-4 season during the 2020 year. They remember the coming up short and losing to Ohio State. So there's motivation for those guys. And when you have that type of experience, and when you have guys that are willing to put their lifelong dream on hold of going to the NFL, they make that sacrifice coming back for their team. They're bound and determined to do something special this year.
Let's get into our scouting reports beginning on offense. As we discussed off the top, no Jim Harbaugh today. Also, no Sharon Moore serving a one-game suspension, part of the same NCAA deal. But Moore believes this Michigan team boasts the players and culture to handle this situation.
I think they're going to rally around it. They're really just excited to play, excited to get on the field. We knew, you watch the team as they go through training camp, how special the team could be. And you're starting to see it form. So I think if there was a team that can do it, it'd be this one.
Evolution of the culture, the delegation, obviously the talent increase, but to take advantage of all of that talent and the way they do systematically from 2020 to now, pretty remarkable, and this is a unique way to show that.
Well, it is, and when you look at how this roster has been constructed, whether it's, hey, guys they recruited and they've developed, like a Greg Crippen in the center position, best I've ever seen him play. Now you also bring in a guy from Stanford, Drake Nugent, who's a guy that has a lot of experience, great competition. It's going to drive both of those guys to be better at their position. Same thing across the offensive line, and same thing at tight end. A.J. Barner coming in, Jack Tuttle coming in at quarterback. Like this roster has been very uniquely constructed with talent that's homegrown and developed, as well as, hey, picking and choosing those guys that have decided to enter the portal and want a chance at something special. You don't come to Michigan thinking, hey, I'd like to have a nice statistical season. You're coming to Michigan because you want to win a Big Ten championship, you want that ring, but you also want to slice a chance at that ultimate prize, and that's the national championship.
With no Sharon Moore, it'll be Kirk Campbell, Michigan's new quarterbacks coach, to call plays today. Quite a week for him. He and his wife Lauren welcomed in their second child, a baby girl, Kinsley, 6 days ago. Now a significant uptick in game day responsibilities, too. Here's Sharon Moore on Kirk Campbell.
Kurt's awesome. Kurt was with me all last year, side by side, so worked very close with Kurt. Thinks like me, would call plays like I would. Very excited about the plan. It's been laid out, detailed. Obviously, I've had my hand in it deeply, and very excited about how it's going to unfold on Saturday.
Kirk Campbell to call plays. Jim Harbaugh said multiple times this offseason the goal is to try to get to a 50-50 run pass split. We'll see what happens in this one. It's Michigan and ECU. We'll do our defensive scouting report next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes. You look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Make some summertime memories in the stylishly affordable Toyota Corolla or the exciting new Camry, America's best-selling car. Now through September 5th, you can get low 3.99 APR financing on a new 23 Camry or Corolla and 4.99 APR on the electrified Camry Hybrid or Corolla Hybrid. With approved credit through TFS, excludes Corolla Cross, and every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Season opener less than an hour away. Michigan welcoming East Carolina to the Big House. Kickoff at 12:06. It will be defensive coordinator Jesse Minter leading the Wolverines here today as the acting head coach, part of a four-man approach to Jim Harbaugh's three-game suspension. How has that affected the rest of the defensive staff for this one? Here's co-defensive coordinator and defensive backs coach Steve Clinkscale.
Jesse, from day one, has done a great job of delegating and giving us responsibilities, and we all still have pretty much the same responsibilities. We're all grinding and trying to give him a little peace of mind, that we're going to pull our weight. So everybody I feel is taking a really huge initiative to just work hard with their players and do what we do week in and week out. We continue to work together. Everybody's, doing the same thing, but we just want to give him a little reassurance that we got his back.
John, we've talked about the veteran nature of this team. Defensively, there's a little bit more youth and inexperience compared to the offense. Just your overall impressions of where the defense stands heading into this opener.
Well, there is a little bit more youth. There's not as many guys coming back that have the check in the start column, but there's a lot of guys that are coming back with great experience. We didn't see a lot of Kenneth Grant last year, but he got some really good experience. And then you think about the guys like Mason Graham, Chris Jenkins. Mason Graham in his second year was a starter as a freshman. You don't see that, and you talk to Mike Elston, the defensive line coach, and it's the growth that you've seen from these young players. And I'm really excited about the edge rush position because there is so much talent there, and I'm excited for the fans to be able to see it. I've seen it at practice. I couldn't be more excited about the pressure that we could put on opposing quarterbacks. They just don't know the names and numbers yet of who that's going to be, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
We don't know technically, officially, who the starting quarterback for ECU will be. Favorite is fourth-year sophomore Mason Garcia. He's a big dude, 6'5", 250 pounds. Other contender is a fifth year in Alex Flynn. The Pirates are replacing one of their top quarterbacks ever in Holton Ahlers. He made 50 career starts, also lost several key skill position guys, including running back Keaton Mitchell, who went from an undrafted free agent spot to the Ravens' 53-man roster. So what is the prep like for a team with so much unknown? Once again, here's Steve Clinkscale.
You try to find out, where their coaching tree comes from, and, we try to get a feel for that. You won't know, though, until the game starts. And every year, the first game, feel like you over-prepare, and you get some things, you get a lot of things that you didn't expect. So we try to focus on us, and we give our guys the keys, the alignment, the assignment, responsibilities.
Nailing every component of a scouting report when you're a 5-touchdown favorite isn't essential necessarily to the win-loss aspect, but impressions of this matchup and what Michigan's defense can learn from a lot of unknown going into this.
Well, when you start looking, and it's interesting that Steve Klinkskill will talk about the coaching tree, because their offensive line coach new this year comes from UCF. They've got their transfer center, Dustin Hall, came from UCF. So when you have some of that continuity of, hey, this is how we're going to make the calls up front. Dustin Hall understands what is expected of him from his O-line coach. And then you start looking around and you say, okay, it's not always about the opponent. Yeah, you want to know where, a guy's leaning. What does that mean when they line up in certain places, what that means. But it's more about execution. It's more about going out there and making sure that you fine-tune your technique, the expectations that they have for you. If you can do that, Michigan will come away, and they'll learn a lot about these individuals, and the individual players will learn about how they're working together and what this big picture looks like for this defense.
We'll get John back right before kickoff. Up next, wide receiver Cornelius Johnson is our guest. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
You already know Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan gives you access to the largest network of top doctors and hospitals. What you may not know is that with our 24-hour nurse line, online visits, whole health support, urgent care, and more, you can access the care you need whenever and wherever you need it, giving you the confidence in knowing that you're covered anytime, anywhere. We're here for it all, and always will be. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Is that intercepted? Holy cow, Jordan Lewis!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
America, it's time to gear up and get out there in a new Ford vehicle. And it all starts at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers during the Discover Summer Sales Event. Choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs equipped with the tech and comfort you need to discover your best summer ever. Right now, returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends September 4th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Discover Summer Sales Event. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
We're getting set for the season opener, Michigan and ECU at the Big House. And we're with one of the many leaders on this team, Cornelius Johnson. Cornelius, first off, just your enthusiasm level, your excitement. Are there butterflies? Are there difficulties sleeping the night before that first game of the season?
Yeah, that's just natural. I mean, always starting a new year with a clean slate, just trying to focus on, like you said, that sleep aspect, all those things that go into it, make sure that preparation is key.
How has the coaching staff switching, the suspension of Coach Harbaugh, affected you guys as players at all? And for you as someone who's been around, is there a little extra leadership guidance you have to try to throw out there at this point?
Yeah, this team needs a lot of leaders on our squad. Obviously, there's selected captains, but even trickling down from that, how do you lead each other in small ways? Everyone's got a different strategy with that. So whether it's, taking someone off to the side, giving them some tips after practice, just one-on-one, or talking in front of a whole group. There's different ways to lead, and it really starts, honestly, with leading yourself and making sure you're holding yourself accountable.
Yeah. From January 1st to this moment, where have you seen individually your game grow the most?
Just confidence and getting more experience, running routes and timing purposes. That's where I feel like I've grown a lot.
your relationship, your connection with J.J. McCarthy. It's his second full season starting. You guys have now known each other for several years. What are the expectations to kind of help boost that with that enhanced reps, relationship, etc.?
This is a good question. Like, our friendship's definitely grown over time, like throughout the year as it's coming into his second season, third season. And then as time goes on, like, our relationship's growing, and that's can correlate onto the field too.
We know about you. We know about Roman Wilson. Who are some of the young receivers who have stood out in your eyes during off-season work, fall camp, into game week?
A lot of the young receivers, like the 3 new freshmen we got in, Fred Moore, Samaj Morgan, Camelo English, the new incomers who haven't played at Michigan yet, seeing them come in and pick up the offense really well and being able to run all the routes with detail is something really nice to see for me, because it shows that we got some young talent and depth coming in.
Assess the defense. You've had to go up against them a lot in this offseason, in fall camp. Where have you seen the defense grow the most?
That's another good question, because defense was really important for us, and going against them all throughout spring ball, all throughout the summer, just their communication and how they work with each other, and just like I said earlier, like those leadership qualities. Obviously, Mikey's the captain, and Mike Barrett on defensive side, but seeing more people, step into that role as a leader, it's really big for defensive side.
And lastly, it'll be Jesse Minter who will be the head coach for this game. Obviously, a defensive coach, so there's not a ton of maybe interaction compared to some of your offensive coaches, but what is it about Coach Minter that stands out to you from a leadership, from a guiding standpoint?
That's a good question, because he's mostly defense, and I'm mostly surrounded by, like, the offensive staff. But I notice how he conducts his business every day, and, like, he's someone I look up to in terms of, like, how to handle certain situations and preparation-wise. And him being the appointed head coach for that game, I feel very confident.
Cornelius, appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Cornelius Johnson. We got plenty more to do here on the pregame shows. We count you down to the Wolverines and the Pirates. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan football and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for another exciting season of championship football. Together, we're launching a new social media series, In the Vault, where we'll recount classic Michigan games, moments, and rivalries using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Check out the Wolverines' social media before each Big Ten game this season to catch each episode of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
And we pause for a word over this, the very maize and blue Michigan Football Network.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Greg Harden was at the University of Michigan for 32 years, where he changed lives and built champions. That's why 7-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady, Heisman Trophy winner Desmond Howard, and 23-time Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps have come to him for advice and direction. Greg's new book, Stay Sane in an Insane World, How to Control the Controllables and Thrive, will train and teach you the same lessons he taught them. Stay Sane in an Insane World is on sale now wherever books are sold. Go Blue!
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
It's It's time for the Michigan Answer Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. Joining me today, Dr. David Bradley, a pediatric cardiologist at CS Mott Children's Hospital, which is ranked Michigan's #1 children's heart program by U.S. News and World Report. Dr. Bradley, thanks so much for joining us. You know, sudden cardiac arrest has been in the spotlight with some high-profile incidents garnering attention over the last few years. So what would you have to say to a parent who is wondering whether sports are safe for their child?
Sudden cardiac arrest is a scary thing, but it happens very uncommonly. It's important for everybody to realize that it's not just athletes who are at risk, but for everybody, and that the risks for everybody are low. I encourage athletics for all young people, and I also encourage regular attendance of doctor visits where these issues can be discussed and those conditions can be considered.
So, Dr. Bradley, how does someone know if they are at risk for sudden cardiac arrest, and can you help reduce a person's risk of that sudden cardiac arrest?
Brian, some patients have a diagnosis that makes their heart at risk or vulnerable to having sudden cardiac arrest. In some of those patients, precautions or medications have to be taken in order to decrease that risk. Other patients will have sudden cardiac arrest without any prior warning, and that's a frightening thing. But again, I want people to know that this is a very uncommon phenomenon. The way to decrease risk for those patients is to make the community a safe place. Automated defibrillators you can see in many of Michigan's buildings and in airports, schools, and many other public places. CPR skills are also very helpful. So decreasing risk for those patients who do not have a clear diagnosis is about making the community safe.
Lastly, what can you do to help if you are with someone who is experiencing cardiac arrest?
A cardiac arrest can look like different things. It's important for people to know that something that looks like a seizure or convulsion or involuntary movements, loss of consciousness, all those things can be a cardiac arrest. So the most helpful thing to do is make a brief assessment of the patient and see if they're responsive, and then call immediately for help if they are not. Also, if there are people in the area who are trained in CPR or the use of external defibrillators, which we call AEDs, these can be very important. It is safe to put an AED on a patient who may be having a cardiac arrest, even if you're mistaken and they are not. It will not harm them, but it will detect their heart rhythm, and if appropriate, it will participate in correcting their heart rhythm.
For more information about CS Mott Children's Hospital and sudden cardiac arrest, visit mottchildren.org. Dr. Bradley, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Good stuff with Dr. Bradley. We'll have our Michigan Answer Spotlights all season long. Back here at the Big House for Michigan and ECU. Great to have Jason Avant and Jack Miller, former Wolverines, back on the broadcast for 2023. Jason, I'll start with you down on the sideline. These 3 non-conference games, like last year, right? Michigan will be a heavy favorite in most of them. What are the areas you'll be watching for, looking for as things that can be tangible, can be taken from this, and potentially factors or something to watch come Big Ten play?
I think Harbaugh said it when he wants to be a 50-50 team as far as running and passing. When you talk about a national championship hopeful and a team that can win the national championship, you have to be able to beat teams different ways, running and passing. And I believe that if we can see passing, explosive passing today, that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, Jason, I agree with you. I mean, the question is, are we going to need to, right? If the running game's humming on all cylinders, we know that that's going to be first and foremost what they want to do. So it'll just be interesting to see what Jesse Minter wants to do, if they're going to open it up, if they're going to try to get that passing game going early in the season, or if you just rely on Old Faithful and get that running game going and try to cruise your way to victory. It'd be interesting to see what happens.
And it's going to be fascinating to watch with no Jim Harbaugh, no Sharon Moore, Kirk Campbell calling plays, and Jesse Minter as the interim head coach. We'll come back and we'll get Jason and Jack's thoughts on what they think we'll be talking about in postgame as we continue our pregame coverage. Wolverines and Pirates about a half an hour away. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. And whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross town, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. Like 3 cents off every gallon every day. Download the Club Citgo app and start saving instantly at the pump. Whether you're heading into work or just to work out, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better-for-you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
KFC's new chicken nuggets. Hand-breaded, original recipe, 100% white meat chicken nuggets. The perfect back-to-school dinner option for...
Are those chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I was thinking we could...
Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets!
What is happening?
It's dinner time. Order KFC original recipe chicken nuggets, 10 pieces for just $5. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Today's broadcast is presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever? We're live at Michigan Stadium for the Wolverines matchup with ECU. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
And with Jason Avant down on that Michigan sideline, we're getting set for the Wolverines and the Pirates. Jason, we start with you. Let's try to predict what we're going to be talking about or who we're going to be talking about in postgame. Michigan a heavy favorite in this one, but what are you going to be watching for? What do you think we'll be talking about in postgame today?
Well, hopefully we're talking about that new pass rush. Hopefully Josiah Stewart comes in. He brings in 16 sacks from, a university that is a good university, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to the law firm, Johnson, Wallace, see if we can get some lockdown corners out there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jason. I think on the defense in particular, who's gonna show up today, right? You got a lot of depth. You have a lot of experience there. Some younger guys, too, probably going to have an opportunity to rotate in and make a splash for themselves. So who comes out of this game with a name defensively and then offensively, no matter how much they decide to throw the ball and want to open it up or not, who's JJ's favorite target? Who's he trying to go to? Who have they identified as his go-to receiver or tight end or Donovan Edwards, whoever it is, who's going to be his main guy that he wants to connect with? I'm looking for those two things after the game.
And there's guys, when there's smoke, there's fire with some of these young players, and we've heard a lot about the 3 receivers. Sharon Moore talked about it this week. We heard it from Cornelius Johnson a bit ago. One of Samaj Morgan, Frederick Moore, and Carmelo English. My prediction is that Jason Avant's going to interview one of them in postgame, not just because he's a little bit of a favor toward wide receivers based on his time, but I'm telling you, Jason, I think one of those guys, there's a lot of talent there, but I think one of those 3 makes a play today.
There's a lot of talent there. I had the pleasure of watching a lot of film on these guys, and Frederick Moore stands out a little bit better than the rest. I'm talking about a guy that's explosive at the line of scrimmage, that has the ability to make guys move out of their spot, and he's a lot bigger than what most people. He's fine-tuned and polished for a freshman, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we keep hearing a lot about these freshman wide receivers, right? And Cornelius Johnson, Roman Wilson, some guys that have done some good stuff here at Michigan, but the door's open to be that number 1 target, I think, still, right? And so if those guys are able to come out here and showcase that early in the season and what John calls these 3 games to be a preseason, they'll have a chance to really help the team later in the year as we get into November and it's championship time, and then hopefully blossom into great careers at the University of Michigan.
Throughout the game, we'll hear Jason's reports from the sideline. Jack Miller will be back during our halftime coverage, as will I. When we come back, it'll be Phil Brame at our network studios giving you an update on what's to come in college football and in the Big Ten this week. And then Doug Carr sits down with the acting head coach, Jesse Minter. Michigan, ECU coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student-athletes. Champions Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student-athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student-athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Wolverines football plays here.
Fires to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Wolverines.
Right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
We are minutes away from kickoff in one of the most anticipated seasons in Michigan football history. A season with big goals and even bigger dreams starts today, and our next guest will be here for all of it. Let's welcome back Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Hello, Doug. Just like the 100,000-plus fans at the Big House, I can't wait. With season openers, you hope your team gets a win and answers some questions. But here's a question that probably won't be answered. Have you ever wondered how eating a hot dog impacts your lifespan?
Well, I'm not a big hot dog eater, so speaking for myself, I haven't really put much thought into it.
Fair enough, Doug. According to a study done right here at the University of Michigan, eating one hot dog can shorten your lifespan by 36 minutes. On the flip side, though, you can add 26 minutes by eating nuts.
So is the study telling us, Andy, that we should never eat hot dogs?
No, not at all, Doug, but it should get us all thinking about how certain foods play defined roles in our health and longevity.
Andy, I agree. It's important to be aware that processed meats and foods high in saturated fats and sodium are detrimental to our health if they're always on our game day lineup.
Yeah, and we don't need to completely replace those foods, Doug, but we should monitor and, if necessary, reduce the amount that we eat. And we should add foods that are good for our health, things that are rich in fiber, like chickpeas and raspberries, as well as foods that are good for our brain health, like salmon and trout.
Well, we're lucky enough to live in a place where salmon and trout can go from the depths of the Great Lakes to our dining room tables in the same day.
Very true, Doug. And in addition to what we eat, we also need to be mindful about how much we eat.
Andy, I've read that portion size is a key part of a healthy diet. That's something we can all use some guidance on.
That's right, Doug. And I want to let Michigan fans out there know that we've got a great podcast covering all of this and more online at ahealthiermichigan.org.
Michigan fans, you can always find helpful information at ahealthiermichigan.org and on the Blue Cross blog at mibluesperspectives.com. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Doug. Go Blue.
Phil Brame here in the studio as we close in on the start of the season with Michigan entertaining ECU. Busy day across the Big Ten, as you'd imagine. Two other games get started at the top of the hour. We'll start with number 25, Iowa, who welcomes Utah State. Meanwhile, Purdue will be at home today for a noon kick. They'll tangle with Fresno State. Three games in the middle of the afternoon at 3:30, highlighted by number 3 Ohio State at Indiana. Third time in 4 years that the Buckeyes have opened their season with a Big Ten opponent. Also at 3:30, Luke Fickell's debut as head coach in Madison. Number 19, Wisconsin hosts Buffalo, while Maryland will welcome Towson. Two night games on the schedule. First up, actually both of them at 7:30, but the first of those two games, number 7, Penn State hosts West Virginia. First meeting between these two teams since 1992. Also, Illinois and Toledo will meet for the first time ever. That, again, also a 7:30 kick to close down the day in the conference. If you missed it, two games already final this week. Thursday night, Minnesota kicked a walk-off field goal at home to beat Nebraska 13-10, while last night, Michigan State got past Central Michigan 31-7. Stay with us. Doug Karsh and acting head coach Jesse Minter are next. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
This month, when you play the Daily 3 or the Daily 4, you could be in for a big surprise. How? With that Daily Games bonus draw. Play your usual daily numbers, midday and evening. And then get ready, because any draw could be a bonus draw. And your prize could jump 20%. That means a $500 win becomes $600. Daily 3 and 4 bonus draws are for a limited time this month only from the Michigan Lottery. Daily 4 straight and wheeled bets are excluded. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the midsize SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Michigan and East Carolina coming up from the Big House, and we're joined by the acting head coach of the Wolverines, Jesse Minter. And, okay, you're the man in charge. How's it feel?
Feels good. You know, it's a good opportunity. Certainly don't love the circumstances, but going to put my best foot forward and do what's best for the team and try to have this team ready to come out with the victory on Saturday.
I had a chance to talk to your dad earlier in the week, and for people who don't know, he was a 10-year head coach at Cincinnati, and he's now an analyst for this team. And I asked him, what advice have you given Jesse? He said, no, Joe. So have you leaned on anybody in terms of game day and what you do today?
Honestly, mostly just Coach Harbaugh, certainly my dad as well. But Coach has been great throughout the week of trying to make sure I'm prepared for all the different things that could pop up. Just like, hey, be alert for these types of things. Here's what you got to be ready for. So he's done a great job mentoring me, having me ready for this moment. I've been a Michigan head coach now for 8 or 9 years. So feel prepared and just try to do the best I can to have the team come out with a victory.
Anything that happens today, will it be part of your personality, something that might be specific to Jesse Minter, maybe Jim Harbaugh wouldn't do, or is it all basically standard operating procedure?
I like to think it's that we think a lot alike, but at the same time, he said, hey, you got to manage the game within the way you see it, and you're the ones making those decisions. So certainly anything that comes up, we've talked about it, we're prepared, but at the end of the day, in that moment, I got to make the call, and look forward to that, look forward to those challenges, those opportunities, and just excited about the moment.
For the fans who haven't seen JJ since the Fiesta Bowl, tell us where you've seen your quarterback improve.
Man, I just think he a whole nother year of understanding, a whole nother year of, he's always been a guy that's just relentless in the physical aspect of training with Coach Herb, with his arm, with throwing. And so I think he's just continued mentally to grow, continued to get better. I think Coach Campbell's done a tremendous job with him since he's taken over as the quarterback coach. And so just excited to see him. I think you're going to see a very experienced quarterback that has a great command of our offense, and I'm excited to be on the same side with him.
The offensive line, you go too deep. You got guys that have NFL futures. Is there anybody that's got it better than you guys? And what have those guys done to try and get better? I mean, they've won back-to-back Joe Moore awards.
I think Coach Moore with those guys, just his mindset, permeates throughout that room, and the way he attacks each day, the way those guys attack. How do you get better? Hey, you go out and add better players and really good players. So picked up a couple of the transfers. I think I'm very excited to see Drake Nugent in action. He's a guy that we've battled with in training camp as far as offense and defense. I don't think we'll have a much drop off at all at center in that regard. So, and then you got the veterans, man, the Keegan, Zenter, Carson Barnhart. I mean, just excited. Those guys have worked really, really hard, but so excited to see them get a chance to hit a team in another color jersey.
And your skill position guys, a wealth of riches there. Hoping to develop some depth with the wide receiver spot. Who stepped up?
I think those freshmen, Carmelo English, Samaj Morgan, Fred Moore, those guys have come in, and they've got some opportunities, a lot of opportunities, the way coach structures practice throughout camp. Those guys are ready to play. You know, they've gotten so many reps. They've gotten a lot of reps with JJ, with some of the other quarterbacks. So I'm excited to see that group as a whole. And certainly the veterans, CJ and Roman and Tyler Morris, you know, not quite a veteran, but kind of in that category. They've done a great job leading those young guys and helping them get ready. So I'm real excited to see that wide receiver group in action, and I think they're going to do great things for us this year.
And tell us about the East Carolina defense. When you've seen them on film, what do you expect?
You know, they're a very aggressive, multiple scheme. They move a lot. They stem a lot. They try to create a little bit of a chaos mindset with their defense. They've been effective against the run, you know, the last year or so. They've given up some big plays, which is something hopefully we can try to work on, take advantage of. But they're going to play really hard. They're going to have confidence early in the game. It's going to be on us to come out and start fast and, you know, punch them in the mouth, so to speak, and you know, see what we can do throughout the game.
More with Coach Minter when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
America, it's time to gear up and get out there in a new Ford vehicle. And it all starts at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers during the Discover Summer Sales Event. Choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs equipped with the tech and comfort you need to discover your best summer ever. Right now, returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends September 4th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Discover Summer Sales Event. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Counting you down to kickoff, Michigan and East Carolina. Doug Karsh joined by Jesse Minter, and let's talk a little bit about when your defense is on the field. And it is your defense. Very good group a year ago. Can this year's be better?
Yeah, I think we have the license to be better. I think we got to go out and prove it. We've had a really good spring, really good training camp. A lot of improvements made in areas that we felt we could make jumps in. So I'm just excited for this group to get the opportunity to go out and play against another team. We get a great opportunity every day to compete with our offense and the skills and the challenges that brings. But just excited to see these guys go out and play against somebody else.
You said specific areas that you wanted to get better. What are some of those areas?
You know, statistically, certain things about rushing the passer, limited explosive plays in the passing game, you know, still continuing to be a dominant run defense, but just consistently being able to do that with, at sometimes a lighter box, different things like that. Being able to just create a little bit more havoc on first and second down to create some real advantageous third down situations. So, and then on top of that, like attacking the football. You know, I thought we made a good jump in interceptions last year, but attacking that ball, forcing fumbles, those types of game-changing plays have been a huge emphasis, and I'm excited to see it come to fruition.
I've heard you and defensive players, they always talk about the 4 pillars. For the fans who don't know what the 4 pillars of defense are, first, what are they and where did the idea come from?
Yeah, the 4 pillars for us, elite effort and angles. So, you know, people talk about playing hard, but it's really about taking great angles to the ball that eliminate missed tackles. Block destruction, which I think up front we've been elite at that. You know, we've sort of tried to manifest that throughout all 3 levels of the defense. Ball disruption being that ability to you know, attack the football, those forced fumbles type of deals, and then communication. And this is you know, the pillars sort of came at the end of the season last year as I studied some areas that we weren't great in big moments. We sort of have talked about these 4 things before, but not in the way where, in my mind, pillars will allow us to reach our highest heights. They go up and down, they're vertical, and we want to lean on those 4 things to allow us to reach our highest heights on defense.
Well, who are some guys that you think have had great off seasons that you're most looking forward to stepping on the field today?
Our 2 interior D tackles, Chris Jenkins, Mason Graham. I think about just where they were a year ago. Both really good players, but just the improvements I expect to see them play. Junior Colson is another guy that I think when we got Chris Partridge back as linebacker coach and sort of just his mindset going from year 2 to year 3, the jump I think he's going to make. A couple of young guys, Keon Sabb, Zeke Berry in the back end, that they're going to get some opportunities in this game to play, and really excited to see those guys make that year 1 to year 2 jump and become contributors for our defense.
Coach Harbaugh has talked about waiting to see who emerges as your 2 starters at the 2 defensive end spots. Talk about those players and what you're hoping to see from them.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see, just dominance. Braden McGregor, Derek Moore, Jalen Harrell, and Josiah Stewart. I think those 4 guys, I'd stack them up against anybody in the country. I think the group is really, really good. The reality is 2 guys get to start, and they all want to start. They all know they're capable of being starters. We treat them all like starters, and so now it's like, hey, give them each a chance and see who kind of emerges in those game modes. But they all sort of have different strengths, which allows you to kind of role play them a little bit, and they're very, very bought into playing all 4 guys at a high level. So I'm just excited to see that group as a whole and see us hopefully be improved in that area.
It seems like people don't talk enough about Junior Colson. He's just in the middle making plays, and he has been and incredibly reliable. Tell us about his development and where he is right now.
I'm really excited about Junior. I think he's made a huge development mentally over the last year. From January when we came back, he's been in the film room as much as some of the coaches, a lot more than any player. And so I'm just excited to see him. I think football just as a person was new to him at some point. It wasn't something that he just grew up like. So there are some instinctive things that he's really, really improved on. Mentally seeing the game better, and he has all the license and ability and the skill set and the opportunity to be, a really high-end linebacker. So I'm excited to see that come to fruition.
Heard from Steve Clinkscale earlier in the week, who'll be your defensive coordinator today, and he talked about how he expects ECU to throw trick plays at you. They did it against NC State with a double pass early. How do you keep your young players, specifically, you mentioned some on the back end, prepared not to give up that big play?
Yeah, we try to rep them in practice, but those are hard, and so it's really just about preaching eye discipline, preaching doing your job. You got to make the plays within the framework of the defense, within your responsibility. So I would expect them to test those guys. We know that it's gonna come at some point. They've been really good at it, and it's been effective for them, and particularly in some of these big games that they've played. So I look forward to the challenge. There's no perfect call for a trick play. It's just about the guys up front keeping it from maybe even getting off the ground, and then the guys in the back end being disciplined enough to stay home and do their job. So I look forward to seeing how we defend those type of plays.
Finally, Klink raved about their quarterback, Garcia. Well, they haven't officially announced a starter and said we'll have to wait and see. He thinks he's one of the more talented young quarterbacks in the country.
Yeah, he's got a great skill set. He's going to walk through the door, and he's 6'4", 6'5", 245, 250. Built almost like a Josh Allen type of quarterback that can run. He did start a game early in his career, so we kind of saw that tape, but I'm sure I think he's probably come a long way since then, and he's behind a really, really smart, really savvy quarterback that they had previously. So he's been in that offense now for, I think, going on 3 years. I expect him to know what he's doing, to be able to operate, and we got to do a great job keeping him from being able to extend plays, keeping him from being able to make plays with his feet, get out of the pocket and make plays downfield. So a real challenge, and one we look forward to.
Coach, best of luck today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Michigan acting coach Jesse Minter. Wolverines and ECU coming up. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Olga's Kitchen is kicking off college football and National Euro Day after the game with buy one, get one free original Olgas through September 7th. Yep, we're talking free original Olgas. Seasoned beef and lamb wrapped in the best bread on the planet. Then topped with vine-ripened tomato, sweet onion, and their signature Olga sauce. Football season is starting right with free original Olgas at Olga's Kitchen. Head on into any Olga's after the game or order online at olgas.com using code BOGO Original for a limited time. Buy one, get one free original Olgas all week long at Olga's Kitchen.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Max Duggan will take a snap and take a knee, and this one will end in a wild affair at the Fiesta Bowl. TCU beats Michigan 51-45.
That was probably one of the toughest moments in our career in our Michigan. Like that was tough.
You just sit there and you just can't even think. You just sit there and watch and just think, all the things you should have done better. And it kills you inside.
I don't want to feel that again. That rage, that fire that I felt at that moment.
The only way to get that out of my head is like putting the work in, get back to that moment and capitalize and move forward from it.
There's something that we did that didn't allow us to be able to win that game and get to the national championship. So now it's how do we come together as a team and be better?
I think that we're on the right path. We're on the right road to be able to accomplish that.
When you have a bunch of dudes or, want the same common goal, everything's going to come together pretty well.
I think we got some real special brewing for this team.
All the work we put in this offseason, it's ready to pay off.
You stick with the process and you trust the process, you will be a champion.
It's now or never, and I think everybody knows that.
We can't just keep saying, this our year, this our year. This really got to be our year.
Those that stay will be champions, and we're going to prove that this year.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever. And by the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Remember, don't regret the bet. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jensen.
From the Big House in Ann Arbor, the 2023 Michigan football season is set to get underway as the Wolverines, ranked number 2 in the country, ready to take on the East Carolina Pirates. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside John Jansen. And John, here we go. A season in which I can't remember when expectations were this high.
Well, in the last 2 decades, there's not been a team with the combined return of talent from quarterback, running back, O-line, defensive, secondary, and the depth of talent, the experience that this team has. It's going to be very unique and exciting to watch, especially with the fact that, hey, your quarterback and, you look in the backfield, Donovan Edwards, some of the key playmakers, they don't know anything other than winning Big Ten championships, beating Ohio State, and going to the college football playoffs.
The Wolverines trying to do all those things for the 3rd time, but first they need to take care of business against an East Carolina team, John, that went to back-to-back bowl games. They've got a reputation as a giant killer, but they lost so much from last year. They are breaking in a bunch of new players.
Yeah, new quarterback in Mason Garcia. We believe he's going to be the starter. We're going to see Alex Flynn as well. And I'm excited about Mason Garcia to watch him play. A lot of people are comparing his skill set, not necessarily comparing him to the player, but his skill set and size to Josh Allen. It's a revamped offensive line. They do have some returners on defense, and Jeremy Lewis, number 11. I'm excited to watch him test this group of tackles all day long.
The Wolverines, in the meantime, are gathering in the tunnel. And, in fact, here they come, right out of the tunnel and under the banner, led by Mikey Sainristel and Blake Corum, as the Wolverines pour onto the field and the band plays the victors.
It's always excited to see this team with a new set of captains and all of the new players that we're going to be talking about today. Hey, you're going to get a chance to see the future. This year's obviously is the biggest concern, but there's a lot of young players that are going to get some time in today's game, whether it's receivers, defensive backs, it's guys up front. It's going to be an introduction into what this team can be now and in the future.
So Michigan and East Carolina, we will go down to the sidelines for the first time and talk to our guy Jason Avant in a moment. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. All right, one of the big storylines this season is going to be breaking in some young wide receivers and some young defensive backs. And our guy in the field will be keeping track of that all season long is a former Wolverine wide receiver himself, Jason Avant. Jason?
I am looking forward to this season. That James Earl Jones hype video is amazing, a masterpiece. Makes me want to go out there and play, but my knees hurt a little bit too much. Now, I'm looking forward to the new receivers as well. I've watched tons of tape on Frederick Moore. I believe that he's going to come in and play right away. He is explosive at the line of scrimmage, and we haven't seen a player like him as polished yet.
Jason, when you mention a player like Frederick Moore who comes in and he's explosive, and I heard you in the pregame, you mentioned about his ability to move guys at the line of scrimmage. What does that mean? What are you looking for in terms of explosive, getting off the line of scrimmage for a receiver?
That's one of the most important parts of football. Everyone looks good in shorts when they're running routes on air, but when you put a guy in front of him, everyone rushes or gets in a hurry. He has the ability to be patient, and he has like that Allen Iverson type of crossover that makes a guy move out of his spot. The same thing you see on Sundays with, Devontae Smith and those guys, he has that at the line of scrimmage.
Interesting, a little Allen Iverson in his game.
A little crossover. How about that?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see.
And not only Fred Moore, but Carmelo English, youngster from Alabama, Samaj Morgan from West Bloomfield will play in their first Michigan games today. And, of course, in the secondary, it'll be a story of trying to find a starter opposite of Will Johnson. As the captains are making the way towards the center of the field for the Wolverines, it will be Blake Corum along with Zach Zinter, Chris Jenkins, and Mikey Sainristel. And for the Pirates, they name their captains on a week-to-week basis. And it looks like Jalen Johnson, the transfer from Georgia, will be speaking for the Pirates. As we go down to our on-field mic, we hear from our referee, Greg Sujak, for the coin toss.
Silver dollar, gentlemen. Heads, tails, in the air, on the carpet. Do you know what you want to call? Tell my umpire.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Heads. You won the toss. You know your options? You're going to defer. Stay put. You guys want the ball? You want the ball? You want the ball. Which way we going? Okay, you guys put your backs over there.
So the Wolverines won the coin toss, and you heard Mikey Sainristel say that they will defer the coin toss, brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. So, John, we get to see the Michigan defense for the first time this year, and it'll be interesting to see who plays. Will Johnson listed as questionable, but he went through pregame warmups. Same thing for Makari Page, the senior safety. So we'll keep our eyes on whether or not they take the field for Michigan. And we might get our first look at Josh Wallace, the graduate transfer from UMass, 3-year starter, 3-time captain.
Yeah, and nobody really has played more snaps than Josh Wallace in college football. He's been a 3-time starter, a 3-year starter, but he's been on the field in a number, and with 4 different head coaches. This is his 5th head coach. So when I was talking to Jesse Minter, the asset of having a guy with that depth of knowledge coming into the program, being able to pick up the defense, the terminology, and basically plug and play. They have said, the coaching staff, both offensively and defensively, he may be the biggest pickup out of the transfer portal of all the guys that they acquired this year.
The head coach for the Pirates is Mike Houston in his 13th season coaching college football, 5th year at East Carolina. Overall, his record a very impressive 102-49. He is 22-24 at East Carolina, and they will send their offense onto the field first. Under the guidance of, we expect it to be Mason Garcia, SEC talent, who ended up at East Carolina for a variety of reasons, but a 6'5", 250-pound quarterback.
He's a big dude, and in talking or listening to their coaches talk and other guys that are covering the game, they believe that if he He's a guy that has only got one start under his belt in college football, but if he's able to get a rhythm and get a feel for the game, they think he could be a playmaker even today.
For the Wolverines, it'll be Tommy Doman kicking off, as the Wolverines will move from right to left here at the Big House. It's a maze-out Saturday. The fans, they knew the assignment, followed the instructions very well, John, as the scene pops here in Ann Arbor. The countdown is over. It's time for liftoff on the 2023 season as Doman approaches the football, puts his right foot into it, and sends it deep towards the northern end zone, and it will go 3/4 of the way into the end zone, hit the ground, and roll out of the back of the end zone. And East Carolina will take over on the 25-yard line. Wolverines defense up front: Harold, Grant, Jenkins, Graham, and McGregor. Junior Colson and Mike Barrett, the linebackers. We expect to see Will Johnson take the field, and we did not. As I look out there now, he is not on the field. The starting corners will be Josh Wallace and Keyshawn Harris. Keon Sabb in at one of the safety spots. Makari Page, who was listed as questionable, on the field as well. So that sets the Michigan defense. We'll get to the Pirates in a moment as they go shotgun from the 25-yard line on 1st and 10. It is Garcia at quarterback. The single setback is Rajai Harris, who will carry it up the middle. Not much room as he is swarmed under as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Falls forward for about a half a yard on the Pirates' first play. Make it 2nd down and 9.
Well, that offensive line is trying to create some double teams. They're going to try and find a way to move guys like Chris Jenkins, Mason Graham, and they're just not able to get off on the linebackers, and you can see why we're so excited about this group of linebackers. Not only can they run side to side, but, man, they can sure run downhill and fill holes.
Garcia barking commands at his young offensive line. They are very inexperienced up there. Harris flanked to his right. Garcia claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass, fires underneath. It's complete, but met immediately is Josiah Hatfield. It was Mike Barrett, the 6th-year linebacker, on the tackle. Gain of 5, however. It'll set up a 3rd and 4 for the Pirates, who move quickly.
Well, I love the way that Mike is reading this offense right now. He knows his keys, knows where he's got. He drops into his coverage, and then as soon as he pulls the trigger, he's there in a heartbeat.
3rd and 4 for East Carolina. Wolverines showing blitz. Garcia now will change the play. Looks to the sideline. Talks to his offensive line. 3 receivers split left, 1 split right. Ball on the right hash on this early 3rd down play. Back to pass is Garcia. Is going to fire deep over the top, and it is batted away. Keon Sabb, the man in coverage against the tight end Shane Calhoun. And Sabb didn't really turn to react at it. The ball might have just hit him, John.
Well, hey, that's when you're talking about guys that are getting experience. We haven't seen a lot of Keon Sabb. We saw him in the spring game, but he's just running his technique. If he's able to read the eyes of the receiver, watch his body language, make a turn, can make a play on that ball.
Deep for the Wolverines to field the punt is Jake Thaw, and it's a low-line drive that bounces about the 35-yard line. It's going to roll inside the 20, inside the 10, inside the 5-yard line, and East Carolina will down it at the 3-yard line. Wow.
I think that might have hit an ECU player when it initially bounced. It doesn't look like the officials are agreeing with me, but I think the coaches on the sidelines are talking about that ball hit one of the gunners on the way down.
Archer Tafford is the punter. He's credited with 66 yards. And there is discussion, and it looks like Michigan will lose the argument. And the Wolverines offense will take the field. Up front, Carson Barnhart at left tackle, Trevor Keegan at left guard, Drake Nugent at center, Zach Zinner at right guard, and Miles Hinton at right tackle. J.J. McCarthy, of course, the quarterback. Colston Loveland at tight end. Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson are split out in the backfield. Trente Jones, actually, they go with an extra tackle. In the backfield is Blake Corum. So Wolverines snap it with Corum in the end zone, and he is lucky to get out of the end zone as he is met right as he got past the goal line and is dropped inside the 1. A loss of 2 on 1st down.
Well, you can't have penetration down on the 2-yard line, and surprising that you would get penetration with the experience of Keegan and Zinter in the middle there. Nugent, coming over from Stanford, has played a lot of football. This is where you're going to bear down. You got to find a way to get a yard. They were luckily able to get to the 1-yard line, losing only a yard on that play.
Wolverines bring in A.J. Barner for his first snap, the transfer tight end from Indiana. J.J.'s in a pistol formation with Blake Corum behind him. Handoff to Corum running left, and he can't break a tackle as he gets out just across the 1-yard line, and the Wolverines will be looking at 3rd and long. Well, the strength of the East Carolina defense might be their defensive line.
Yeah, it is, and they're going to move them around up front. They're not going to stand in place. They're a little undersized for playing against Michigan and this big offensive line, so they're going to be moving at the snap of the ball, and that's where it's not an easy thing to do. That's where this offensive line is going to have to adjust. They're going to have to be able to block moving up front.
Donovan Edwards in for the first time. JJ in a shotgun. Will look to the sideline as the Wolverines look to change the play. Cornelius Johnson split left, and Roman Wilson split right. They're going to run Edwards running left, and he goes nowhere. 3 plays, and the Wolverines gain no yards, all on the ground. And we'll see Doman for his first punt of the season coming out of the back of his own end zone.
When you get the ball on the 2-yard line, really all you're looking for is, hey, we want to make sure we get it out past the 5. That is a minimum, and Michigan obviously coming up woefully short on their first opportunity to see the offense this year.
So Doman will have his heels on the back end line out of the snap of William Wagner. And Doman's punt is a high one. Fair catch signaled for and made. Falling down is Josh Murphy. Josh Murphy. And right at the 46-yard line, a 44-yard punt for Doman. And that's where East Carolina will take over. We are scoreless from here at the Big House in the early going in the season opener. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Some things are just made for each other. Chips and dip, socks and shoes. YouTube TV and WOW Internet. It's the ultimate bundle. Super fast WOW Internet and an amazing live TV experience from YouTube TV. Watch 100 plus channels, live sports, and unlimited DVR space included. For a limited time, get super fast internet and YouTube TV starting at just $82.98 per month. Sign up for our fastest speed and get $300 on us. Wow. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and fees apply. Additional YouTube TV terms and conditions apply.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer on the Ann Arbor campus provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $75,000 who have less than $75,000 in assets. There is also tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. We're scoreless in the early going. East Carolina with the ball in Michigan territory at the Wolverine 47. Flying an exchange of punts to get this one going. Hey, how'd you be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com now to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. Well, John, a disappointing first offensive series. Tough to play out of your own end zone, but that's what the Wolverines did. And now East Carolina with great field position as Garcia in the shotgun will hand it off to Harris running right, and he's going to get swarmed under. We see Kenneth Grant and Cam Good in there for the first time today. Great penetration from the middle of that defensive line. A loss of 2 on first down.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that you go from Mason Graham and Chris Jenkins and you get even bigger and possibly more athletic when you put Kenneth Grant in there, and Cam Good's a guy that I know Mike Elson, defensive line coach, is really excited about what he can do this year.
Josiah Stewart is in as well. His last game was against East Carolina in the Birmingham Bowl when he was at Coastal Carolina. Back to passes Garcia, quarterback draw up the middle, and he's met by Mike Barrett and Josiah Stewart and dropped for a short gain. That'll be 3rd and long for the Pirates.
Yeah, sometimes that could be the concern is when you have an athletic quarterback like that, you got to have a spy, and Mike Barrett right there to sniff out that draw.
And we have a Pirate down hurt. It is Chase Sowell, a transfer from Colorado, a wide receiver, who got caught up in the wash there, and the trainers are out looking at him. And we're going to take a timeout. We're scoreless at the Big House, 10:21 to go first quarter. Michigan and East Carolina. You're listening to Michigan Foot. No, we're going to stay here.
Yeah, I think he just got rolled up on, and when you run those draws, you know, you're really trying to invite that pass rush, and the receivers are coming in to try and dig out the receivers. The defensive backs, and a lot of times they could be in a vulnerable position.
We are going to take a break with the Wolverines and Pirates scoreless. 10:21 to go first quarter. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham caught it on the post, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
America, it's time to gear up and get out there in a new Ford vehicle. And it all starts at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers during the Discover Summer Sales Event. Returning F-150 XLT AZ Plan lessees can take advantage of this sign and drive and lease a 2023 F-150 Super Crew XLT 4x4 for $479 a month for 36 months with 0 down payment and 0 due-it signing.
Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,500 trade assist, $500 vehicle-specific renewal, and $500 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends September 4th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply.
Lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT today for $479 a month with 0 down payment and 0 due-it signing. Think Ford first.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen back at the Big House, Michigan football. Wolverines and East Carolina scoreless in the early going. East Carolina looking at a 3rd and 9 as Chase Sowell, the wide receiver for the Pirates, was taken off the field following the injury and the injury timeout. And the Michigan defense will take the field, hoping to get the ball back for the offense. Ball's on the right hash here as East Carolina comes off their sidelines in the white jerseys with the purple helmets and the purple pants with gold trim. Quite a look.
Well, it is something, that's for sure.
They actually got the color scheme from Blackbeard. True story. We'll have that story later in the game. 3rd and 9 for the Pirates. Garcia in a shotgun. Has the snap. Back to pass. Looking downfield. Here comes Kenneth Grant in his face. Fires intercepted. Mikey St. Bristol's got it at the 38-yard line. Across to the 45 where he falls down. And the first turnover in 8 games for the Pirates comes on their 2nd possession of the year as Mikey St. Bristol steps in front of a fluttering pass thanks to the pressure from Kenneth Grant and the Wolverines with the first big play of the game.
But a great twist up front. Cam Good came picked off the center. Kenneth Grant came around, and when you have the athletic ability, it's amazing how quick Kenneth Grant is for his size, is able to get around and then put the pressure on Mason Garcia. That's what caused the errant pass. Now we're going to go with the train formation.
Wow, the Wolverines single file. And JJ then
little homage
pumps his fist. And the Wolverines split 3 receivers to the left from their own 43-yard line, 1st and 10. JJ, quick pass out to Donovan Edwards. Gets a block across the 45 out to the 46, where he is dragged down. A gain of 3 on first down.
A little shout out to head coach who's not able to be here today, Jim Harbaugh, with the train formation. But Donovan Edwards is one of those unique running backs that is as good as a receiver as he is as a back. And when you're talking about creating mismatches, he is definitely one of those guys when you're trying to cover him with a linebacker, even if a nickelback, it's really hard to cover Donovan when he's lined up as a receiver.
Tight formation for the Wolverines with 3 receivers split to the right. Now Colston Loveland goes in motion left. JJ back to pass, fires over the middle. He's got his man. It's Roman Wilson. Now the ball's on the ground. Did he fumble it or is it incomplete? They're saying incomplete. Looks like Roman started to run before he caught it. And the Wolverines will be looking at 3rd and long.
Yeah, fortunate he didn't get that extra step down, didn't make a football move, and just got to look that one in all the way. Got to secure the ball, and normally he's very good at doing that, but I know he's excited to try and expose the secondary and just looked before he, or ran before he looked.
He had one man to beat, and then he would have been gone, and I think he was thinking about beating that man before he brought the ball all the way in. So 4 wides now for the Wolverines on 3rd and 8. Back to pass is J.J. McCarthy looking, fires deep ball to Roman Wilson, and this one he's got in East Carolina territory right in front of their bench, and he's knocked out of bounds at the 38-yard line.
Beautiful throw, tough throw, great placement by J.J. McCarthy.
Gain of 17.
Roman Wilson is running that corner route, breaks it off a little bit, and great community. That's where you get the communication of a second-year guy at your quarterback, where he knows exactly what his receiver is going to do just by eye contact.
That was a dart. 1st and 10 for the Wolverines on the ECU 38. Ball on the right hash, 2 receivers split left. Fred Moore, the freshman, in, split to the right. JJ in a shotgun. He's got Blake Corum flanked to his left. Wolverine offensive line barking some commands. 3-man front for ECU. Back to pass is JJ looking downfield, fires underneath, caught by Blake Corum, and he's dragged down immediately at the 37-yard line. A short gain. B.J. Davis on the tackle for the Pirates.
A little leakage around the right side there. Miles Hinton comes down. He's doing a good job of moving his feet. Just has to seal off the edge just a little bit. If JJ's allowed just that split second more, I think he's been able to go. He would have been able to go down the field, but a good decision to just dump it off and get what you can.
Now under center is JJ with Blake Corum, the lone setback. He'll take the handoff, make a man miss in the backfield. Now he's weaving through defenders across the 30 to the 20, breaks a tackle inside the 18-yard line, tripped up as he gets to the 15. Blake Corum, vintage Blake Corum, and the Wolverines move the chains after that 21-yard run.
Vintage Blake Corum and vintage Ben Bredesen. Max Bredesen, his younger brother, coming across the formation, running a little bit of a counter. We saw that a lot last year. It's going to be a huge part of the offense this year as well.
Now the Wolverines split 3 receivers to the left side. Ball on the right hash. JJ from a shotgun. Fakes a handoff. Fires. He's got his man. It's Colston Loveland. Met by a tackler at the 15, and he drags him all the way down to the 10-yard line. Colston Loveland as the Wolverines closer, and gain of 5 on first down. Julius Wood, the all-conference candidate, whose hometown, John, is Columbus, Ohio. He was on the tackle for the Pirates.
Well, it's nice to see the ball get spread around. Roman Wilson in the pass game, Donovan Edwards in the pass game, now Colston Loveland, and we're talking about guys that can create those mismatches with this defense.
Wolverines knocking on the door early. 2nd down and 6. JJ, pistol formation, hands it off to Corum, who's met immediately in the backfield, and he'll be dropped for a loss. Wow, somebody missed a block.
Yeah, just a miscommunication up front. And when you're, this offensive line, it's going to be a really good offensive line. They've got 8 or 9 guys that could be starting. They're going to be mixing and matching. And this, honestly, was just a guy that was coming off the edge. It was a corner coming off the edge, and Colston Loveland just saw him late.
3rd and 9 for the Wolverines. They go 4 wide, and now we get a whistle, and it looks like the Pirates are going to take a timeout. And that's what we're going to get. No, they're...
I think it was an official timeout. There might have been a beach ball that came out of the end zone. They stopped the play, and the Pirate coaches were thinking, hey, let's see if we can get an advantage.
Well, the Pirates went over to their sideline, but then the officials called them back and said, no, sir. Wolverines come back with a different formation now. 4 receivers, but everybody jammed in tight. 3rd and 9 from the East Carolina 14-yard line. JJ in a shotgun, has the snap, back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, looking downfield, and fires, end zone, caught, touchdown! Roman Wilson. JJ creates some time with his feet. Roman Wilson, 14-yard touchdown, and the Wolverines lead 6-0.
Great awareness by JJ, feeling it was good protection, broke down late. He steps up in the pocket, he finds the throwing lane, steps up in it, and is able to find Roman. I mean, just an absolute laser beam into the end zone.
It's under review.
They're reviewing the previous play.
I think they're going to see if JJ may have crossed the line of scrimmage before he threw it.
This close shave instant replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of Can Do. All right, John, you got the replay screen in front of you. It just has to be any part of the body. I've gone over this rule in the past. Any part of the body behind the line of scrimmage, and is his right foot as he releases that behind the line of scrimmage is my question.
Well, I'm trying to get a look at it. I'm not seeing the replay just yet. But yeah, I mean, Doug, you're right. It only has to be one little appendage that's still on that line, and it's still going to be good.
The replay I saw was very difficult to tell. And we're waiting on Peacock to give us a replay where we can perhaps tell better if just any part of his body was behind the line of scrimmage.
Get another look at it.
The ball was on the 14-yard line, and JJ was, right on the 14 when he let it go.
I think his foot was right on the 14-yard line. I don't know that they're going to be able to say, we're going to get a good look here. Ooh, I actually think he may have been across the line.
Is his right foot off the ground before the ball leaves his hand? Here's the call.
After review, the ruling of a touchdown stands.
Oh, there we go. I was wrong, and I'll be wrong again. Glad I was wrong.
Let's go down to our Jason Avant. Jason?
Yeah, that was really close, and I don't see how they could have overturned it. But I want to put your attention on 2 plays. Roman Wilson with the drop, and then comes back on a big 3rd down and makes that drive possible. And then when they went cover 2 defense, J.J. McCarthy steps up, runs, brings the defense in, and if you're playing cover 2, somebody's going to be wide open, and it was a great job by him.
James Turner's extra point is up and good. And Jason, how tough is it? That was the next play after the drop. He had to make that 3rd down catch. How tough is it to bounce back, or do you want that ball thrown to you?
You want that ball thrown to you, but last year Roman Wilson went through a low season when he had some drops. But this year, first play comes out with the drop, comes back and makes 2 plays, just shows your growth and development and why you need these games. And this is going forward to good things in the future.
7-0, Michigan on top. 5:43 to go first quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Online betting can be fun. It's kind of like whitewater rafting. The rush of excitement, the thrill. Well, until your raft is heading straight for a huge waterfall. For tips that will help keep you afloat, go to don'tregretthebet.org. Sponsored by the Michigan Association of Broadcasters and the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Oh,
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Michigan, East Carolina. The 2023 opener is on the air. And today's broadcast is presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever?
J.J. McCarthy, 14 yards to Roman Wilson for the Michigan touchdown. The Wolverines on top 7-0. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Well, we saw the advantage of having a quarterback that has the threat of gaining yards on the ground. Things opened up for him. He could have taken that ball probably for a first down, maybe even a touchdown. But both defensive backs that were covering Roman Wilson looked in the backfield. They saw him run, thought, hey, I'm going to have to come up and stop him. They came off Roman Wilson. When they did that, that was what caused J.J. to throw the ball.
Tommy Doman will kick it off for Michigan as he sends it deep towards the northern end zone, and this one will land on the eye, the Michigan eye, on the 3/4 deep into the end zone for a touchback, and East Carolina will take over on the 25-yard line. See Ernest Hausman on the field for the first time today.
Yeah, we had a chance to see him last year. Obviously a transfer from Nebraska. Played really well for the Cornhuskers last year. And nice to have that added depth at the linebacker position. Obviously Mike Barrett in his 6th year. We know what Junior Colson is and can do. You add another athlete with a little bit more length. He's a little bit taller at, 6'2", 6'3". He's going to be an impressive member of this defense.
Garcia in a shotgun for the Pirates. 3 receivers split, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. We get a whistle, and it looks like Mike Houston, the head coach, is going to use a timeout. Saw something he didn't like.
Charge timeout, East Carolina. They're first. 30 seconds in length.
So, John, East Carolina, maybe the most impressive thing about them a year ago, they had the fewest turnovers in Division I football with just 7. They only lost 2 fumbles, and they went 7 straight games to end the year without committing a turnover. And on their second possession, Mikey Sainristil stepped in front of a duck and gets the Wolverines' first turnover. He gets the Buffs for the first time this year.
Yes, he does. And when you have last year for East Carolina a quarterback that's been running an offense for 4+ years, you have confidence in the fact that he's been going to be able to take care of the ball, knows where to get rid of it, when to take a sack. Now all of a sudden Mason Garcia comes in and just doesn't have that depth of experience. He's under duress in the big house, kind of panics a little bit, throws the ball up for grabs, and then you've got your first turnover of the season.
Pistol formation for the Pirates with Marlon Gunn Jr. behind quarterback Mason Garcia, who will hand it off to Gunn Jr. up the middle, and there's nothing there. He's met at the line of scrimmage and driven backwards. The interior of the Michigan defensive line has been very stout in the early going. No gain on first down.
Well, as Garcia runs the read option, he's obviously, when he's running to the offensive left side there, he had an eye on Jalen Harrell, and Jalen did a great job of staying disciplined and forcing that handoff and pushing everything back into where the mass of the defense is. That discipline on those edge guys is going to be very important today.
2nd and 10 for the Pirates from their own 25-yard line. Garcia's got it. Back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket. Now he's going to fire, and he's got his receiver, and it's caught by Jalen Johnson out at the 34-yard line, just shy of a first down. The transfer from Georgia pulls that one in, and it'll be 3rd and short. The Pirates want to go quickly.
Now, Michigan tried to only rush 4 on that one, running a couple of games up front, just couldn't find a way to get home.
They need about half a yard, and they're going to run quarterback sneak with their 250-pound quarterback, and he's going to get it. Move the chains for the Pirates out to the 37-yard line.
Very hard to defend with a half a yard. A quarterback that goes 250.
From the 37-yard line, they're going to roll Garcia out to the left, fire far side, and it bounces in front of his intended receiver, Josiah Hatfield.
And it'll be 2nd down and 10 for ECU as the Wolverines go for some wholesale changes up front defensively. We see Rayshawn Benny for the first time today.
Yeah, right along with Kenneth Grant. And, they're on the right hash right now. You can understand offensively why they're rolling out, trying to get a quick pass to the left. I'm not sure I would do it with a young quarterback in Garcia. It's really hard to throw across your body like that.
TJ Guy in for the Wolverines as well. Shotgun with 3 wide receivers split out. They're going to run it up the middle with Gunn Jr., and he's got no room. In fact, he's dropped for a loss. Junior Colson, the junior out of Brentwood, Tennessee, in the backfield for the TFL. Loss of 2.
The disruption came originally from Derek Moore, who sliced across the face of both the left tackle and left guard, wreaking havoc, bouncing that ball out right to Junior Colson, who's there for mop-up duty.
3rd and 12 for East Carolina. Bunch formation to the left. 1 receiver split right. Some man coverage with Josh Wallace down there. Back to pass is Garcia. Here comes the rush. Stepping up is Garcia, and he's going to run, and he's met as he gets to the 40-yard line by Junior Colson again. A gain of 5, but well short of the sticks, and East Carolina will be forced to punt.
Jesse Minter mentioned this week that they want to be able to get home with less rushers. They drop out Junior Colson and Ernest Hausman and only bring 4, forcing Garcia up in the pocket where said linebackers were ready to make the play.
Archer Taffiard, who had a 66-yarder, gets off a low-line drive towards Jake Thaw, and it's going to bounce, and Thaw is going to field it on his 10, and he gets hit immediately. But at that point, he was trying to minimize the damage as that ball was rolling towards the end zone once again, and another Michigan drive will start inside the 20-yard line. 50 yards on that punt from Taffiard. As we'll take a break with 2:56 to go here in quarter number 1. We'll go to the update desk and our Brian Bush. Brian?
All right, Doug, thank you very much as we give you our Big Ten scoreboard brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Alongside our game is the debut of Cade McNamara and Eric All with Iowa. And McNamara got going 3 plays into his Iowa career with a 36-yard touchdown pass to a wide-open Seth Anderson. Then moments ago, Iowa found the scoreboard again with a McNamara to Eric All 3-yard touchdown. 14-0 Iowa. That game about midway through the first quarter at Kinnick Stadium. Also in progress, Purdue and Fresno State deadlocked at 7 apiece. Hudson Card finding Deion Burks for an 84-yard touchdown. That is Purdue's score there. Coming up later today, 3:30 kicks for Ohio State at Indiana, and Buffalo going to Madison to take on Wisconsin as the Luke Fickell era begins for the Badgers. At 3:30 as well, Maryland gets Towson. 7:30 kicks for Penn State at home against West Virginia, and Illinois against the reigning MAC champs, the Toledo Rockets. That was today's Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water, celebrating 35 years, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. And John, you were talking all week about how intrigued you were by Coach Prime in Colorado. Well, they're up 7-0 at TCU late in the first quarter.
Not surprised at all. Success just follows some people. That doesn't mean he's going to win that game, but I think he's going to get things turned around in Colorado and get them back to where they were late 80s, early 90s, when they were one of the forces in college football.
If only he could get some attention.
Right, yes. The nickname of Prime is well labeled when you're talking about Deion Sanders.
During the stoppage in play, one of the honorary captains was honored on the field. Josh Casada, who is a NASA astronaut, got his physics degree from Albion College. He's a big Michigan fan. He was on the SpaceX 5 crew, went into space in October of 2022, and stayed for 157 days in orbit. Married a Charlevoix girl, and he's a big Go Blue guy. And he serves as one of today's 2 honorary captains.
Oh, great to have him along. Now we'll see if this Michigan offense, the first drive they started on the 2-yard line. And if they've learned anything, they know that East Carolina is going to be very aggressive down here. This one's starting at the 10-yard line, so look for that defensive front to be moving around. Blocking movement's going to be tough. They're going to try and create some penetration. Instead of running the ball right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go to the air and see if they can create some space.
So the Wolverines from the 10-yard line, 2 receivers split to the right. Donovan Edwards alone setback, pistol formation. J.J. Fake to Edwards, back to pass, fires over the middle. He's got his man, Cornelius Johnson, who goes high and pulls it down as he crosses the 29-yard line out to the 30. Very athletic catch from the senior wide receiver. And wow, what another laser beam from J.J. McCarthy, 20 yards, moved the chains.
Well, I thought that ball was actually going to sail a little bit high. Great job by Cornelius of going up. It was high and behind him. That was a tremendous catch by Cornelius, and they're out to the 30-yard line.
Darius Clemens checks into the ballgame for the first time, as does the freshman Carmelo English. Max Bredesen shifts into the backfield. JJ takes the snap, hands it to Donovan Edwards, running right. Not much room as he crawls over a tackler across the 30 to the 31-yard line. And he's taken down there.
Well, this East Carolina team knows that the strength of this team, going off of what they were last year, is obviously running the football. They've tried it with Donovan. They've had some success when Michigan got into East Carolina territory, but they're being very aggressive at trying to penetrate the gaps, taking things away from the run game.
2nd down and 9 for Michigan. Not a lot in the run game so far for the Wolverines. Tight formation, and they're going to hand it off to Edwards running left. Cuts back against the grain over to the 33-yard line where he is dropped there for a short gain.
I'd like to see them try and get to the edge just a little bit more. They've obviously got the speed with Donovan and Blake. Get to the edge and let that penetration up front sort itself out, and then allow your experienced running backs to sort things out from behind and pick a gap and hit it. Be able to cut back a little bit. I think there's some yards to be gained on the outside.
3rd down and 7 for the Michigan offense. 1:05 to go first quarter. Wolverines on top, 7-0. JJ's in a shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass. Looking, he's going to fire. He's got his man, Roman Wilson, across the 40, and he's knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Good for the first down. Tegan Wilk, the man that forced him out of bounds.
Here's what I love about this offensive line. Their communication. Right before the snap of the ball, they're shouting and screaming at each other. You can see hand signals, and then all of a sudden they drop the right defensive end. The whole offensive line shifts at the same time to pick up the corner blitz, allowing JJ to find Roman down the field for a first down. It was just a beautiful thing to watch. If you love pass protection, keep an eye on this offensive line.
Now JJ's going to take a snap from under center, with the lone setback being Donovan Edwards. Play action pass, back to pass, fires down the middle, Roman Wilson, and he is dragged down at the 25-yard line. 1 flag, 2 flag, 3 flags fly as Roman Wilson tackled before the ball got there. It was the Columbus, Ohio native Julius Wood, the man in coverage. And I think everybody in the building knows what the call is coming.
And honestly, there was a touchdown saving.
Defense, number 4. The 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. 1st and 10.
Touchdown saving penalty by Julius Wood. Roman Wilson was going to catch that ball. He was going to break free. It was going to be a long touchdown. And Julius Wood said, you know what, I'd rather give up 15 yards on the penalty. You're not going to catch this ball.
Very impressed in the early going here with J.J. McCarthy. Now, to be fair, last year East Carolina ranked 129th in the country in pass defense. But he looks sharp here in the early going. Shotgun once again. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Edwards. He's going to bounce it outside, try and cut back against the grain, breaks 1 tackle as he crosses the 40-yard line, and he's dropped there at the 39. Another short gain in the run game.
Well, I can understand wanting to establish the ground game and try and get things going in the middle, but if things are getting clogged up, you can attack the edges. Look for Michigan in the second quarter when it gets here to start attacking the edges just a little bit more if they're going to keep things on the ground.
That is the end of quarter number 1. Michigan in East Carolina territory on top 7-0. When we continue, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
44 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain, and at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES, all in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top of the East Carolina Pirates 7-0, and the Wolverines looking for more as they've driven to the 39-yard line of East Carolina. When we pick up play here in the second quarter, first quarter stats, Michigan 6 first downs to East Carolina's 1. Wolverines just 23 yards on the ground, East Carolina 9 yards. Michigan 70 yards through the air, and the 1 touchdown pass to Roman Wilson. East Carolina 14 passing yards, and the 1 turnover, the Mikey Sainristil interception. Credit Kenneth Grant with an assist, being in the face of Mason Garcia. And after quarter 1, John, I'm guessing here, Jim Harbaugh were here, Jerome Moore were here. There'll be a lot of talk about getting the run game going, and I imagine that's what Jesse Minter and Kurt Campbell are emphasizing right now.
Yeah, and you've got to be able to make those adjustments, and I'm curious as to how those are going to be made on the sidelines. Jerome Moore is not here, offensive line coach, and you are seeing a lot of movement, especially between the tackles from that East Carolina defensive front. And gap blocking should take care of that. You step in the gap, you pick up whoever shows. You have to be very disciplined, and you can also, as I've mentioned a couple of times now, hit the edges. Allow everything that has to happen in the middle. Go on, it doesn't matter. Go for it. Allow that to happen, and you can get outside. Use the speed that you have and make those wide receivers block a little bit. We've heard that from Jason Avant. He's more than happy to see those receivers blocked.
Strength of the East Carolina defense is their defensive front, but quite frankly, Michigan's offensive line is one of their strengths. ECU getting the better of that matchup in run defense, but the pass protection's been outstanding. JJ's going to take a snap from under center, I formation behind him. Blake Corum takes a handoff, and he's got some room running left. Can he beat a man to the corner, to the 30, to the 20, to the 15? Blake Corum to the 10, diving for the end zone. Blake Corum, we await the call. They're ruling him out inside the 3-yard line. At about the 2.5, he was forced out by Isaiah Brown-Murray as Corum came close to his first touchdown of the year, and there's the Michigan run game.
Yep, and they pulled Zach Zinter around, running a little bit of a counter, and it was to Trente Jones's side. They're bringing in Trente as an extra blocker, lining him up as a tight end. They've done that a bunch of times in the first quarter, and it obviously paid off big as they ran right behind that big left side.
First and goal from the 2.5-yard line for the Wolverine offense. Heavy set. JJ takes a snap, hands it off to Corum, plows forward behind his offensive line into the end zone. The officials come running in. We await the call. No call yet. And now they say touchdown. Well, it took a minute, but he was in the blue, and the Wolverines lead it 13-0.
Well, I think the challenge probably happened at the end of the first quarter there of, hey, we need to be able to run the ball. And they addressed it. And obviously what we've seen, 2 plays into the second quarter, and now we're sitting there with 2 really nice run plays and in the end zone.
A 2.5-yard touchdown run caps off a 7-play, 90-yard drive in 3 minutes and 43 seconds. As this one's going to get looked at, the official waiting for the thumbs up to make sure Blake was indeed in the end zone behind that scrum. John, it was a classic up-the-middle dive play. And the officials at the sidelines in the worst place possible to see if he's actually in. You know, they don't test officials for 40 times, but you can see him sprint.
Yeah, sometimes, boy, it looks like they're really moving down there.
Yeah. Now they say the touchdown was good, and James Turner on for the extra point, the Saline native and transfer from Louisville. who has really stood out in this fall camp. And boy, is he replacing a legend in Jake Moody. Snap's good, the hold by Tommy Doman, and the kick is up and good. And the Wolverines lead it 14-0. Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. 14-0, Michigan on top. 14-13 to go here in quarter number one. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts store is part of a large Midwest-based company committed to the values of honesty and integrity in all of our transactions. From Detroit to Madison, from Chicago to Marquette, we have you covered. Selection, quality, knowledgeable staff, name brands, and with competitive pricing and fast direct-to-home shipping, you can easily get back to doing what you love, working on your ride. Come see us at your Auto Value Auto Parts store today.
Wolverines kicking off to East Carolina. Javius Bond takes it out from just inside his 5-yard line and is met by Jaden Hood as he gets to the 17-yard line. And we have a flag, and it's going to be a holding call on East Carolina, so back them up even more. Michigan on top, 14-0 here at the Big House. 14:07 to go, half number one.
Well, when you think about that last set of plays that Michigan had offensively, they ran over the left side. Carson Barnhart in a great competition with Ladarius Henderson, the transfer from Arizona State. Trente Jones lining up at the tight end position and just collapsing everything from the outside in. Pulled Zach Zinter around on a 37-yard run by Blake. And advantageous position for Michigan to start here in the defensively.
Alex Flynn in at quarterback for ECU, and they're going to go jet sweep, and it's going to go nowhere as a host of Wolverine tacklers led by Ernest Hausman swarms the wide receiver in motion, Jalen Johnson, and it'll be second and long for ECU. Interesting that they go with Flynn, the redshirt junior here, who took 5 snaps last year, didn't attempt the pass.
Yeah, and the report on him is that he is a really good decision maker, a steady game manager, not going to have the flash or the possibilities that Mason Garcia has, but should be very reliable.
Ball on the left hash, 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Flynn takes a shotgun snap, back to pass, fires crossing route. He's got his man across the 20-yard line and met immediately and dropped by Quentin Johnson. Jahari Patterson on the catch. Move the chains for East Carolina.
Yeah, we're going to start to see some depth in the secondary here. Quentin Johnston coming in. We've seen Keon Sabb, Zeke Berry, Makari Page early on.
Gain of 13 on the crossing route. 1st and 10 now for the Pirates. 4 wide now as Flynn has the snap. Back to pass, looking downfield, fires behind his receiver, incomplete. And Flynn got to meet Kenneth Grant there just as he let it go.
Yeah, I think they're going to call Kenneth Grant here for, oh, nope, they got a hold. All right.
You thought it might be roughing?
Well, you just never know what they're doing anymore in terms of protecting the quarterback.
Jesse Minter, Michigan's acting head coach, in his 2nd season with the Wolverine program, says, yes, we'll accept that and back him up to make it 1st and 20.
I believe it was on the offensive lineman, the left tackle, Parker Moore, and he's tasked right now with trying to block Josiah Stewart. When you have that type of quickness, it's a little bit undersized, but boy, he sure puts you as a tackle in some very difficult positions.
Flynn in a shotgun. Rajai Harris flanked to his right. He'll hand it off to Harris, and he's going to bounce it outside with some room to the 20, to the 25, and he's knocked out of bounds as he gets to the 30-yard line by Keon Sabb, as he gets much of the penalty yardage back and then some.
Josiah Stewart made one good play, caused the holding penalty, and then just collapsed just a little bit too much. We talk about that discipline. We saw it from Jalen Harrell earlier. You've got to be able to keep that edge, even if you're backside and the flow is going away. You've got to be able to set that edge because something will be coming back.
Gain of 16, 2nd and 4 for the Pirates. Flynn in a shotgun. Puts a man in motion out of the backfield, and he's going to throw it that way, and caught, and splitting a pair of Wolverine defenders is Marlon Gunn Jr., and he is dragged down across the 30 by Mikey Sainristel, and it's going to set up a 3rd and short. Gain of 3. That could have been a tackle for loss, but he did a good job breaking that tackle.
Well, yeah, he broke out of the one with Mikey Sainristel, but Braden McGregor, they dropped him into pass protection, and you want to talk about being athletic at his size, being able to be the first one out there to help out.
3rd and 1 for East Carolina. Michigan's been very good against the run. Shotgun for Flynn. Takes the snap, fakes a pitch. He's going to run it up the middle, and he's going to get the first down across the 35 out to the 36.
A little read option with the running back. Held it in the backfield just a second longer, faked the pitch, and just found enough to pick up the first down. All he needed was a yard, ended up getting 2.
So a couple first downs here with Flynn at the helm. And East Carolina's got the ball out to their 36-yard line. Jaden McBurrows is in for the Michigan defense. Flynn in a shotgun, fakes a handoff, back to pass, gonna fire down the far sideline, and is it intercepted? Josh Wallace comes down with it, intercepted. In his first game in the Big House, the transfer from UMass stepped in front of an underthrown ball, and the Wolverines will take over on their own 41-yard line.
Remember back on that first possession when we talked about Keon Sabb and the fact that he didn't turn around, could have made an interception? When you got a guy with the experience that Josh Wallace has, reads the eyes, is in the exact same position, and then reads the receiver, is able to turn around and make the play. Great position and great execution to cause the turnover.
10:52 to go, first half. Wolverines on top 14-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride with a brand new truck or SUV from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Whether you're north, south, east, or west, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are in your neighborhood. From their impressive family of SUVs to the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers will put you in the driver's seat. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House with the Wolverines on top 14-0 following the Josh Wallace interception. And boy, East Carolina, who did a spectacular job of taking care of the football a year ago, has turned it over twice here, and we're early in the second quarter. I guess that's not a huge surprise, John, considering how many new players they're breaking in.
There's a lot of new players, but there's also the fact that, hey, you're under duress, causing one turnover, and then you got an experienced guy in the secondary causing another turnover.
Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Well, we got some bad news. They just announced that they've overturned the interception. They said that Wallace didn't come up with it. So we're looking at a 2nd and 10 for East Carolina as Flynn remains in the ballgame. 5 wide now for the Pirates. We'll get an explanation from Jason Avant in a moment. Pass fired, near sideline, caught and immediately met there is Jalen Johnson by Mikey Sainrisville. It'll be a gain of 4 on 2nd down. Jason, what happened there with the overturn?
It was too good to be true. That play is so unlikely for the DB to be able to touch the ball. That was an amazing athletic play. If he would have made that play, NFL scouts would have been here next week looking at him.
Why did they overturn it? They say it was out of bounds, or did he drop it?
No, out of bounds.
Okay. 3rd down and 5 for East Carolina. They go 4 wide. Alex Flynn continuing at quarterback. Marlon Gunn, the lone running back. Michigan showing blitz from their own 46-yard. Check that 41-yard line. Flynn has the snap. Back to pass. Going to fire. Fade route. Far side. Incomplete. Mikey Sainrisville in cover. Stride for stride. And that would have been an impressive contested catch by Jahari Patterson. But Sainrisville right in his face. Incomplete. It'll be 4th down.
You know, when you talk to some NFL scouts, they're really excited about what they see from Mikey Sainrisville. 2 plays ago, you have the open field tackle. Not an easy thing to do when you are the only one on that side of the hash. That throwback, that was a big play, but then you couple it with his coverage ability downfield, right in the hip pocket, making that nearly impossible to complete.
Jake Thaw deep for the Wolverines to field Taffert's punt, which is almost blocked, and this one's going to land in front of Thaw again, and he's going to field it and make one man miss, breaks a tackle out to the 24-yard line, and that's where he's dropped, and that's where the Wolverines will take over. 14-0 Michigan, 9:48 to go here first half. A 40-yard punt, 5-yard return. But other than the interception, this is the first time they aren't starting inside their own 20.
Yeah, and we've seen the benefit of a number of guys making that transition from offense to defense. We're not going to get a chance to see Amarian Walker. We know he's out today, but he is making that transition. Reese Atterbury, former offensive lineman, we'll probably see him a little bit later as a defensive tackle. But Mikey Sainrisville has set the standard in regards to making that transition and being effective.
JJ in a shotgun jet sweep to Donovan Edwards running left, and he splits a pair of defenders across the 30 out to the 35-yard line where he is tripped up. 11 yards for first down. Donovan Edwards as Michigan gives the Pirate defense a different look.
Yep, just bringing him in motion and hitting him as he runs across the formation.
Technically, that's a pass.
Yes, it technically is. And Khalil Mullings, the lead blocker on that, almost going old school fullback style.
3 receivers split to the right for JJ in a shotgun, who's now 8 of 9 passing. The lone incompletion, the drop by Roman Wilson. Shifting Mullings from left to right. From the left hash, they're going to hand it off to Khalil Mullings, who tries to break a tackle in the backfield, but is dropped just as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Not much running room there. I know it'll be 2nd and long.
Well, you mentioned that was a pass to Donovan Edwards. When you have the ability to be creative on offense, using Donovan Edwards as a wide receiver and then bring him in motion, using Colston Loveland, creating those mismatches. We're going to see more of it from the wide receiver position. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this offense continue to develop.
Wolverines go heavy set, bringing in Trente Jones again, and now they try and run it behind Trente, and Donovan Edwards, no running room, and he is tripped up as he gets to the line of scrimmage. So 2 runs after the initial first down have gained no yards here for the Michigan offense.
Well, ECU right now is absolutely selling out against the run. I'm looking at the replay. There are literally 10 guys in the box trying to stop Donovan Edwards.
3rd and 10 for JJ in the Michigan offense. 2 receivers split to the right. 1 to the left is Colston Loveland. Now they'll shift Loveland back in to an inline position. JJ in a shotgun. Back to pass. Rolls to his left, fires over the middle, and he's got his man, Carmelo English. Check that. Cornelius Johnson. No, it was English. No, it was Cornelius Johnson.
Yeah.
Had it right the first time.
Across the 50. Difference between the 5 and the 6 is hard to tell from up here. But, yeah, I mean, JJ, great awareness in the pocket. A little bit of pressure coming from the right side. All he does is shift over 2 yards, buys that extra second, and then almost across his body, without turning it to throw, shows off his arm strength and accuracy for a first down to Cornelius Johnson.
Gain of 15 on 3rd and 10. Wolverines at the ECU 49. They lead it 14-0. 7:08 to go here in the quarter, and now Michigan will take a timeout.
Charge timeout. Michigan. They're first. It will also be a media timeout.
Which means we will take a break with them. With the Wolverines on top, 14-0, 7:08 to go first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coaching quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of Michigan Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-8337-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather, and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable, and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Michigan on top, midway through quarter number 2. Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. So, John, the story of this game, J.J. McCarthy pinpoint accuracy, but the Michigan run game needs to get going.
Well, it does, but the strength of that defense, as you've mentioned, is being able to stop the run. That's where they have some returners. They're not great in the secondary, so it's not surprising that Michigan would attack the secondary. Right now, J.J. 9 of 10, and he has been pinpoint, as you mentioned.
Tight formation for Michigan. Donovan Edwards in the backfield, J.J. under center. Play action fake, back to pass. Looking for a deep shot, fires over the middle. He's got Colston Loveland at the 30 inside as he fights forward to the 25-yard line down the left hash, and that's where he's dropped. Julius Wood, the man in coverage, moved the chains, and another strong throw from J.J. McCarthy, 24 yards.
A little bit of miscommunication in the backfield. Donovan went left. J.J. faked right. Didn't matter. As he continues a great display of being able to throw the ball, hitting guys on the run in stride. That's the one thing we wanted to see last year. Didn't see it till the very end. Now he's picked up right where he left off.
J.J. in a shotgun now. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Both Corum and Edwards in the backfield now. 1 split to either side of McCarthy, who's got the snap. Back to pass. Looking. He's going to fire into tight coverage, but what a throw to Colston Loveland, who's got it at the 10-yard line. There were 3 and maybe 4 Pirate defenders, but J.J. dropped it in a bucket.
There are defensive coordinators right now going, well, first of all, how do we even match up with Blake and Donovan in the backfield? Colston Loveland lined up wide. It's an absolute nightmare, and then you have a quarterback throwing the ball the way that J.J. is right now. There's a lot of angst in the next 11 games.
15 yards for Colston Loveland. The Wolverines have it. First down ball at the 10-yard line. It's 1st and goal. J.J. back to pass. He's got time. Flushed out of the pocket now. Rolling to his right. Fires end zone. Roman Wilson. Touchdown. J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson for the 2nd time today. And the Wolverines lead it 20-0.
great protection. And something that no one's going to talk about, but I will here for the next 10 seconds. Nugent, the center, got bull rushed, did a great job of pass protection, ended up losing his balance, going down. Instead of reaching up and grabbing somebody and getting called for a hold, which would have taken back a touchdown, had a veteran move of, hey, sometimes you just got to be a speed bump, and held him up enough. Great protection. Great job by J.J. of finding Roman Wilson in the end zone.
James Turner on for the extra point out of Tommy Doman's hold. Will Wagner snap. The kick is no good. So the Wolverines lead it 20-0 after the 7-play, 76-yard drive over 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Wolverines on top, 20-0. 5:32 to go here in quarter number 2. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's okay to be stressed, but it's also okay to realize that sometimes what you think is just stress might be something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you whenever you're ready. With access to support for physical and mental health, wherever and whenever you need it, even from the privacy of your own home. We're here for it all, and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
America, it's time to gear up and get out there in a new Ford vehicle. And it all starts at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers during the Discover Summer Sales Event. Choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs equipped with the tech and comfort you need to discover your best summer ever. Right now, returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends September 4th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Discover Summer Sales Event. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
$20-0, Michigan on top here, late first half. Now you can win even more on the Michigan Lottery Daily 3 and 4 with bonus draws. Surprise drawings with payouts that are 20% bigger for eligible wagers for a limited time. This month only, exclusions apply. Well, John, so far J.J. McCarthy looks like he's taken that next step. Now, to be fair, East Carolina's defense, their pass defense is not what they're known for. 129th in Division I a year ago, and they don't look to be much better. He's got some guys running open, but even when he doesn't, he has really shown pinpoint accuracy.
He's dropping things over the shoulder to Roman Wilson, to Colston Loveland, and he is using, here's the other thing, it's good decisions. It's on the first touchdown to Roman Wilson. Hey, I'm going to run it, I'm going to threaten that, and then I'm going to throw it at the last second. It pulled the defenders off of Roman Wilson, opening things up for him. He's making really good decisions, and he's being accurate in doing so.
Tommy Doman puts his right foot into this one, and Javius Bond will signal for a fair catch, and ECU will take over at the 25-yard line. JJ, if not for the drop by Roman Wilson, would be throwing a perfect game right now. He's 12 of 13 for 147 yards and 2 touchdowns.
And if you are going to nerd out on numbers, his QBR right now is rating 238. I'll take that.
Yeah.
So, again, making good decisions. He's been under duress a couple of times, extending or buying himself some time by just shifting around in the pocket. And we talk about being able to be comfortable, that connection that he's had with Roman Wilson and CJ so far. You could see it paying off here early on in this game.
Flynn continuing at quarterback for ECU for the starter, Mason Garcia, and we get a timeout before the ball is snapped as Mike Houston sees something he doesn't like. And so he will discuss it with his guys. So, John, the Michigan defense looks like they picked up where they left off, especially against the run.
Yeah, and when you look at what they're able to do up front. It's no surprise when you have the mass and athletic ability of Mason Graham, Chris Jenkins, Rayshawn Benny, Kenneth Grant, Cam Good. I just went full Jim Harbaugh and named off everybody on the defensive front. But you're going to see guys shuffle in and out. There's no drop-off in talent. And when you can have those hockey shift changes, guys are going to stay fresh. And it's a nightmare for offensive linemen.
Well, the starters are back in on the Michigan defensive front as the timeout is over. And the Pirates from their own 25-yard line, trailing 20-0, come out in a shotgun formation. Bring a man in motion, and it'll be Flynn back to pass. Stepping up in the pocket, breaks a tackle. He's going to roll to his left, and he's going to try and run. And here comes the speedy Mike Barrett from his linebacker spot to drag him down for a short gain of 3 on first down.
I mentioned early on in the offseason how excited I was about this linebacker group. We've already seen Ernest Hausman be able to show off his speed and make plays outside, that tackle box. We're seeing it from Mike Barrett. We saw Junior Colson be able to step up and fill holes. It's going to be fun to watch these players. 2nd and 7 for the Pirates from their own 28-yard line. Back to pass, firing near side and caught as Flynn finds his receiver at the 32-yard line. Checked out the 33. Keon Sabb, the man in coverage, throwing him out of bounds. And he'll set up a 3rd and short for the Pirates. This will be a nice test for the defense. It was 3rd and 1 last time. They ran a little fake pitch, tried to clear things out, and Alex Flynn was able to convert. We all saw it earlier with 1 yard and Mason Garcia. I'd like to see a nice big stop here.
Clock running, 4:20 to go. First half, Wolverines on top, 20-0. It's 3rd and 2 for the Pirates. Shotgun for Alex Flynn. Running back to either side. He's going to throw. Back to pass. Fires underneath. And he's got the freshman running back, Javius Bond, who breaks a couple of tackles out to the 50 and into Michigan territory. Javius Bond moves the chains with a good bit of hard running. And East Carolina is down to the Michigan 48-yard line after that gain of 19.
Michigan tried to bring pressure. They brought 6 up front. And in doing so, lost track of the running back, and it was just a little easy dump, and then everything after that was easy for the running back to pick up some yardage. Lost broken tackles.
3 of them. 4 receivers, 2 to either side for Flynn. Takes the snap, hands it off to Bond. Not much running room up the middle as he is met in the backfield. Spins forward for a gain of about 2. Derek Moore leading the Michigan tacklers, and we've got an injured Pirate. And he's going to get some attention. We'll try and figure out who that is. So, John, earlier I told you. Did you see the replay?
Yeah, boy, that's Walter Stribling, the right tackle.
Not good?
No, it was Junior Colson. I just mentioned him being able to fill the gap. He filled the A gap, and as he tried to make the tackle, swung around and basically whipped into the back side of Walter Stribling. That looks like it's going to be uncomfortable.
Leg?
Yeah, it might be both legs.
Wow. So as they address his situation, let's go down to our Jason Avant on the field. Jason?
I am down on the sideline with DJ Turner, cornerback for the Cincinnati Bengals, one of the all-time great Michigan Wolverines. Why is it so important to come back at the beginning of the season?
Oh, man, it's just great to show love, back to the boys. Some was in my class, 5 years. Some I played with last year. It's just great, just to show back love, just say, show them you can do it. It's good because I always looked at it when I was here. It was a big deal.
It kind of speaks to how great Michigan is. You can be in Jamaica, Vegas, or Miami right now, but you chose to come back home.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, especially I'm right at Cincy, so I can just drive up. I drove up, easy drive. Yeah, it was great. It was great.
Talk about the preparation that you had at the University of Michigan and how that prepared you for the NFL.
Oh, yeah, it definitely gets you right. Being under Coach Harbaugh, he coached in the NFL, so he knows what he knows. And, it definitely, Coach Minner came from the NFL, so when Coach McDonald's here, Coach McDonald is in the NFL, so, all those kind of things just definitely plays a role.
Last question, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, are they getting you right?
Oh, yeah, they're 100% getting me right. I'm not going to see better in a game. That's the best 2 receivers in the league right there, so it's definitely a great thing to go against them every day.
I'm biased. I say Eagles are better. All right. It's great talking to you, DJ.
Jason, can you ask him if he's been able to shave any time off his 40?
Oh, John asked, were you able to shave off any time on your 40?
No, I ain't ran a 40 since the one that got clocked in. I'm good. I don't need to run another 40.
He's never going to run it again.
Hey, yeah, that's just for the job interview. After that, you never want to run it again.
Yes.
I don't need to run it again. This is time for football now.
Great talking to you, DJ.
Boy, he lit it on fire at the combine.
Yes, he did. Do you remember your 40 time?
No. I don't. Nor do I. Yeah, the sundial has been broken.
They timed it with a calendar.
Yes.
I remember mine. It was slow as ever. That's what it was.
And same reaction that DJ had. He blistered his. And when it comes down to it, just go play ball.
Exactly.
All right, we're ready to go back here at the Big House. Michigan on top, 20-0. 3:22 to go first half. Following the injury timeout, it'll be a 2nd down and 7 for the Pirates from the Michigan 46-yard line. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. They continue with Alex Flynn at quarterback on a relief of Mason Garcia. And we get a whistle and a flag and a false start on the Pirates.
False start. Number 33, offense. 5-yard penalty remains. 2nd down.
So back him up 5 yards. Back to their own 49-yard line.
Yeah, they went with the big package again. Michigan did with Rayshon Betty and Cam Good on the interior of that defensive front.
Boy, Cam Good has been impressive in practice.
Mike Elston is really excited about him and with the possibilities this year.
Flynn back to pass, going to fire far side. It's caught by Jalen Johnson, and he steps out of bounds at the 43-yard line. And that'll set up a 3rd down and medium for the Pirates.
Jason, is there any better way for Mikey Sanderstill to catch that? I mean, that just to me is a good route. Mikey Sanderstill slipped a little bit, but he's still in position to make sure he doesn't get the 1st down.
Yeah, he can't do anything about that. He's on the wide side of the field. There's so much space. Just don't give up more yards.
4 wide for the Pirates here on 3rd and 5. On the Michigan 43-yard line, ball on the right hash. 3 receivers split to the left. Going right to left. Flynn claps his hands, and they're going to have him in a quarterback draw as he gets to the 40, breaks a tackle, has the 1st down to the 35-yard line with 2:20 to go in the first half. Rayshon Benny eventually the man that tracked him down.
Derek Moore came smoking off the edge, and we talk about discipline. He made the tackle on the running back and then actually came back. Great athletic ability to make a play and try and make up for a mistake, but you've got to be patient when you're running backside. The quarterback is going to be looking at that edge defender. If you crash down, he's going to keep it.
Flynn from a shotgun, 1st and 10 from the Michigan 35. Handoff up the middle. Javius Bond gets a yard, maybe a yard and a half. Junior Colson on the tackle. 1:42 to go first half. East Carolina with 1 timeout remaining. And they've got the ball on the Michigan 33-yard line.
It's going to be really hard for opposing offenses to find much interior on 1st down. If they're going to try and run it on 1st down with Mason Graham and with Chris Jenkins in there, those 2 are so powerful. They take up those double teams, leaving Junior Colson and the host of linebackers to make plays.
Pirates taking their time. 1:12 to go first half. Back to pass is Flynn. Pump fakes, flushed out of the pocket, being chased by Chris Jenkins. He wheels back into his own territory and fires it out of bounds. He was 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And he did have a receiver out there. Pass incomplete. It'll set up a 3rd and 8.
Chris Jenkins was the semi-truck going 100 miles an hour trying to make a hairpin turn.
We kind of got to see his 40 time there.
Yes, he did. And the panic in Alex Flynn, knowing that Chris Jenkins was bearing down on him.
So a big play here. As the Pirates are just outside of their potential field goal range. Their kicker, Andrew Conrad, has a long of 47. Back to pass is Flynn. Looking, he's going to fire. He's got a receiver, and it's caught at the Michigan 15-yard line. Was he bobbling it? The officials are going to talk it over. Keon Sabb is saying he was bobbling it, but the officials are going to say catch is good at the Michigan 15-yard line with 53 seconds to go. And East Carolina wants to go quickly, and I suspect that Jesse Minter might
need to utilize one of those timeouts.
Yep. Wolverines got 2 of them.
Ooh.
In the replay, the maize-clad officials in the stands didn't like it, and now we're going to get a review. Oh, and the East Carolina sideline is hot.
The field was of a catch. Previous play is under review.
They wanted the ball snapped quickly. So this one's going to get looked at. Let's go down to Jason Avant. Jason?
Yeah, I was right in front of the play here. He caught the ball with 2 feet down, but as he was going out of bounds, the ball was dislodged, right? He didn't make the process of the catch, and I don't think it should be called a catch.
Well, Keon Sabb, I'm watching the replay, punched that ball out with his right hand. He came from behind and using the right hand, punched the ball out. And I think you're right, Jason.
Well, I'd like to ask our rules expert, is that a football move? Is that a fumble out of bounds? Or does he need to complete the process of the catch?
Are you calling me the rules expert?
Yeah, you boast how you know these. I've studied the
rules. I read, man. You know,
that's the difficult thing.
Yes,
I say that
that does not look like a football move to me. I think this one's going to get overturned.
It's going to be really interesting how they see this. Jason, let's flip the script on this one. If you're the receiver, obviously you feel like you caught it, but I mean, what constitutes a catch? Because we saw it earlier with Roman Wilson, the drop, where it felt like he had it and maybe called it a fumble.
Usually it's 2 steps in a football move, so we'll see if that stands. But to me, as his second foot was coming down, Sabb was dislodging the ball at that time.
They're going to overturn this. They moved the football back to the 33-yard line.
After review, the pass is incomplete. It'll be 4th and 8 at the 33-yard line. The clock stays as it is.
Good job there.
Yep.
And they are going to try a 51-yard field goal with Andrew Conrad, who was 8 of 12 a year ago with a long of 47. I actually watched him in pregame warmups be good from 52 with some room to spare. So this will be a career long. It's a little bit different in an empty stadium as opposed to when the place is packed, right?
Yes, it is.
So from 51 yards, snap, spot is good. The kick, a low line drive, and it is no good. Conrad missed it wide.
It's interesting. You mentioned early on in that drive where they were taking that play clock down. I think they wanted to take it down, so if they did attempt a field goal, there wasn't going to be time left. 48 seconds remain on the clock for Michigan to try and do something, and they're going to get the ball, at the 38.5-yard line, 33.5-yard line?
Yep. Up 20-0. As John mentioned, 48 seconds to go. Michigan with 2 timeouts here. And J.J. McCarthy, who's been darn near perfect today, see if he can get the Wolverines in field goal range or more. 3 receivers, 1 to the left, 2 to the right. J.J. in a shotgun, ball on the left hash. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires near side. Cornelius Johnson goes down and has it, but is down immediately, and the clock's going to run as he's got it at the 38-yard line. Gain of 5 on first down. J.J. gets him quickly to the line of scrimmage from the shotgun. 30 seconds to go. Back to pass, fires far side, and once again going down and bringing it in is Fred Moore, the freshman at the 42-yard line of Michigan. Clock stops with 23 seconds to go. J.J. gets him to the line of scrimmage. Clock starts, 22-21. J.J. has the snap. Back to pass, fires over the middle, caught at the ECU 41-yard line. That's good for a first down. Stop the clock again with 14 seconds to go. Roman Wilson on the completion, and now Michigan will take a timeout.
There's seconds. 30 seconds in length.
3 small chunks has gotten Michigan to the ECU 42-yard line. But just 14 seconds to go in the half.
Nice job by the offense of getting up, getting set, getting a play run. And there are new rules in terms of college football. When the clock does stop on first downs, obviously with 2 minutes to go in the half, first downs, the clock still stops, if I am correct. And
it does.
When this is Jesse Minter, where we're starting to look at what he's going to be as a head coach. I do think Jim Harbaugh talks about, hey, all of these guys could be future head coaches. Jesse Minter running a 2-minute drill, calling timeout here so that they could get a play called. They're on the other side of the 50-yard line right now. You probably have, with one timeout left, you could take a shot towards the sideline, take maybe about half of this up, and then one shot at the end zone. You could get 2 plays off and still get a field goal.
Samaj Morgan and Fred Moore in. 14 seconds to go in the first half. Wolverines on the ECU 41-yard line. JJ, shotgun, back to pass, fires far side. He's got his man Fred Moore, who gets wrangled and thrown out of bounds immediately, but stopped the clock with 8 seconds left. Ball at the ECU 32, a gain of 9.
Here's where you can either take a shot at the end zone, or if you just want to make it a little bit easier for your field goal kicker, you got that timeout in your back pocket. You can't run a play that's going to take longer than 8 seconds. So the heads up for JJ, and he should know this, hey, if you're starting to scramble around, throw the ball out of bounds.
Wolverines taking their time. 14 on the play clock. Now they're ready to go from the ECU 31. JJ in a shotgun with 8 seconds to go in the half. They bring Cornelius Johnson in motion, and they're going to fire to that side. It's behind CJ, incomplete. As JJ got rid of it just as his second incompletion of the day, John, and there's 5 seconds to go in the half, and I think we're going to see the field goal unit.
Yeah, JJ just rushed it a little bit. He knew that there was only 8 seconds, wanted to get the ball out of his hands, get it to Cornelius. Cornelius just hadn't looked yet, and it was just a little bit behind him.
So this is going to be a 50-yard field goal attempt for James Turner. And again, watching him in warm-ups, he was good from beyond this range. Missed an extra point earlier, but the Louisville transfer with a chance to put the Wolverines on top by 3 more, and Mike Houston's going to take his final timeout.
Charge timeout, East Carolina. Their third.
Wolverines went through the operation anyway, as Wagner snapped it, Doman held it, and Turner gets a practice shot. These are very helpful on the golf course, although illegal. Be a lot different if,
it depends who you're playing with.
Somebody could call a timeout, and I could try that little chip once before I.
Yeah, I call timeout. You can't do that.
Plenty of leg though on Turner's warm-up attempt.
Well, I do like the fact that Michigan was able to save 2 timeouts throughout the course of the game and utilize those now. They're obviously going to end this quarter, this half, with 1 timeout left. So. But the operation of the offense, getting up, getting set, getting a play called, being effective downfield. JJ has been very accurate. We just mentioned it. Only his second incompletion there, and it was a little bit rushed. I think he's going to look at that one and say, you know what, I had the time. I should have the patience to be able to complete it.
So Turner will try again as Wagner will snap, Doman will hold, and Turner ball on the left hash. It'll be spotted right on the 40-yard line, a 50-yard attempt. Snap is good. Hold is good. Turner's kick is on the way, and Turner's kick is good from 50 yards. And Michigan adds 3 more as the clock hits 0 on the first half, and the Wolverines take a 23-0 lead to the locker room.
Little redemption for him after missing the extra point. We'll take a 50-yarder. Going to continue to build his confidence as he fills the shoes of a 3rd-round pick, Jake Moody.
2 stories of the first half. J.J. McCarthy looks outstanding, and I'm sure they want to be more consistent in the run game.
Yeah, and really what it comes down to is being able to block different looks. We saw movement up front, create penetration, and it cut the offense in half, and it really stunted what Michigan was able to do on the ground when they were able to stretch the defense a little bit. And at times they went with Trente Jones at tight end, and they were just able to mash, but you can't always count on that. So you got to be able to block that movement up front, and then, hey, if nothing's working, you got to be comfortable knowing that JJ has been as accurate and effective as he's been at the quarterback position.
All right, it's halftime here in Ann Arbor with the Wolverines on top 23-0. Lots to do, including a look around the country. We'll update you on scores, what's going on this first full Saturday of college football. Also, we'll hear from Jack Miller, Brian Bush, their thoughts on half number 1. And then we'll have second half action from here in Ann Arbor with Michigan leading East Carolina 23-0 from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. And at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES. All in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Donovan Edwards.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and family. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Heartland Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Heartland Insurance Agency today at www.heartlandinsurance.com. That's www.heartlandinsurance.com.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
All going according to plan for Michigan through the first half. Our halftime score from the Big House, 23-0 in favor of the Wolverines over East Carolina. Phil Brame in for Rob Joyce here in the studio. We'll start our halftime coverage with a listen back to some of the first half highlights as the Wolverines would open the game on defense, force an immediate 3-and-out, but East Carolina does a great job to pin the Wolverines at their own 2-yard line, so nothing doing for Michigan on their first offensive possession. Pirates would get it back. They'd be forced into another third down as the Wolverine defense would heat up Pirate quarterback Mason Garcia.
3rd and 9 for the Pirates. Garcia in a shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass, looking downfield. Here comes Kenneth Grant in his face. Fires, intercepted. Mikey St. Bristol's got it at the 38-yard line, across to the 45 where he falls down. And the first turnover in 8 games for the Pirates comes on their second possession of the year as Mikey St. Bristol steps in front of a fluttering pass.
Michigan's offense would look to cash in on the next drive. J.J. McCarthy with a nice 3rd down conversion to Roman Wilson to keep the drive going. And McCarthy would look Wilson's way again from the Pirate 14 on another 3rd down.
J.J. in a shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, looking downfield, and fires. End zone, caught, touchdown! Roman Wilson. J.J. creates some time with his feet. Roman Wilson, 14-yard touchdown, and the Wolverines lead 6-0.
7-0 with 5:43 left in the opening quarter, and that's how the quarter would end. Michigan, though, was driving, and the second quarter would open with a 37-yard Blake Corum run. He got down to the East Carolina 2, and Corum would get the call to try to finish things off.
1st and goal from the 2.5-yard line for the Wolverine offense. Heavy set. J.J. takes a snap, hands it off to Corum, plows forward behind his offensive line into the end zone. The officials come running in. We await the call. No call yet. And now they say touchdown. Well, it took a minute.
And just 40 seconds into the second quarter, it was 14-0 Michigan. Another stop for the Wolverine defense on ECU's next drive would give the Wolverines their chance at a 3-score lead. 7 plays, 76 yards later, it was McCarthy to Wilson again.
First down ball at the 10-yard line. It's 1st and goal. J.J. back to pass. He's got time. Flushed out of the pocket now. Rolling to his right. Fires. End zone. Roman Wilson. Touchdown. J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson for the 2nd time today. And the Wolverines lead it 20-0.
And the only blemish on that drive was a missed PAT. So 20-0 Michigan. 5.5 left in the first half. ECU would put together their best drive of the quarter, but the Pirates would miss from 51 yards. to give Michigan one last chance at points. Final minute of the half, some redemption for James Turner, who nails a 50-yarder on the final play of the half, just moments after missing for PAT. Nice redemption there for Turner, and our halftime score now 23-0 Michigan over ECU. Our halftime coverage is driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. We'll check the Big Ten and Top 25 scoreboards coming up after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better-for-you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
KFC's new chicken nuggets. Hand-breaded, original recipe, 100% white meat chicken nuggets. The perfect back-to-school dinner option for...
Are those chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I was thinking we could...
Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets!
What is happening?
It's dinner time. Order KFC original recipe chicken nuggets, 10 pieces for just $5. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
2 quarters in the books at the Big House with Michigan up on East Carolina 23-0. Let's go out of town with today's Big Ten scoreboard brought to you by Absa Pure Water. 2 other games underway at the moment, both of them are also at halftime. Number 25, Iowa leads Utah State 17-3, a pair of first-half passing touchdowns for Cade McNamara in his Iowa debut. Meanwhile, Purdue with a tight one against Fresno State. Boilermakers lead 21-17 as they've played 2 quarters there. Coming up later today, number 3, Ohio State will play at Indiana as the Buckeyes have committed to playing multiple quarterbacks per Ryan Day. Junior Kyle McCord will start. Sophomore Devin Brown will also see action against the Hoosiers. Also at 3:30, the Luke Fickell era begins in Madison for Wisconsin as they face off against Buffalo. Also at 3:30, the final of the 3:30 kicks, it's Maryland at home to Towson. That's before 2 night games, both getting underway at 7:30. Number 7, Penn State resumes a dormant regional rivalry with West Virginia, first meeting since 1992 in a series that previously had met every year since 1947. Also at 7:30, it's Illinois and Toledo meeting for the first time ever. That was today's Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Absa Pure Water, creating and celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Our top 25 scoreboard is brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, number 12, Tennessee and Virginia in Nashville. That is a neutral site game in name only, partisan Tennessee crowd, and so far the Vols on target as they lead Virginia 21-3 at halftime. Meanwhile, the Deion Sanders era beginning for Colorado on the road at number 17 TCU, and they're tied at 14 in the final seconds of the first half. The Buffaloes are lining up for a long field goal to try to take a lead into the halftime locker room. Meanwhile, number 20 Oklahoma looking for a better year 2 under head coach Brent Venables after a 6-7 campaign a year ago. Today at home against Arkansas State. So far, so good. Just about to go to the locker room with a 45-0 lead. The top 25 scoreboard has been brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Stay with us. We've got Brian, Jason, and Jack. They're back from the Big House after this. Again, our score at the break, Michigan up on East Carolina, 23-0, as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The wide variety of entertainment doesn't stop at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get your gloves up for Motor City Cage Night 27 on September 15th, followed by the cross-genre sound of Bruce Hornsby and the Noisemakers on the 16th. Then the legendary Freddie Jackson and Regina Bell finish the weekend lineup on September 17th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Back with you high atop the Big House, Wolverines blanking East Carolina 23-0 at halftime. And our halftime show is driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Well, Jack Miller, this Michigan offense, we were wondering all game long about how they would handle the run-pass situation. And the first 3 plays, because they were backed up inside the 5, we saw 3 straight runs. After that, it was a pretty significant breakdown in terms of pass overrun, 18 passes to 9 rushes after that first drive.
Yeah, I mean, you take what's working, and obviously throwing the ball, JJ looks in rhythm. He looks synced up with those wide receivers, and you got everyone from Roman Wilson, Cornelius Johnson, Colson Loveland. They're distributing the ball pretty equally to those guys, Donovan Edwards and Corum out of the backfield too. So, the passing game just seems to be humming along right now. I think the offensive line looks really solid in their pass protection, picking up blitzes. Little movement from the front of East Carolina has kind of messed up the running game a little bit. They've been able to, hit some big runs, and that's what happens when you pick up that movement. But if you don't, it's hard to block sometimes. East Carolina's defense is pretty fast, you can see on the field.
Jason, let's talk about this Michigan wide receiver core. And Roman Wilson really been the star of the show. Already one catch shy of his career best. A couple of touchdowns for him, 5 catches, 63 yards. He's leading the way, but many have gotten involved.
Yeah, many have gotten involved, but I just talked about like the mental strength of Roman Wilson to come out your opening day and put one on the ground. We know in camp the receivers struggle to catch the football, and for you to put one on the ground, then come right back out and then make another play and another play, just talks about just the mental strength and maturity of Roman Wilson. But all the guys are making plays today, and J.J. McCarthy is putting it on the dime. When you throwing the ball as well as J.J. McCarthy, it makes it easy for the receiver. So I'm glad to see the guys making plays. And you're seeing a bunch of guys playing as well.
Yeah, no doubt. 6 different pass catchers in this one, including Frederick Moore, a couple of grabs for 18 yards. Jack, defensively, your impressions from a scoreless first half, defensively, just 113 yards allowed.
Yeah, really impressive. They are deep. They got guys rotating in and out and keeping guys fresh. John said it's like a hockey shift change where, you get a whole new group of guys in there, and there's really not a drop-off. They're playing hard, fast, physical, allow the defensive line not giving up any ground whatsoever, allows those linebackers to run sideline to sideline and make plays. And then in the back end, Mikey Sainer still, just really, really solid football all around defensively. It looks like, they picked up right where they left off last season.
Jason, any thoughts you have on that Michigan defense?
Well, I thought the secondary is playing extremely well. They gave up a few plays, but the guys are in position to make plays. We've missed a few tackles, but overall, I think that they're playing well. I'm very impressed with Ernest Hausman. He ran through a guy and made the play in the backfield a few times. Like these guys are running around, and that linebacker core with Colson, I don't understand why he doesn't get as much recognition as he deserves. But this guy is around the football every single time that he's in there. So I'm looking forward to it. Defensive line's playing well as well.
And then our halftime adjustment, which is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Of course, Michigan leaned upon that running game so much last season. The Blake Corum 37-yard gain was a big one. Otherwise, 11 carries for 24 yards. Jack, how do the Wolverines kind of get that going? And hopefully, if this game gets out of hand, get some other guys an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get the running game going. You got to try to establish that here. Like I said, a lot of movement up front from East Carolina. Give them credit. I think they've had a good scheme coming into this game and caught the offensive line off guard a little bit. So, it just takes time. You settle in. It's week one. It's to be expected a little bit. Just start to move, start to communicate a little better, get that running game going, get out of here with a victory.
Go ahead, Jason.
Oh, the few plays that they had was in heavy personnel, so I think that you have to change up the personnel. I think in zebra and in regular personnel, they have a beat on you, so you have to change up to some odd personnel.
Today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives at Motor City. Lastly, Jason, quickly, your impressions of how that sideline is handled. No Jim Harbaugh, no Sharon Moore. Has it felt business as usual down there?
Yeah, they haven't missed a beat. Guys are communicating. This is when you have a veteran coaching staff and a bunch of veteran guys coming back. I haven't noticed any difference of Harbaugh being here or him not. So this is a credit to Jesse Minter and everyone on this staff.
It's a mature group of guys down there, a lot of leaders, a lot of veterans who've been around the game for a while. It's business as usual, and I really do think some of this controversy surrounding Coach Harbaugh and some of the other coaches is only going to bring these guys together to play harder.
Now, so far so good for the Maize and Blue. They lead ECU 23-0, and that was our halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. Stay tuned. Our second half coverage comes next. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you everything. Here's the Wolverines look to get 2023 off to the right foot. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
You already know Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan gives you access to the largest network of top doctors and hospitals. What you may not know is that with our 24-hour nurse line, online visits, whole health support, urgent care, and more, you can access the care you need whenever and wherever you need it, giving you the confidence in knowing that you're covered anytime, anywhere. We're here for it all, and always will be. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Make some summertime memories in the new aggressively sophisticated Toyota Highlander or the adventurous RAV4, America's best-selling SUV. Now through September 5th, you can get low 3.99 APR financing on a new 23 RAV4 or Highlander and 4.99 APR on the electrified RAV4 Hybrid or Highlander Hybrid. With approved credit through TFS, excludes RAV4 Prime, and every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Today's broadcast is presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever? Football is back in Ann Arbor. Welcome to our coverage of Michigan and East Carolina. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
23-0, Michigan on top of the Pirates of East Carolina. We'll have second half action coming up momentarily. Hey, when you're out on the town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app, which, John, is one of my favorite stops amongst the apps that I have. And you can listen to just about any game from out anywhere in the country.
Yeah, it's nice to be able, when you're traveling around, to be able to hear and tune into any game that you want and get the local broadcast, which we're always a little partial to.
Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan Football from Learfield. Let's go down to Jason Avant. What was Coach Minter talking about with the team in the locker room?
Coach Minter wants to emphasize that we have to run the ball a lot better. They're stacking the box, so we have to get to some outside zones and figure out a way to run the football. But we have to also take what they give us, be aggressive to the block, no penetration. And for the defense, a lot of missed tackles. We have to tackle a lot better. Assignment, pure football, do your job and keep them in front. Stay disciplined and keep your eyes in the right spot, tack the ball so we can get some turnovers and team. We get the ball the second half, so let's set the tone, play fast, play hard, play for the final 30 minutes.
All right, 30 minutes to go in this opener, and the Wolverines will receive the ball to start half number 2 as Kalel Mullings and Joe Taylor deep to take this kick from Andrew Conrad. It will kick off for the Pirates. And the second half of the season opener is underway as Conrad's kick will sail over Mullings' head and out of the back of the end zone. And Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line. Well, the story of the first half of the Wolverines, J.J. McCarthy outstanding as he had only 2 incomplete passes, 16 of 18, 181 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he was very accurate getting down the field. A nice job of being able to create more time, pocket awareness, moving around in the pocket, and being able to find guys downfield. And then when on the run, making the decision of when to keep it, when to throw the ball. I thought it was a very good performance. Now, like we heard from Jesse Minter, we got to find a way to be more consistent on the ground and attack the edges.
They go heavy set with an extra offensive lineman in there. I formation, handoff to Blake Corum, who hesitates in the backfield, makes one man miss across the 25 out to the 27-yard line. A lot of movement there, but only 2 yards of production, and Wolverines will be looking at second and long.
Well, and again, it's the penetration. They pulled Trevor Keegan, the left guard, and he's just unable to get around because of the movement up front or lack thereof. You bubble around, you just don't have enough time to get up on a linebacker.
JJ in a shotgun. Roman Wilson split to the right. Cornelius Johnson to the left. Blake Corum continues behind JJ, who's got the snap. Fakes a handoff to Corum. Now he's going to fire to Bredesen, who's got it in the flat to the 30, to the 35, out to the 40. The old waggle play. And Max Bredesen forced out of bounds by Ra-Ra Dilworth. Gain of 14.
Well, Max Bredesen lines up in that fullback position, just comes across the formation, and we've seen him do that many times and block the end of the line of scrimmage. Now all of a sudden he just kind of waggles out there, as you called it, and he's wide open for a big gainer.
Wolverines 1st and 10 from their own 41-yard line. Johnson split to the left, Roman Wilson to the right. Blake Corum in the backfield by himself, JJ under center. Has the snap, hands it off to Corum, running left. Scoots through a hole to the 45 and carries a tackler out towards the 50, and they drag him down just shy of the 50-yard line. Mike Edwards leading the tacklers for ECU. Some good hard running there from Blake Corum, 9 yards on first down.
A nice double team by Carson Barnhart and Trevor Keegan. Trevor Keegan sees the linebacker start to run through, is able to come off because he's keeping his shoulders square. That creates that little crease for Blake Corum to find, and you get a 9-yard pickup.
The head coach of the Pirates does have a background in defense, Mike Houston. And their defense was very good against the run a year ago. They returned pretty much their entire defensive front. And it's been tough sledding on the ground for Michigan. Second down and short. JJ under center. Play action, back to pass. Fires over the middle. He's got Cornelius Johnson on a crossing route at the 35-yard line of the Pirates, where he spun to the ground as Johnson moved the chains on that 16-yard reception over the middle.
Well, it's the same motion with Max Bredesen in the backfield that we saw him catch that waggle pass. Now he picks up the end of the line of scrimmage. They're selling the run. They're selling that little pass. And all of a sudden, Cornelius comes right across the middle. And JJ, it really feels like he's found some comfort back there, and he is so accurate right now.
From a shotgun, JJ, quick flip to Blake Corum running left. Puts the brakes on, makes a man miss, but gets met as he gets to the 32-yard line as Blake Corum made someone look silly, which we do see a lot of, but a gain of 3 as Julius Wood comes up from a safety spot to stop Blake Corum.
Well, I'll give ECU this. They are bound and determined not to let Blake be the guy that beats him. Now, we've seen JJ be able to do that, but Blake can sure turn on a dime and make guys miss, but they are hustling. The ECU defense is hustling to the ball.
11:47 to go here, third quarter. Michigan on top, 23-0. Second down and 7. JJ in a shotgun, back to pass, fires near sideline. He's got Darius Clemens inside the 30, down to the 27-yard line on a little stop route, and he gets up slowly. He's dragged to the ground awkwardly, Darius Clemens, the second catch of his career. A gain of 4.
Yeah, just looks like he maybe just stretched the knee and the ankle, which you're not supposed to stretch those, as he was rolled over backwards, but nice little pitch and catch.
Heavy formation on 3rd and 3. Handoff to Blake Corum up the middle. He has to get to the 25-yard line, and that's looked like it's exactly what he got, as the officials are saying, indeed, to move the chains. First down yardage on 3rd and short.
Nice push right up the middle behind your two returning guards that you believe are All-American quality. And Nugent, the center. When the guys talk about him, they talk about a guy that is willing to do anything on the field to win.
1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Donovan Edwards in the backfield now next to J.J. McCarthy. Back to pass. J.J. looking downfield. Here comes the rush from behind. Gets it off to the end zone. Tipped and incomplete. Wow, what a play down there. Just getting his fingertips on it as Colston Loveland was coming open in the right corner of the end zone. It was Isaiah Brown Murray who gets the pass breakup. Pretty athletic play there.
It was, and I mean, great route by Colston Loveland, and just sometimes guys make plays, and Murray was able to get just the fingertips on it and make a play there to save a touchdown for ECU.
Falls incomplete, so 2nd down and 10. JJ with a quick shovel pass to Donovan Edwards running left, puts the brakes on, makes a man miss inside the 15 and dragged down there. First down yardage for Donovan Edwards, and we have a late flag come onto the field. And we'll see what the call is. That again goes in the books as a forward pass. We've seen that look twice with Donovan, where they bring him in motion. JJ takes the snap and just flips it forward.
Well, you get him with a full head of steam heading towards the outside.
The result of the play is a first down. Sideline warning. East Carolina bench. They're first. 1st and 10.
11 yards, and the ball is spotted on the ECU 14-yard line.
Well, you want to be able to get Donovan and Blake on the edge. What you saw there with Donovan is the ability to get to the sidelines. We saw it just a minute ago with Blake. Be able to put your foot in the ground, find a hole, find a seam, find a crease, and get north and south. And when you can pick up 11 yards like that, that's starting to create some space in the middle.
Wolverines moving left to right. Ball on the left hash. Handoff. Edwards running left. Sideways, kind of squeezes between a pair of tacklers with his shoulders to the sideline and falls forward to get back to the line of scrimmage. B.J. Davis coming from his outside linebacker spot to get the stop on Donovan, who shimmied forward just to get back to the line.
Well, they're just ECU is committing all of their resources to trying to stop the run on the inside. And if you're able to get up the field on the edge and force everything backside, it becomes hard to, as we've said, trying to emphasize getting to the outside. It's hard to get there. 2nd
down and 10 from the ECU 14-yard line. JJ from the shotgun, back to pass. Here comes the rush. He bails out of there. Now he's going to fire, and it's low, incomplete to Roman Wilson, who was coming open at the 5-yard line. JJ throwing on the run there. Came up short. Tegan Wilk, the man in coverage for the Pirates.
Well, JJ saw Roman Wilson come open. If he could have just taken, it felt like it was just a little bit off balance. If he could have taken maybe one more step, Roman would have had a little bit more separation, and it felt like there would have been a little bit more balance, a little more oomph on that ball as it just came up a little bit short.
9:20 to go. Third quarter, Michigan leading East Carolina 23-0. Looking at 3rd and 10 from the East Carolina 14-yard line. 4 wide for Michigan. JJ back to pass. Pump fakes, fires, end zone. Roman Wilson goes up and gets it. Touchdown, Wolverines. Wow, what a throw from J.J. McCarthy. And Michigan extends the lead to 29-0.
When you have the confidence in your receivers that they're going to go up and make a play and grab a ball, that was a great throw, but it was an even better catch. We saw Cornelius Johnson come across the middle and go up and get some balls. Now we've seen Roman Wilson in the corner of the end zone go get a ball. It's a hard-thrown ball. It's not an easy play an easy catch to make, That was beautiful.
James Turner's extra point is on the way, and it is good. And the Wolverines now lead it 30-0 here at the Big House after J.J. McCarthy's third touchdown pass of the day, the third to Roman Wilson, and the Wolverines lead 30-0 here in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Some things are just made for each other. Chips and dip, socks and shoes. YouTube TV and WOW Internet. It's the ultimate bundle. Super fast WOW Internet and an amazing live TV experience from YouTube TV. Watch 100+ channels, live sports, and unlimited DVR space included. For a limited time, get super fast internet and YouTube TV starting at just $82.98 per month. Sign up for our fastest speed and get $300 on us. Wow. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and fees apply. Additional YouTube TV terms and conditions apply.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Friday, October 27th, TVs and Practical Jokers are up to their usual tricks.
If you're not here, you are missing out.
It's the Tenderloins at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Sal, James, and Brian for 2 shows and twice the laughs. 7 and 10 p.m. Tickets start at $59. On sale now at the box office and etix.com. Don't miss the Drive Tour with the Tenderloins, October 27th. Party hard, laugh louder. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Touchdown pass from J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And that's 6th catch for 78 yards and 3 touchdowns. Career high for Roman Wilson. Ties his career high for catches. And is a career high for touchdown receptions. And J.J. very sharp. 22 of 26, 244 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Well, he is, remember we talked last year about guys being open but not hitting them in stride. This year, it seems like he is just really in rhythm with his receivers.
And a fair catch on the kickoff from Tommy Doman, made by Javius Bond, and East Carolina will take over at the 25-yard line. Roman Wilson is the first Wolverine since Nico Collins at Indiana in 2019 with 3 touchdown catches in a game. By the way, the record is 4.
Well, we still got some time.
Yeah, do you know who had the 4 touchdowns? 2 guys did.
No, I don't.
One was Derek Alexander.
Okay, DA. Yeah.
Back in 1992. The other was J.U. Chesson back in 2015. East Carolina will take over from their own 25-yard line, trailing 30-0 with 9:13 to go here, third quarter. And they're going to run a reverse, a handoff to Harris, and he gives it off to the running back, or the receiver coming around, Jahari Patterson, and he is met in the backfield and dropped by Ernest Hausman.
Well, Ernest Hausman is showing off his wheels and his ability to gain ground, but that play was made by the discipline of Keyshawn Harris. You run a double reverse, and all of a sudden, hey, sometimes things open up, but when you got a player, Keyshawn Harris, that's sitting at home, forcing everything back to the middle, back to your linebackers, that's a positive.
And we get a whistle, and what do the officials want?
The kicking tee was still on the field. It's now off. We'll resume.
I have never seen that.
No.
Isn't it one manager's job to run out and grab the tee? We just ran a play with a tee on the field. Second down at 11. 4 wide for the Pirates. Flynn has the snap, hands it off to Harris, running right, escapes one tackler, gets to the line of scrimmage, but Braden McGregor is there after a short game to drive him backwards. Let's go down to our Jason Avance.
What did Kayshawn Harris do to get number 36, you guys? That's what I want to know. He had to be in trouble. He showed up late to some meeting. Because if I'm the opposing offense, I'm going at number 36.
Not your typical DB number? Is that what you're saying?
Not a chance.
Yeah. If you lined up across from 36 when you were wearing number 8 here, what would you have thought?
I would be pissed at the coordinator for not throwing me the ball every time.
3rd down and 8. Well, Harris is wearing it well today. Back to pass is Flynn, fires, and short on his attempt to get to Jalen Johnson, incomplete. And the Pirates will be forced to punt.
Well, Michigan up front, we saw 2 plays ago, Mason Graham do a great job of being able to stop and penetrate against the run. And now we saw it earlier with Kenneth Grant. This time it was Mason Graham coming around on that loop, almost getting home and rushing the passer just a little bit to throw off the rhythm.
We get a whistle before Archer Tafford can get the punt off.
Charge timeout, Michigan. They're first, 30 seconds in length.
Jesse Minter saw something he didn't like. Hey, everyday style is easy with favorite looks for family fun and saving a ton. Whether you're savoring summer or gearing up for fall, we've got you covered. Shop Kohl's and Kohls.com today. So, John, I mentioned to you earlier that East Carolina's colors were inspired, and you can believe this or not, but by someone named Edward Teach. Have you ever heard of Edward?
Edward Teach.
Yeah.
I have not. What is he, a dentist?
He was also known as Blackbeard.
Oh, that's Blackbeard.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Who sailed the North Carolina coast back in the late 17th century, and he was known to wear a long royal purple coat.
Well, that explains the purple.
And so the Pirates have taken that and made it part of their uniforms, the purple and gold. Now we got a whole story about buried treasure we'll get to later. I'm not joking. Thaw is deep to field the punt, and he does at the 29-yard line. Escapes one tackler, puts the brakes on, and fights forward across the 30 out to the 33. Pretty good job by Jake Thaw, who had to make a lot of guys miss, and it all went for 3 yards, but we do have a flag on the punt return.
Yeah, you can make the first 1 or 2 guys mix, but boy, it sure is hard to make the rest of the defense pursue.
During the kick, holding, number 20, return team. 10 yards from the end of the kick, 1st and 10. Media timeout.
Jair Hill, the freshman corner on the punt return team. With 7:31 to go in the 3rd quarter, and Michigan leading East Carolina 30-0. We'll continue with the Wolverines drive. After this, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tuman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Greg Harden was at the University of Michigan for 32 years, where he changed lives and built champions. That's why 7-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady, Heisman Trophy winner Desmond Howard, and 23-time Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps have come to him for advice and direction. Greg's new book, Stay Sane in an Insane World, How to Control the Controllables and Thrive, will train and teach you the same lessons he taught them. Stay Sane in an Insane World is on sale now wherever books are sold. Go Blue!
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Tires, the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Doug Karsch and John Jansen back at the Big House. 7:31 to go here, third quarter. Michigan with the football back after forcing the punt. And the Wolverines on top, 30-0. And John, J.J. McCarthy will continue at quarterback, as we'll probably shortly start to see guys down the depth chart get some opportunities.
Yeah, they want to be able to continue to run the offense, operate the offense, show a few things. They don't want to give away too much, but I do think having that number one unit out there as the offensive line, they want to find a way to find more rhythm in the run game.
Blake Corum continues at tailback for the Wolverines, as JJ will move up and take a snap from under center. Shift Max Bredesen into an I formation and hand it off to Blake Corum, who's got room running right. Hesitates, gets out to the 20, and fights forward to the 21, 22-yard line. Gain of 5 on first down. Dontavius Nash coming up from his safety spot to make the tackle.
That's not an easy thing for Nash to do. Good job of coming up and cutting off the momentum of Blake Corum. You don't want to let him get to the outside. You want to make sure that he doesn't stick the foot in the ground. Great target by him, but it's still a nice pickup and patience by allowing Trevor Keegan to get out in front of him just a little bit.
Corum and Edwards on the field now together at the same time. Edwards split wide right, Corum in the backfield. JJ pointing out a suspicious defender that he thinks might be coming on a blitz. Fires quickly to Donovan Edwards, who's got first down yardage across the 28, pushed out of bounds at the 29-yard line by Siobhan Ravel. First down, Michigan.
Boy, when you line Donovan up out wide, it becomes really difficult. Donovan was out wide. A.J. Barner, who's a kind of a nightmare to match up with as well because of his size in the slot. Creativity is really going to be the only limitation for this offense. We've seen both running backs in the backfield. We see them use Barner, Loveland, Roman, all in different ways right now.
First and 10 from their own 29-yard line. JJ under center. Handoff, Edwards running left. Splits a pair of tacklers across the 30 out to the 34-yard line. Gain of 5 on first down for Donovan Edwards.
Starting to wear on that defensive front a little bit. Those 1 and 2 yard gains are now becoming 5 yard gains, which is what you love to see about an offensive line wearing a defensive line.
First time today. Backup tight end. He's replaced by Trente Jones as the Wolverines have 6 offensive linemen out there. Trente lined up on the left side. Edwards, the lone setback. JJ under center. Play action, back to pass. Heavy rush. He's going to fire on the move, and it's caught. Colston Loveland out near midfield as JJ once again shows off his athleticism, escaping a rush. A gain of 14.
So that's the second time. I mentioned it early in the first half where Donovan went to the right. JJ's got a ball fake coming to the left, and Miles Hinton gave up a little penetration on the inside. I think there's a little bit of a miscommunication as to where that ball fake is supposed to go because Donovan's not going to pick up a blitzer. I think there's a better sell if they're both on the same page.
Fred Moore in the ball game. The freshman wide receiver, handoff to Edwards running right. Gets the corner to the 40 inside of Pirate territory down to the 37-yard line where he is chased out of bounds. Good run there for Donovan Edwards for the Wolverines. Moving the chains again, a gain of 14.
Well, they're cutting back against the flow there, a little crossbuck action because they're sending Max Bredesen. Everything is going to the left. They hand the ball off and bring Donovan back. And boy, when he gets to the edge, he looks so smooth turning the corner.
4:27 to go, third quarter. Michigan on top, 30-0. Pistol formation. JJ takes the snap. Play action fake to Blake Corum. Back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Now flips it out to Corum in the flat. And he will get corralled immediately and snowed under by a host of Pirate tacklers for no gain. JJ making the best of a bad situation. Avoided the sack and just flipped it to Corum, who was standing alone basically at the line of scrimmage in the right flat. No gain.
Yeah, and I think we'll be splitting hairs just a little bit here, but that's one. Obviously, it worked out, but it might be a better decision against better defenses where JJ just decides to eat that one and not flip it up. You never really know if you're looking, if you see everybody that's on the defense that puts that ball at risk.
Second and 10. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Corum, running left, flag down. Corum dives forward across the 35 down to the 34-yard line, which will be a 5-yard gain, but we await the flag.
Holding. Number 60, offense. 10-yard penalty for the previous spot. Remains second down.
Drake Nugent, the guilty party there, just the second penalty on Michigan today.
Yeah, I mentioned Drake Nugent a little bit earlier, would be willing to do just about anything for success, and just got caught doing just about anything. It's been nice that this game hasn't been bogged down with penalties. When you come into a first game, you want to make sure you play a clean game, and really on both sides of the ball, they've played a clean game.
2nd and 20. JJ in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield with him. JJ looks like he wants to change the play. That's 7 seconds on the play clock. Now we're ready to go. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Back to pass, looking downfield, flushed out of the pocket, moving to his right. Really nobody to throw to. He gets drilled as he lets it go. It's going to be incomplete to Fred Moore. But JJ took a big-time hit.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get roughing the passer on this one.
JJ pops up. He's okay. But he jumped to throw. You always got to worry about that with a defender closing in. It can put you in an awkward position. But the best news is it looks like JJ's okay.
The result of the play was an incomplete pass. Personal foul with targeting. Number 5, defense. The 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. Previous play is under review.
That's Jack Powers, one of their defensive ends who might be out of this ball game. They'll take a look at it. And we're going to get a look at the replay here. Did he hit him with the crown of the helmet with force?
Oh, yeah.
And
I think
looked like that was the crown of the helmet, which is defined by being above the bolts.
Yep.
Where the face mask.
Yeah. And he lowers his head. First contact is with the shoulder, but it does, head-to-head contact, and I think he's probably going to get the rest of the day off.
Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com.
Anytime you lead with your helmet, and people say, well, how are you not supposed to lead with your helmet? Well, your helmet's obviously going to be the first thing that makes contacts a lot of times, but if your intention is to hit with your shoulder pad first or your hands first, that was straight. I'm leading with my head. You make contact with the quarterback's helmet, and I don't see how this is not going to be targeting.
Well, we await the call from the official, Greg Sojak.
Just thankful that JJ was able to pop up.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. They say he put on 12 pounds of good weight.
After review, it is confirmed there was targeting on a defenseless player. Number 5 is disqualified for the remainder of the game.
Here's what I like about that play, though, is JJ at the line of scrimmage, not panicking, understanding how much time is on the play clock. And I think Michigan can really take this offense to the next level if they give him the power to make adjustments at the line of scrimmage.
Here's another thing, is that play took place right in front of the Michigan bench. And when you hit the quarterback late with targeting, the Michigan bench responded. They were up and yelling, but they didn't cross the line, and they didn't get a personal foul.
Yeah, you hate to see the offsetting penalties at that point.
1st and 10 for the Wolverines from the East Carolina 33-yard line. JJ in a shotgun, 2 receivers split to the left. Back to pass as JJ fires wide open in the flat as Cornelius Johnson, 30-20, knocked out of bounds at the 18-yard line. Cornelius Johnson with another catch, and Michigan moves the chains again. Ra-Ra Dilworth, the man out there in coverage, a gain of 15 yards.
A great job by Roman Wilson of attracting the attention of the corner, running them off. I mean, you look over at Cornelius and say, how does he get wide open? Well, there's so much attention paid to Roman Wilson, who's already got 3 touchdowns, that they forgot about Cornelius Johnson.
Michigan on top, 30-0, 2.5 to go here, quarter number 3. 2 receivers split to the right, Darius Clemens and Cornelius Johnson. Ball on the left hash as JJ looks to the sideline. Now he's got the call. Donovan Edwards, the lone man in the backfield, flank to his right. And we get a whistle. And a flag is thrown by the line judge.
False start. Number 89, offense. 5-yard penalty remains. First down.
That's A.J. Barner, the transfer from Indiana. Back him up 5 yards.
Well, Michigan was able to get 2 captains from Indiana. That would be A.J. Barner and Jack Tuttle. Both entered the portal and great additions for this Michigan football team.
Drake Nugent was a captain at Stanford. Josh Wallace, a captain at UMass. Ladarius Henderson was a captain at Arizona State. Donovan Edwards running left, has a big hole and gets wrangled out of bounds as he gets inside the 15, and he gets thrown to the ground after he's well out of bounds. It'll be a personal foul on Julius Wood as the flags fly, and the Wolverines are going to be looking at 1st and goal.
Well, you hate to see that because ECU has played a really good game, and there haven't been a whole lot of penalties. Michigan's only been penalized 3 times, ECU 5 times, and you can see the frustrations.
After the play, personal foul, 8 hit out of bounds. Number 13, defense, half the distance to the goal, 1st and goal.
Wow. Well, the Wolverines went on a long drive to open the half. Defense got a stop, and now we're late in the 3rd quarter. And Michigan's knocking on the door again as they got the ball down to the ECU 6.
It's been a really effective drive. We've seen the offense be better and more efficient at running the football in a number of different ways, but JJ continues being accurate.
Has the snap, hands it off to Edwards, plowing forward up the middle down to the 3-yard line. And that's where he is dropped. The Wolverines broke the huddle quickly and went with a quick snap.
Well, going back to that run that drew the personal foul out of bounds, Donovan Edwards is really showing some patience in the backfield of allowing, when he gets to the edge, allowing some blocks to set up and then making his cut. That's really what you got to do when you have a defense that is moving so much up front, slanting and shifting. You got to be patient, allow those things to set up. It becomes a clearer picture, and then you can hit the hole.
2nd and goal from just inside the 3. They hand it off to Edwards, who's met as he gets down to the 2-yard line and driven backwards by 3 ECU tacklers as Donovan tried to bounce it outside. Dontavius Nash leading the way, the transfer from North Carolina, and Michigan's going to line up quickly here on 3rd and goal from the 2. Everybody jammed in tight. JJ, shotgun. Hands it off to Edwards, running right, plowing forward into the end zone for a touchdown. But we have a flag on the field. Were the Wolverines set?
I think it's encroachment on the defense.
Offside. Number 22, defense. Penalty is declined. Result of the play is a touchdown.
Donovan Edwards with the touchdown from 2 yards out, and Michigan extends its lead to 36-0. Another long time consuming drive, 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns to open half number 2.
Yeah, Michigan's going a lot. We've seen a lot today, the heavy formation with Trente Jones at tackle. We saw a touchdown earlier with Blake Corum. And now we've got one with Donovan Edwards running right behind that the heavy formation.
Once again, we await the all clear from above to make sure that Donovan, again, in the middle of that scrum, got into the end zone without a knee or an elbow hitting the ground. And this one might get reviewed.
Touchdown. Previous play is under review.
He sounds worn out, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
We're going to have to do this again, people. So Greg Sujak will go look at this one, and we'll take a look at a replay. If he is marked short, the Wolverines will be looking at a 4th and goal. As we will get a look at it. Of course, there was the offside penalty, too, that they can accept that.
Oh, boy, it's really going to depend on where they determine that ball to be, and I don't know if they're going to be able to see it well enough. It looked like he may be down just shy of the goal line.
Remember, ECU was ruled offside, so if they decide he's short of the goal line, and I think he might be.
Yeah.
They'll accept the penalty, move half the distance, and it'll actually be 3rd and goal. Right?
Yes, it would. And so, yeah, this one may actually come back. We may redo this all over again. And I would anticipate that we'll probably see the same play. But I don't. Again, it will determine. What will determine this is if they can define where that ball is when Donovan Edwards is down.
Well, the review is over. And here's the call.
The ruling on the field has changed because the runner was down short of the goal line. As a result, the defensive penalty will be accepted. Offside defense, half the distance to the goal, remains third down.
Well, this is going to be third and goal from
what, the 1.5?
I mean, we're looking at inside the, they step it off, and it's literally one step. So they're at the 1 yard line with the ball in the left hash at the south end zone here at the Big House. Take the 6 off the board, 30-0 Michigan. And they line up with a receiver split wide to the right. Everybody else jammed in tight. Donovan Edwards in the backfield next to J.J. McCarthy. They hand it off to Edwards, who goes up and over the top, but did he get in?
I don't think so.
They continue to fight, and they're going to say no. Well, the strength of the East Carolina team, for people just joining us, is the defensive front. And they've been tough to run on, but J.J. wants everybody to get up and line up because they're going to go for it. East Carolina's celebrating, and J.J.'s like, hey, we're going to run a play.
Yeah.
The ECU guys got to hurry up and get to their side of the ball. Wolverines are lined up. Here we go, 4th and 1. Handoff, nope, fumble. J.J. fumbled it, handing it off to Donovan Edwards, and the Pirates hold as J.J. jumps on it in the backfield at the 3 yard line. Sloppy there, and East Carolina is going to take over.
5 Michigan player wild down. The ball goes over on downs. 1st and 10, East Carolina. Media timeout.
Well, that's something for the Pirates to build on and something for the Wolverines to clean up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm not a big fan of trying to jump over the line of scrimmage. I know there's only a yard to go, but anytime a running back leaves his feet, you lose all power and all momentum going forward. Not a great set of downs there for the Michigan Wolverines.
30-0, Michigan on top. 19 seconds to go, third quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is what you need to listen to. We're talking conference and team previews, plus hear live games, news, and analysis from experts like Anthony Harris, Jake Butt, Mac McLeod, and Ben Hartzog. Go in-depth with your favorite team with coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app and start streaming.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
There is more sports action on campus this weekend in Ann Arbor as Michigan women's soccer hosts Cincinnati on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Plus, it's Barbie Day, so be sure to wear pink. Tickets are available for as low as $6, so head to mgoblue.com/tickets now to get yours. Michigan women's soccer welcoming in Cincinnati on Sunday afternoon at 1 at the Michigan Soccer Stadium. Secure your tickets at mgoblue.com/tickets.
Today's broadcast is presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever? The 2023 season is underway. Let's continue our coverage with the Wolverine season opener against ECU.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top of East Carolina, 30-0 with 19 seconds to go here in quarter number 3. But the Wolverines just turned the ball over on downs inside the ECU 5. A disappointing sequence of plays from deep in the red zone. But the Michigan defense now has ECU backed up. We'll see what we got here as the Wolverines send out many of their starters. Interestingly, they have Mikey Sainristil playing outside. He, of course, I guess he can play just about anywhere, John.
Yeah, I mean, he's the utility Swiss Army knife.
Flynn back to pass from his own end zone, fires near side, and it is caught, but we're going to get a flag, and I think Mikey Sainristil's got a case.
Yep,
He's saying, I got shoved to the ground by the receiver, Jarrett Garner.
He was in good position, and Garner just reached out, pushed him down to the ground as he tried to stop to come back for that back shoulder throw.
Pass interference, offense, number 82. Half the distance to the goal remains, first down.
Mikey won his case.
Mikey Sainristil, I mentioned it earlier, when you talk to NFL scouts, I mean, this is a guy that made that decision to come back. He could have gone and been drafted late rounds last year, but they wanted to see a little bit more in terms of his coverage skills, lining up at corner, which he did right there. He's in good position, and he's helping his case quite a bit as a guy that can be used all over the place in the secondary.
Jaden Hood's in the Michigan defense from his linebacker spot as the Pirates run right. Very little room. Back to the line of scrimmage was Javius Bond. Ernest Hausman leading the tacklers. And that's the end of quarter number 3. So the Wolverines lead at 30-0 from here at the Big House in the season opener in 2023. We'll have fourth quarter action when we continue. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
He bounces outside. He's got a hold. He's in the clear.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
America, it's time to gear up and get out there in a new Ford vehicle. And it all starts at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers during the Discover Summer Sales Event. Returning F-150 XLT AZ Plan lessees can take advantage of this sign and drive and lease a 2023 F-150 Super Crew XLT 4x4 for $479 a month for 36 months with zero down payment and zero due at signing.
Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,500 trade assist, $500 vehicle-specific renewal, and $500 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends September 4th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply.
Lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT today for $479 a month with zero down payment and zero due at signing. Think Ford first.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top of East Carolina 30-0 here in the opener. And the Wolverines have the Pirates backed up at their own 3-yard line. And John, the story of this game has been J.J. McCarthy through 3 quarters, 26 of 30 for 280 yards and 3 touchdowns. Roman Wilson, 6 catches for 78 yards, and all 3 of those touchdowns. And Blake Corum, 10 carries, 73 yards, leading the way for the Wolverines on the ground. And not much offense for the Pirates. They have just 5 first downs through 3 quarters and 116 yards in total offense. Meanwhile, the Wolverines 25 first downs. They've rushed for 108 yards, thrown for 280 yards.
Yeah, and if you're looking at different things to be able to pick apart for this Michigan defense, obviously shutting down the ECU offense, they've been very effective at doing that. There's really been no alarm or risk. It's the fact that I'd like to see more pressure put on the quarterback. Kenneth Grant got in there earlier. We've seen Mason Graham put pressure on the quarterback, but nobody get home and actually get a sack. And again, it's nitpicking. I get it, but you've got to find ways to be able to get hits on the quarterback, and it's still developing for this team.
Let's go down to Jason Avant on the field.
I want you guys to remember back to last year when TCU talked about let's make J.J. McCarthy beat us with his arm. I think that's going to be the trend going forward. There are so many people in the box for ECU. When J.J. he's going to continue to have to beat people with the arm.
Well, Today he is certainly up to the task, although ECU's strength is not their pass defense. It wasn't a year ago, and it doesn't look like it's much better this year. ECU's got it 2nd and 10 from their own 3-yard line. Flynn back to pass from his end zone. He's going to throw a jump ball down the left sideline, and it's caught right in front of the ECU bench as Jalen Johnson. Oh, they're going to say incomplete.
Yep, out of bounds.
Came down with it, but they're going to say out of bounds. Man in coverage for the Wolverines.
Yeah, and Jason brings up a really good point in regards to, the fact that Michigan has struggled to run the ball a little bit today. Some of that's been penetration, but it's also been the amount of resources that ECU has committed to trying to stop the run, and JJ's answered the bell.
It's Keyshawn Harris in coverage on that play. Jalen Johnson out of bounds on that catch. So it's 3rd and 10 from their own 3-yard line, right in front of the student section to our left. Flynn in a shotgun. Barks some commands. They're going to run out of time, and they're going to have to take a timeout. And the students love it.
Charge timeout. East Carolina. They're first. 30 seconds in length.
The players on the field loved it.
It's been really fun to watch Keyshawn Harris play today, because the question has always been, who's going to be that corner opposite Will Johnson? Will Johnson's not playing today. Keyshawn Harris has stepped up. We've seen Josh Wallace. We've seen Mikey Sanders still. And when you have that ability to play both nickel and corner for all of these guys, it creates, just like on offense, when we talk about the creativity offensively, it's the same thing defensively in the secondary. If you're going to go with 5 and even sometimes 6 defensive backs, where they line up, how you use them, we haven't even seen any pressure brought off the edge, but it adds to what Jesse Minter can do defensively.
John, a trivia question for you today.
Oh.
I was looking up something actually about you.
Oh, well, I appreciate you Googling me.
ProFootballReference.com, you are credited with 3 stats in your 10-year NFL career.
I am. PFF wasn't even around, I don't think.
It was Pro Football Reference, not Pro Football Focus.
Pro Football Reference.
What were the 3 stats that you were credited with? We'll circle back to that in a minute. 3rd and 10. Back to passes, Flynn from his own end zone steps up and tries to dump it off to his running back as he was under heavy duress. It's incomplete, and East Carolina will be forced to punt. Once again, Kenneth Grant in Flynn's face. All right, not a lot of stats for right tackles.
No. So I'm going to go with number 1 stat is probably a decade after you played, how many guys actually come out publicly and say they hate you? I'd probably lead in that category.
Michael Strahan saying that publicly.
Number 2, the amount of pancakes that you had on first downs.
That's not it.
No.
I'll get to it in a minute as Carmelo English is deep to field this punt for Michigan. Catches it at the 45. And it's going to bounce it outside to the right. If he can beat that tackler, which he couldn't do, he would have been able to get to the edge and get a big-time return, but he is dragged down at the 39-yard line. The Wolverines will be in plus territory after that 7-yard return for Carmelo English.
Yeah, nice
John,
tackle by Kingston McKinstry there.
In your career, you were credited with 3 fumble recoveries.
Yeah, yes, 3 fumble recoveries and 0 yards returned.
You had 2 in 1 season.
Yes. The problem with some of those are when a quarterback gets sacked and fumbled, chances are the lineman that gave it up is right there to recover the ball.
Fair enough.
In good position.
Davis Warren is into quarterback of the Wolverines here, with them up 30-0 in the 4th quarter. And a handoff running right for Michigan was Kalel Mullings, who cuts back up the field for a gain of 3 on first down.
What were the other 2 stats I had?
There were 3. It was just 3. It was 3 fumble recoveries.
I thought there were 3 different categories.
No, there was 1 category.
Kind of oversold that one a little bit.
Well, I'm trying to sell your career, man.
I did everything to shoot that down.
Davis Warren now in a shotgun with Kalel Mullings flanked to his left. Has the snap, flag is down, fires a pass, it's caught, but the play is blown dead. And we await to see, is it the 2nd string? Do we have the 2nd string offensive line in there? We do.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing Greg Crippen, seeing Gio El Hadi, Ladarius Henderson.
Encroachment, offense, lined up over the ball. 5-yard penalty remains, 2nd down.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, those are the frustrating things. You're really excited to get the opportunity to get in there, and then all of a sudden, hey, I don't know who it was, but you got to get lined up right.
13:50 to go here in the 4th quarter. Michigan on top, 30-0. Following the penalty, Davis Warren from a shotgun looking at 2nd and 13. Has the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush, fires, and it is incomplete. Tried to get in the right flat out there to Max Bredesen, and he couldn't corral it. Good coverage out there. Warren tried to thread the needle.
Well, this is our first chance to get a look at Ladarius Henderson, transfer from ASU. Nice job on pass protection. And, I mean, that's really what we're going to be looking at now for the rest of the game is those guys that are in competition for spots. Jim Harbaugh talked about that Michigan method, left tackle, right tackle, center position. They're all in a competition to find out who the best 5 are going to be.
4 wide for Davis Warren, who hands it off to Khalil Mulling. Some hard running to the right, powering close to a first down to the 30. He's got a scrum of people pushing him, and they're going to rule him down just short of first down yardage on 3rd and 12. Khalil Mullings showing he can do more than just throw a pass. Gains 11 yards, and it's going to be 4th and just about a yard.
Yeah, tough decision to make. You're going to go for it. I mean, you're kind of in that area where we've seen, obviously, Michigan be good from 50 yards. James Turner hit one, but they're going to go for it.
See Marlon Klein in for the first time for the Wolverines at tight end, and they're going to go heavy set. From a shotgun, Mullings flanked to the left of Davis Warren, and we get a whistle and a flag.
Motion in the middle of that offensive line.
I'm going to get down in the depth chart a little bit.
False start. Number 58, offense. 5-yard penalty remains. 4th down.
Gio El Hadi. I always feel like you kind of got a football crush on that offensive lineman.
I do, and I had a chance to talk to him on the In the Trenches podcast. Make sure you download it wherever you get your podcast. But he was one of those guys that is always ready to go in. I'm surprised to see him have a penalty like that, comes in and is instantly ready to go every single time.
And James Turner is going to try a 52-yard field goal
Michigan
after this timeout.
You know, when I had him on the podcast, I asked him last year when Trevor Keegan went down, he went in, and I just thought, hey, everybody knows who's kind of the next lineman in. He said, I don't know if I was supposed to be the next one in or not. I just had my helmet on. I was ready to go. I saw him go down, and I just ran in there. And they didn't have to waste a timeout. He went in there and took an opportunity, and he may have been the next one in for Sharon Moore. But when you are ready for an opportunity like that and you go out there and perform, you gain the opportunity to get more chances to go out there. And he did that. We saw him throughout the course of last year, and I think he's one of those guys that's a budding star on this offensive line.
Well, they feel like they have 2 starting offensive lines, and Sharon Moore referred to it as rich people problems.
Yeah.
The wealth of riches they have up front. Now, I suspect they're going to want to be better in run blocking when they get to the film after this one.
There's always corrections to be made.
All right, we're ready to go for James Turner from 52 yards from the right hash. Puts his foot into it. Low line drive. The kick on its way, and it is no good. Wide to the left. The kick from James Turner. Plenty of leg. But the Pirates get the stop there, and they will take over when we continue with Michigan on top 30-0, 12:38 to go in the ball game. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
There are 3 things I look forward to on Labor Day weekend. A really cold drink, a really good book, and really good deals. That's why I'm glad I went to Kohl's. I saved an extra $10 off when I spent $25 or more and got 50% off outdoor furniture and rugs, tees for under $10, and denim for under $35. Plus, I earned Kohl's cash. The moral of the story, get everything you need to relax for a really low price. At Kohl's. Select styles, $10 off 25 offer in September 4th. Some exclusions apply. See storekohls.com for details.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Need plastic? Alro Plastics has been a one-stop source for cut-to-size plastic since 1987. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We will cut and ship many orders the same day. Alro provides value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, Alro Plastics will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House. Wolverines on top 30-0 following the missed field goal from James Turner from 52 yards. Attendance today, 109,480 for this Michigan opener. Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend the second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. All right, East Carolina takes over from the 34-yard line. Looking at a 30-0 deficit as they've got Garcia back in the game at quarterback, and he runs right on first down for a gain of 6. Mason Garcia, who started the game, gave way to Alex Flynn, is now back in the game, and he gets 6 yards on a quarterback power run right on first down.
That's a big dude coming downhill, and when he makes that decision not to hand it off, it's a load to bring down. Very effective, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them take some shots downfield, just to see unleash the arm a little bit. We've heard he's got a really big arm. They've got 5 wides on this one.
Second down and 5 for the Pirates. Garcia brings a man in motion. Inside handoff to that man, running right. He's across the 45, out to the 50, where he is hit hard by Keon Sabb. It was Bond, Javius Bond, the running back, who lined up as a wide receiver on that carry. First down for ECU into Michigan territory at the 49-yard line. Jair Hill in the Michigan secondary for the first time today, the freshman. Garcia in a shotgun on 1st and 10. Has the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield, steps up in the pocket now under heavy duress, dumps it underneath to Bond, the running back. Inside the 45, down to the Michigan 42-yard line. A gain of 7. Micah Pollard on the tackle there, getting his first action today. The sophomore out of Jacksonville. His dad, Marcus, played with Jim at Indianapolis.
Braden McGregor coming around the edge. Almost was able to get that corner and just slipped and fell. Still looking for the first sack of the day.
Second down and 3, handoff up the middle to Bond, and he is met in the backfield and dropped immediately by TJ Guy. Loss of 2 on the play. Jair Hill was also in there. 3rd and 4 now for the Pirates.
Well, they got to be thinking, I mean, please, can we get with a 3rd or the 4th team? Because, again, it's Mason Graham, Chris Jenkins, Rayshawn Benny, Kenneth Grant. You've got some serious beef in there that is just starting to abuse the interior of that offensive line.
Mason Garcia in a shotgun, ball on the right hash. He's got 4 wides on 3rd and 4. Fires a pass, and it is caught and wrangled immediately and pushed backwards by Jair Hill as the receiver, Jared Garner, but he's got first down yardage. Move the chains for the Pirates.
This is where the defense is, they're looking, okay, with 38-yard line, this is nice. You don't want to get them any further because you got a shutout right now. You don't want to give up a cheap field goal or a score here in the 4th quarter. As many shutouts as you could possibly get. Doesn't matter who they're against.
Ball on the Michigan 38-yard line, 1st and 10. Pirates with 2 receivers split to the left, now 1 to the right after coming in motion. Garcia back to pass. Looking downfield, fires in the left flat. It's got his receiver, Garner. Cuts back towards the center of the field where he is swallowed up by Derek Moore, making a play downfield at the 31-yard line of the Wolverines. 9:25 to go here, 4th quarter. Michigan on top, 30-0.
It's really interesting how Jesse Minter uses some of their edge guys. We mentioned earlier Braden McGregor dropping into coverage. We saw it a couple of years ago in Mike McDonald's defense, which is very similar to this one, where they would do that with Aiden Hutchinson. And now you got a guy like Derek Moore who has unbelievable athletic potential, who makes a play downfield coming from the edge position.
Garcia from a shotgun turns and hands it off. Up the middle, it's the running back, Marlon Gunn Jr. inside the Michigan 20 down to the 19-yard line. A good pickup there for Marlon Gunn, 13 yards. Keon Sabb, the man making the tackle downfield. First down for East Carolina. Ball at the Michigan 18-yard line.
Caught Michigan in a little bit of a stunt there. We saw it earlier where Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham were able to put pressure on the quarterback by pinching the nose and wrapping the tackle, and they just got caught hitting that same gap.
Garcia takes the snap, hands it off to Gunn, running right, and Chris Jenkins in there drags him down from behind after a short gain. It'll be second and long. Moving in on 8 minutes to go in the ball game, and the Wolverines hoping to protect the shutout.
Yeah, and if you don't think the shutout means something to them, you still got starters, Mason Graham, Chris Jenkins, as you just mentioned, Braden McGregor's in there. They really want to get this goose egg.
If you look at things Michigan could improve on defensively over a year ago, one is they didn't create a ton of fumbles. The other, their red zone defense was average. East Carolina in the red zone here. Garcia's going to roll to his left. Now shovel pass inside. We get a flag being thrown, and meanwhile, the shovel pass was caught and dropped immediately. It was Marlon Gunner, Mason Graham, the man.
I think you're going to have ineligible downfield. That happened so late. They were basically running a three-way option, quarterback keep, pitch, or the shuttle pass.
It was Shane Calhoun, correction on the reception. Before we get what this flag is about, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ineligible man downfield. Second down.
Okay, there were two flags.
Multiple offenders.
Both on East Carolina. One was an eligible man downfield. The other was holding. They decline the ineligible man. They take the holding, back him up 10 yards. The ball be placed at the 25-yard line of Michigan.
That's a nice system they have. It just needs to happen a little bit sooner. If they're going to add in that shovel pass as an option, as an offensive lineman, you're thinking, hey, we're going to run that read option to the left, and if that shuttle happens, it's going to happen quick, and if it doesn't, you're going to be downfield. There's really no way to defend that as an offensive lineman.
2nd and 17 for the Pirates. 3 receivers in a bunch formation split to the right. Now a man in motion. Gunn in the backfield next to Garcia, who's got the snap, back to pass, flushed out of the pocket, under heavy duress, rolling towards the sideline, and he'll throw it away out of bounds. That'll set up 3rd and long for the Pirates.
Braden McGregor in hot pursuit, running some games inside, and Mason Graham, who was the 3 technique over the right guard, did a tremendous job of getting off the ball quick, getting that guard's shoulders turned, and wasn't able to get home. But when you attract attention like that, that running back is going to have to help on the guard instead of helping on those tackles, which then creates the opportunity for Braden McGregor to put pressure on the quarterback.
3rd and 17, 4 wide for Garcia. From the Michigan 25-yard line, back to pass. He's going to run to the 20. Cuts outside, dives forward inside the 15, down to the 14-yard line. That'll make it 4th and possible if they decide to go for it.
Well, if you are Coach Houston, you going to settle for 3 just so you don't get shut out, or are you going to go for the touchdown?
Looks like he's going to go for the...
I didn't ask what he was going to do. I asked what you would do.
Did you?
Yeah. If you are Coach Houston.
I'd go for it. Okay. And that's what he's doing. I think a lot like a college coach.
Yes, you do.
Would you go for it?
I would. 3 seems kind of cheap right now.
4th and 6. 3 wides for Garcia. Takes the snap, back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Might run, turns upfield, and he's going to get knocked down at the 14-yard line, well short of a first down, but there's a flag on the play in the backfield.
I think it's going to be
TJ Guy is making the holding sign. Ernest Hausman might have been the man dragged down. Check that, Ernest Hausman on the tackle And then Guy is saying it was him that was held.
Holding. Number 78 offense. The penalty will be declined. The runner ended up short of the line to gain. The ball goes over on downs. Media timeout.
Shutout remains intact with 6:16 to go in the ball game. And the Wolverines on top 30-0. Michigan gets the football back. When we continue, you're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
This month when you play the Daily 3 or the Daily 4, you could be in for a big surprise. How? With a Daily Games bonus draw. Play your usual daily numbers, midday and evening. Then get ready, because any draw could be a bonus draw. And your prize could jump 20%. That means a $500 win becomes $600. Daily 3 and 4 bonus draws are for a limited time this month only from the Michigan Lottery. Daily 4 straight and wheeled bets are excluded. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Now you can win even more on the Michigan Lottery Daily 3 and 4 with bonus draws, surprise drawings with payouts that are 20% bigger for eligible wagers. For a limited time, this month only, exclusions apply. 30-0, Michigan on top of East Carolina with 6:16 to go in the ball game. The Pirates just turning it over on downs at the Michigan 13-yard line. And John, while we have this moment, I'd like to thank our crew, Jason Avant down on the field, Brian Bush hosting our broadcast, Jack Miller, Tony Butler, our engineer, Bob Rossick, our statistician, Rich Marion, our spotter, and of course you. Great to have you back for another season, John.
Yeah, we're off and running. This is well done to you as well on the opening day here. Happy New Year to everyone that is joining us again. Always excited to get things back and roll. A beautiful day here at the Big House.
Story of the day, the play of J.J. McCarthy, who was outstanding at quarterback for Michigan, completing 26 of 30 passes for 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. His day is done. Davis Warren in at quarterback for the Wolverines. Great story, Davis Warren, who was diagnosed with leukemia his junior year in high school. Actually played in 4 games that year at 160 pounds. Then had his senior year canceled due to COVID. Still found his way to Michigan as a walk-on, and now he's the backup quarterback. And he turns and hands it off to Benjamin Hall, the freshman, in the ball game for the first time. Davis Warren is now the national spokesman for Light the Night Leukemia and Lymphomas National Society campaign.
It's always remarkable when you hear stories like that, and then you throw in the fact that he had, obviously his development stunted by a pandemic. To be able to see him out there, really excited to see what his career, where it takes him.
Gain of 1 for Benjamin Hall on first down. Now they hand it off to Hall, who tries to bounce it outside to the left. Not much there. Spins forward for a gain of about another yard. And Davis Warren and the Michigan offense will be looking at 3rd and 8 on their own 15-yard line with 5:28 to go in the ball game, and Michigan up 30-0.
We talk about some of those competitions. We saw Drake Nugent start at center. Now Greg Crippen is in there, and the development that Greg Crippen has had over the last year. Every year he's been getting a little bit better, but he has really developed into a guy that they can rely upon, and it just adds to the depth of that offensive line.
3rd and 8 for Davis Warren. Get a chance to see this arm as he's back to pass. Fires over the middle. It's bobbled and dropped. It was Fred Moore who gets thrown to the ground, and we're going to get a personal foul. That ball was incomplete. It was laying on the ground, and Devin King in the secondary just picked up more and body slammed him, and that's going to get you a flag.
Yeah, we've seen some frustrations for ECU. You can understand the frustration, but what you can't understand is losing your cool.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, number 17, defense. The 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. After enforcement, 1st and 10.
It's the 10th penalty on ECU for 89 yards. C.J. Stokes is checked into the ball game. And he'll line up in the Michigan backfield, sophomore running back. South Carolina native. They got a big game tonight, South Carolina, North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina, yep.
Ref blew the whistle and had his mic on. That even stopped the players. Like, dude, turn that off.
Yeah.
Davis Warren fakes a handoff, rolling to his right, and he stumbles and falls. Turf Monster got him.
Don't ever want to see that one, and I know that he will see that one probably time and time again come tomorrow morning.
You think his teammates will ever bring it up, ever?
Yes. Hey, what was it? Who was it? Marlon Klein that had one down here. Well, no, that's right. We weren't here for the spring game. Marlon Klein had a nice long run, and I think the 20-yard line got him. But that was on the north end zone. Apparently, the 20-yard line on the south end zone could be just as difficult.
Loss of 8. Ball in the Michigan 22. 4:22 to go. Michigan up 30-0. They hand it off to C.J. Stokes, running left, makes a man miss, jumps over a tackler, and out to the 30-yard line, just shy of the 30, the 29-yard line. Good gain there for C.J. Stokes, who lost a shoe when he leapt over that tackler, and he's going to have to come out of the game.
I think he got it back on.
All right.
But, yeah, I mean, when you think about C.J. Stokes, Ben Hall in the backfield, we mentioned and talked about the depth of that offensive line, really at every position. There's established veterans, and there's really good young talent sitting right behind them.
3rd and 11, inside handoff, and this time C.J. Stokes is going nowhere as he's met in the backfield by Chad Stevens. Remember that Pirate defensive front? And the Wolverines will be forced to punt. Tommy Doman on to punt. And deep is Josh Murphy for the Pirates. Doman gets it off, and Murphy comes up and will signal for a fair catch and make it at the 27-yard line of the Pirates with 3:09 to go in the ball game, a 44-yard punt. East Carolina takes over the Michigan defense, hoping to preserve the shutout. We'll have the conclusion of this one when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champions Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Olga's Kitchen is kicking off college football and National Euro Day after the game with buy one, get one free original Olgas through September 7th. Yep, we're talking free original Olgas. Seasoned beef and lamb wrapped in the best bread on the planet. Then topped with vine-ripened tomato, sweet onion, and their signature Olga sauce. Football season is starting right with free original Olgas at Olga's Kitchen. Head on into any Olga's after the game or order online at olgas.com using code BOGOORIGINAL for a limited time. Buy one, get one free original Olgas all week long at Olga's Kitchen.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
We're live at Michigan Stadium for the Wolverines matchup with ECU. Today's broadcast is presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever?
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the big house down on the field. Jason Avant.
I have Mozzie Smith with me right now, the new Dallas Cowboy. How do you like your transition so far?
Man, it's all good, man. It's a lot of learning, a lot of growth.
When it comes to that Eagles-Cowboys rivalry, what do you think is going to happen this year?
Man, look, we got to go get them this year. We owe them. We got to go get them.
Now, what does it mean to come back to University of Michigan?
It's good to come home, and it's good to just get a feeling. You know, I came to the game a little after halftime, and it's just good to walk back down the tunnel.
Pass completed over the middle from Graham for a first down out to the 41-yard line. Jalen Johnson on the catch.
Excited to see what Mozzie can do with the Cowboys this year. First-round pick for Michigan.
Yep. I know he's impressed quite a few people throughout training camp in the preseason. 2:42 to go in the ball game. Michigan up 30-0. Garcia from a shotgun has the snap. Back to pass, fires in the flat. He's got his running back, Bond, who cuts it back towards the center of the field and is dragged down at the 45-yard line by Christian Boivin. Out of Traverse City West, 6 foot, 220.
Great opportunity for some of these kids to get some reps. A little payoff for everything that they went through in spring ball, summer conditioning, fall camp. Get opportunity to play in the big house. It's a nice little treat to have.
Keyshawn Bennett is out there on that Michigan defensive line. Cameron Brandt as well. Back to pass. Garcia's going to have to tuck it under heavy pressure, and he weaves his way across the 50. Gets the first down to the Michigan 48-yard line with 1:51 to go. Well, and all these guys that are on the field now, they know the starters want to preserve the shutout.
Well, yeah, they want to preserve the shutout, and I mean they also know, like they're a play away from getting that opportunity to bump up, whether it's, hey, from third team to second team to first team. This is an opportunity for them to put on film something that the coaches can look at and say, you know what, I can count on this guy.
Freshman Brandon Hillman in at a safety spot. Originally a Notre Dame commit, flipped to Michigan. Garcia back to pass. He's going to fire it to his running back out of the backfield, Gerald Green, and he gets down to the 41 where he is knocked out of bounds with quite a bit of force. By Boivin.
Well, I mean, you know, you're looking at it with just approaching a minute left in the game. The shutout still intact. And here's the nice thing is that everybody on the sidelines, all the veterans that just played for the first three and, you know, majority of the game, they're involved. They're looking at their guys and rooting them on as well.
Clock running, 54 seconds to go. Garcia back is going to get flushed out of the pocket, and he's going to run up the middle down to the 37-yard line. And Mike Houston's going to take a timeout. Jaden Hood, the man on the tackle there. John, it's time for the Best in Game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be with the Wolverines. All right, best in the game today. Pretty easy choice.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I think it's got to go to J.J. McCarthy, 26 of 30. That kind of nails it. I mean, Roman Wilson coming in a close second with the 3 touchdowns. But what we saw from J.J., the development, you mentioned it, you know, earlier in the broadcast, the development, and if he can be this guy that is accurate downfield and makes good decisions, and if they can create this an offense where you have mismatches and you've got Blake and Donovan in that short, and we're just talking about the pass game, but in that short range, you've got your tight ends and some of the guys coming across the middle. We saw Cornelius come across the middle and be a weapon in the mid-range, and then down the field with Roman, where you can attack every level and be accurate and make good decisions from your quarterback spot. It becomes very hard to defend.
46 seconds left. Can the Wolverines preserve the shutout? We'll answer that question next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
It's okay to be stressed, but it's also okay to realize that sometimes what you think is just stress might be something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you whenever you're ready. With access to support for physical and mental health wherever and whenever you need it, even from the privacy of your own home. We're here for it all and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
46 seconds to go in this one. Michigan on top, 30-0. First and 10 for the Pirates from the Michigan 37-yard line. Wolverines with they got down on the depth chart here. Seen a lot of guys for the first time today. Can they get the shutout? As Mason Garcia continues at quarterback, the dual threat, 250-pound quarterback, who started this game, got replaced by Alex Flynn, and now he's back in. Back to pass, fires far side, and it is caught right in front of the ECU bench and quickly thrown to the ground there. Looked like Quentin Johnson coming up to make the tackle. Correction, was Jair Hill, first career tackle. Make sure you give him credit. Gain of 6. Clock running, 27 seconds to go. Garcia with the snap, back to pass, going to fire near side. This one's caught right in front of the Michigan bench and shoved out of bounds. DJ Waller, the man in coverage. Josiah Hatfield with the catch. Clock stops, 18 seconds to go. Don, let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer. UNLV next week.
Yeah, and I mean, none of us really know a lot about UNLV, but let's talk about what we want to see from this Michigan team when they play them. And that's going to be a more effective run game. It's going to be a defense that puts more pressure on quarterbacks, whether it's just rushing 4 or you're adding in a blitzer here and there. And I think they'll be able to get that done against UNLV.
First and 10, 18 seconds to go for ECU. Garcia from a shotgun, back to pass. Looking down the near sideline, fired and incomplete. Out in coverage there, Cody Jones. That preview of the upcoming schedule was brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. 12 seconds to go in the ball game. High drama here. Can they preserve the shutout, John?
Yeah, if I'm ECU, I'm taking a couple of shots at the end zone. It's second down. You got 12 seconds to go, and you probably could even get maybe 3 shots at the end zone if you're able to convert a first down.
On the Michigan 25-yard line, second down. Garcia back to pass. Wolverines blitz. He'll step up in the pocket and fire it underneath, and it is caught and dropped quickly is Jalen Johnson. Gain of 9, timeout ECU with 5 seconds left. So they're going to get one crack at the end zone here, John.
Yeah, and
East Carolina.
Looks like they're going to, they trotting the kicker out there?
Ooh, I think they are.
Take a shot at the end zone, come on.
Well,
I'm not going to ask you the same question.
I would go for it.
Yeah, I would too, but.
Well, now maybe are they taking the kicker off the field? Or?
I think they're just going to talk about it a little bit.
Okay.
But this is our first introduction to the brand new scoreboards.
Yeah.
A lot of A lot of talk and discussion about what they were going to look like. It's been a lot of fun. It's been kind of unique for us to find all of that information right there and figure out where the timeouts are, where the time left is.
It's hard to get used to be honest, but they are 130% bigger than a year ago. And it's the most video boards. There's 2 of them, so the most video space in the country. All right, it's going to be Conrad trying to get ECU on the board, a 37-yard attempt. Snaps good, holds good, kick is up, and the kick is good. And that's the final play of the ball game as ECU gets on the board. Fans didn't like it, but 30-3 will be the final. And let's go down to the field and Jason Avant.
I'm on the field with the starting center, Drake Nugent. Talk about your first experience in the big house and how that was.
Yeah, I mean, it was epic, honestly. I've never played in front of this many fans, and to know that they're our own, it's a great feeling. We were a little sloppy out there in the run game, but we got to go back to the drawing board and fix up. So,
what did ECU do to mitigate the run game? Did they add extra defenders down there? Why was it so hard for you guys to get the run established?
Yeah, I think they were just kind of all over the place. They're adding guys on the front side of the zone, and then just, we just got to be better on the communication aspect, getting to the backside guys, making sure that they can push through to the front. It was just sometimes we're not on the same page, and that kind of, it kind of bit us in the ass a little bit, so we got to fix that up.
When it comes to J.J. McCarthy and the game that he had, him and Roman Wilson throwing the football, what is it like being on the team with that guy?
It's great. Both of them, honestly. Just one thing I noticed already is the play never dies with 9 back there. He sees one thing, he'll make a guy miss, extend the play like crazy, just get guys going down the field. It's just big play central with those guys and our receivers out back, so it's good.
Continued success to the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
There is Drake Nugent, and Jason, he's off to sing the victors. You think he knows the words to the victors yet? Transfer from Stanford?
We have that guy come in and teach us the victors, so he definitely knows.
I'm sure he remembers the words. Smart kid. Stanford grad and a transfer to Michigan, starting in the middle of the offensive line. So the Wolverines get the win, 30-3, all-time win number 990 in Michigan football history. A huge milestone looming this season should the Wolverines keep it up. It could be the first team to get to 1,000 wins for the program. And that's going to do it from the Big House. Lots to do here on the postgame show, as you will hear from the Wolverines acting head coach Jesse Minter in the locker room. Some players to catch up to. I have analysis from Jack Miller and Brian Bush and scores from around the country. All that straight ahead following this 30-3 final. UNLV comes to town next Saturday at 3:30. We will continue after this with the postgame show. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.